A Haunting at Havenwood, Seasons of Change, Book 6. Written by Sally Britton. Narrated by Jessica Elisa Boyd. Chapter 1. October 1st, 1814. "It's no use crying, Louisa. You will only ruin your complexion." Mrs. Banner's words, delivered with a frosty glare, made her daughter gulp air in an attempt to calm herself. Louisa had buried her face in the sofa's arm in her mother's room, her salty tears soaking the fabric. Her head had begun to ache too. She lifted her gaze to look at her mother. The woman sat stiff in her chair, the black velvet gown she wore making her appear more like a shadow than a creature of warmth. She wore a stiff white cap over her chestnut hair, the curls artfully peeping out the same colour as Louisa's. Her mother was still a handsome woman, despite being twice her daughter's age. "Mother, I did not know." Louisa's lungs constricted as she spoke. "What will become of us?" "How dramatic you are." Mrs. Banner reached calmly for her teacup. "You must have known for some time that our funds were dwindling. Yet I never saw you hesitate to purchase a new frippery." Nor had her mother stopped her, or warned against unnecessary expenses, but Louisa did not say so out loud. How had she not realised their finances were so close to ruin? True, some of their belongings had disappeared off walls and the best set of silver had been sent away, but Mrs. Banner had said they were merely out of date and wanted replacing. It had been Mrs. Banner who had insisted Louisa obtain a new gown for the assembly ball a month ago and wear fresh gloves and slippers, and paid for fresh flowers to adorn Louisa's hair. All for what? They lived in Scarborough, not London. There was a dearth of men looking for wives, considering the social season was well underway in the largest city in England, drawing the most eligible bachelors there instead. Yet Mrs. Banner had been disappointed, and she had spoken to Louisa with more harshness than usual when no callers came after the ball. Louisa's tears had stopped while her mind churned through the past several months of expenditures and missing household items. There had also been a lack of visitors over the past fortnight. Her mother's cronies had not, as per usual, come to spend a quarter of an hour gossiping. Louisa had not missed them. Her mother's friends were spiteful cats, or else simpering biddies only looking for Mrs. Banner's approval. Louisa grasped at the past, reaching back to memories of her father. He had always treated her fondly, if indulgently, until his passing 3 years before. "I thought Papa left us a fortune." "He left us a pittance. Most of his money was tied to that trading company." Mrs. Banner put her cup and saucer upon the table at her elbow, then folded her hands in her lap. "His partner ruined the business a year ago. I had hoped to find you a husband with money enough he could enjoy your beauty without wanting a fortune with it. It seemed I overestimated the value of your looks." The verbal slap cracked upon Louisa's heart and her pride. She might not have been a diamond of the first waters, as her mother had been at the same age, but she knew herself to be pleasant enough to look at. There were gentlemen who had said as much, admiring her lively brown eyes or rose-pink cheeks. Surely gentlemen did not say such things unless they meant them. "Mother." Louisa pulled her legs beneath her on the couch and wrapped her arms around one of the embroidered cushions, seeking comfort by holding on to whatever she could. She had long since given up hope of an embrace of any kind from her remaining parent. "If we are to lose the townhouse, where will we go?" News of the need to sell the house had been Mrs. Banner's start to the whole conversation regarding their downfall. Their worldly belongings were to be packed up and sold in lots. The furniture would stay with the house, and the money for it all would go to debts, according to Mrs. Banner. What debts they two could have that would necessitate selling the entirety of their possessions, Louisa could not fathom. They did not live expensively, did they? And they only had a few servants. "I intend to go to Mrs. Shirley. We have been friends since our youth, and she has been lonely since widowhood." Mrs. Shirley had a sharp tongue and a fondness for fat little dogs. Louisa hugged the cushion tighter as she admitted the thing she knew best about Mrs. Shirley. "Your friend does not like me. Not since I was a child." "No, her invitation to stay did not extend to you," Mrs. Banner sighed, for the first time showing a sign of something other than irritation. But Louisa knew well enough whatever emotion her mother felt, had more to do with the inconvenience of having a daughter than with her friend not much liking that daughter. I have made other arrangements. You are to go to Northumberland. Louisa's fingertips went numb with cold and her heart shrivelled within her breast. Northumberland? She whispered. Scarborough was a place of little consequence, but near enough Manchester that they had made the journey to the larger town many times in Louisa's lifetime. They had always travelled southward, and Louisa dreamed of going to London. But going northward? Your father's aunt lives in Harbottle, a village south of the border, not by much from what I remember. Mrs. Banner flicked her fingers dismissively. I will send you with the mail coach and a maid. Perhaps, while you are there, you might endear yourself to her. She has no children, and her husband left all he owned to her. Louisa tucked herself deeper into the corner of the sofa, with her throat so hot and closed she barely managed a whisper. I do not even know her. Why does she want me? Louisa hated herself for sounding small. If Louisa's own mother did not want her daughter about, why would an aunt Louisa had never heard of until that day? I wrote to her. Mrs. Banner averted her gaze to her lap, where she smoothed an imaginary wrinkle. Weeks ago. Her reply arrived this morning. I offered your services to her as a companion, and Mrs. Penrith agreed to let you come. The woman is over 60 years old, and Harbottle is not likely to provide much in the way of companionship to her. Harbottle? Louisa said the word with confusion. The village where your great-aunt lives. Mrs. Banner stood with her usual grace, but Louisa remained still upon the couch. She should not have felt so cold with a fire burning in the hearth and a shawl around her shoulders, yet she could not help but shiver when her mother looked down upon her. When will I go? Louisa asked. It did not occur to her to argue. Her mother had that look about her, the one that made Louisa think her mother formidable enough to face down a lion if she chose. Louisa never argued with her mother. Tomorrow. You have little to pack and less to manage. Louisa had always suspected she rather disappointed her mother with how she'd turned out. But as Louisa did her best in her studies, minded her manners, and always obeyed without question, it was difficult to understand why her mother never precisely approved of her only child. Louisa began to comment, but Mrs. Banner continued speaking, denying her the opportunity. It is a lengthy journey, and it will take you several days. I have gone to some expense to secure your seat inside the coach. Make the most of your time in Harbottle, child. I will check your trunk before dinner. Without another word, her mother left the room, the black of her gown fading from Louisa's sight. If her mother had already arranged everything, how long had she known she would send her only child away? Louisa waited, counting the seconds as they passed, then rose and fled the sitting room for her father's study. The room was unused, and the maid had stopped dusting it too. But when Louisa slipped inside, closing the door quietly behind her, she was transported back in time. Back to when her papa sat at the desk, smiling at her over his spectacles. She went to the windows and opened the curtains, pulling them back to allow the sunlight to stream inside. Most of her father's books were gone. Now Louisa knew why. Her mother likely had taken to selling them. She approached the shelves slowly, her eyes searching for a long book bound in red leather, hoping it was still there. When she found it, laying on its side beneath a stack of folded papers and rolled maps, she exhaled slowly. Her father's treasured copy of the Counties of England remained. With deft fingers, Louisa slid the book from its place. It was a slim volume for all that it was tall, and she knew it well. Before her father's death, they had examined the different counties and towns together. Here is Dover, her father had said, the place closest to France and Calais. And here is Cambridge, where I studied in my youth. Kent and Cambridgeshire were not what she was after at the moment. She turned the pages of the illustrated maps until she found Northumberland. Harbottle was in the north, her mother had said. The lettering was small, and Harbottle must not be a large village, for she did not immediately find it. After a few moments of looking, Louisa opened the top drawer of her father's desk and found his old magnifying glass. The glass was slightly yellow with age, its wooden handle well worn and starting to split at the base. She held the glass over the map, tracing the northern border of England with her eyes. There was Alnwick, the country seat on the eastern coast, and Newcastle at the southern border. Her eyes skimmed over names that made her hopes sink. They all sounded dismal. Low Bleakthorpe, Deadwater, Falston. And finally, just beside the River Cocket, she found it on the western border. The name on the map, small and insignificant, told her nothing about the place she must go. But there it was. It was real. Harbottle existed, and so too must the great aunt she had never heard mentioned before that afternoon. What had her mother called her? Mrs. Penrith. Louisa collapsed in her father's old chair, the scent of leather and dust mixing together to make her eyes water and nose itch. "Oh, Papa," she whispered, eyes upon the map. "What will become of me?" The room remained silent, and the shadows grew longer. Chapter 2. There were many ways in which a man might be cursed. One way was the curse of an unfortunate name such as Erasmus Grey. The desire to write fictional accounts of a fantastical nature was also a curse, enough of one that he used a nom de plume to avoid society's censure. But the man bearing both that name and that desire had yet more difficulties. He heard voices. Voices of people who were not actually alive. Lying in bed at an inn north of Bellingham, which was itself 20 miles south of his destination, Ras questioned his sanity. Again. As a gentleman of 28, he ought to be well enough grounded in reality to ignore imaginary voices, and he had tried to ignore them. For a fortnight. Then the voices started trying to get his attention during the day when he sat quietly at his desk. He intended to write, but instead sat and listened as a masculine and feminine voice discussed him with great determination. The voices were a recent occurrence. They had slipped into his unconscious mind first, in his dreams. Then he heard them while awake. They told him to return to Havenwood. So there he was, staring at the ceiling above him, in a bed not quite comfortable enough for sleep. Since deciding to undertake the journey to his family's ancestral home, the voices had fallen silent. Of course, his mother had been anything but silent when he'd told her his plans. "What do you mean you're going back to that horrid lodge?" she cried, fanning herself. "It will take you a week to get there, and the lodge is not even fully staffed. Erasmus, you promised me you would make an effort in London this season." Ras had pointed out the season was yet months away, but his mother had been inclined to believe he meant to hide in Harbottle for the rest of autumn and all the winter. Given that he had run away to Ipswich the previous year, on purpose that time, her fears were well founded. "I promise I will return to London no later than February," he had said. Surely the voices would have left him alone by then. Voices. Ras sat up in the creaking bed, rubbing at his forehead. The sun would rise soon, and the first stirrings in the inn's courtyard drifted through the walls and windows. It was time to rise if he wanted to be on the first coach northward. There was a long day of travel ahead, though he would be in Alwynton by the end of the evening if the roads were in good condition. He dressed without the aid of a servant. He'd left his valet behind. The manservant had nearly swooned at the idea of travelling to the tiny village of Harbottle, a place that barely warranted a mark on the map. Havenwood Lodge was not even in Harbottle proper. It sat in the woods between Alwynton and Harbottle. Alwynton held nothing of note, except an old church and perhaps 100 people. Harbottle was not much better. Harbottle boasted nothing but a single lane of buildings for a town and the ruins of a medieval castle. As a boy, he had climbed all over the ruins every summer, but after he went away to school, his family had moved to more permanent holdings nearer London. His mother had 2 sisters to think of after all. When Ras started down the stairs of the inn to go to the common dining hall, he saw a woman standing at the foot of the stairs and looking out the window. He had not seen her at dinner the night before in the common room. He would have remembered someone like her. She had round cheeks and a narrow chin, and her skin was pale as though she were worried or had been ill. Dark hair peeped out from beneath her bonnet, and her eyes were large and troubled. Though Ras knew society would not call the woman pretty, not in the traditional sense of the word, he found her quite striking, someone he could not help but notice. She did not see him, and she turned away without glancing even once in his direction. Then she went through the doorway and was gone. Ras sighed, though his disappointment made little sense. He could not have spoken to her, not without an introduction. What was more, his skills with the fairer sex were sorely lacking. When he opened his mouth to speak to a woman, he never knew if the largest curse he bore would appear. His stammer. The stammer that had kept him from speaking more than a few words to any young lady his mother threw in his path. Never mind that he had spent years overcoming that difficulty. Years of speaking around pebbles, of holding a silver plate in his mouth and reciting passages from the Bible in an attempt to cure himself. Years and years of whatever ridiculous treatment different doctors had attempted. But that was all beside the point. He was far too busy to give his attention to a lady at present. He had to get to Havenwood, to the family's old lodgings. Perhaps once he was there he could get to work on his next book. A bell sounded in the courtyard, alerting everyone inside the inn who wished to know that the first coach would be on its way in 5 minutes. He had missed his chance for breakfast, unless the innkeeper would part with a sandwich or rolls. In the flurry of activity preceding the first departure of the morning, Ras managed no more than a meat pasty wrapped in greasy paper before he had to get outside. The coach door snapped closed behind the last passenger of the interior, and it was left to Ras to either climb atop the vehicle or wait for the next. He contemplated what to do too long, and the decision was made for him when the coach pulled away. Taking a bite of the pastry, Ras shrugged to himself. He wasn't in any hurry after all. "That boy has no gumption," a voice growled in a burly Scottish brogue, seemingly in Ras's ear. He stiffened, but he did not bother to look over his shoulder for the speaker. He had done that too many times in London, earning his mother's glares for being inattentive. "You are too hard on him." That was the other voice, the proper and ladylike voice that reminded him of harps and violins. "He will get to Havenwood when he gets there." Ras said nothing. He had never verbally responded to the voices. To do so would be worse than telling someone about them. If he was not careful, he would be labelled a bedlamite and sent away. As the head of his family, Ras had a responsibility to maintain the family's good name, right along with his sanity. He took another bite of his breakfast and then turned back to the inn. The proprietor would know when to expect the next coach, and surrounding himself with the voices of people who were actually present was, for once, appealing. Chapter 3. There was no inn at Harbottle. The coachman stopped after driving down the narrow lane between 2 rows of buildings, houses and businesses both constructed of dark grey stone. When the door opened, no one but Louisa moved to step out. She climbed down from the coach and found her maid, a petite girl not much younger than Louisa, hired especially for the journey, accepting one of Louisa's boxes from the other coachman atop the vehicle. The maid stacked a small trunk, hat box, and another rectangular box upon the road. The empty road. No other carriages, horses, or people were in sight. The coachman tipped his hat to her, climbed atop his conveyance again, and a moment later the wagon wheels creaked away from her. Louisa wrapped her shawl tighter about her person and looked back at the village they had driven through. The only sign of life there was a cat sitting upon a stone windowsill. The little maid, Sarah, buttoned her coat. "Shall I go ask for directions, miss?" Louisa looked down the quiet street, then up at the darkening sky. The clouds pressed upon the land with a sense of urgency. Sarah bobbed a curtsy before turning on her heel and hurrying to the nearest stone house. She went to the door and knocked, then waited. Louisa watched, uncertain if anyone lived in the village at all. Ivy crawled up the buildings, and when she let her eyes wander a bit further down across the street from her maid, she saw only a short row of doors. The door in front of Sarah banged open, startling Louisa, but the maid must have had some warning. She smiled sweetly up at the person who answered. When she spoke, her voice was too soft for Louisa to hear. Sarah stepped back from the door, pointing in Louisa's direction, when a young man not much older than the maid stepped out. He looked directly at Louisa and grinned, showing a gap between his teeth. He slapped a cap upon his head and came out, his walk casual and rolling. "Good evening, miss. I'm Bert. Your maid says you need to get up to the manse." The manse. Yes, that was the name of the house her great-aunt Penrith had mentioned in the letter sent to Louisa's mother. Louisa only managed to nod, her neck stiff from travel and cold. "I'll get you on up, then." The man, who wasn't very far past boyhood, handed the round hat box to Sarah before taking up the trunk and rectangle box for himself. "It ain't far. Quick stretch of the legs'll have us there." And he took off, walking at a steady pace along the road in the direction the coach had vanished. Sarah followed him, and Louisa brought up the rear of their odd parade. "You can see the house from here. It's just past the old ruins." He tipped his head to the right. Ruins? Louisa looked to where he had gestured. A lone tower of stone poked up from behind the hill, like a crumbling stone wall, but much, much taller. It was covered in green moss and appeared quite lonely upon the landscape. "Old Harbottle Castle." Bert kept walking as he spoke, his easy, long-legged stride requiring Sarah and Louisa to run in order to keep up. "Not much to look at now, of course, but used to be the pride in Northumberland, if you believe the old stories. It's been useless now in 200 years, so the village started liberating the stone. The Unicorn, that's our public house, is all made of Castle Rock." Thunder rumbled in the distance, rolling across the hills. Fascinating. Louisa put a hand atop her bonnet to keep it from flying off. "Aye, but even though we've pulled the old castle down stone by stone, we've never found the hidden treasure." Though exhausted, Louisa's ears perked up at that. Hidden treasure? Bert nodded and cast her a sly sort of smile, though she sensed no malice or trickery in his friendly tone. "Aye, miss. Treasure as old as the feud with the Scottish. It's said that castle soldiers hid it on the grounds." Sarah snorted. "Nursery stories and nothing more, miss." Of course, the maid was right. Louisa looked down the road again. Treasure was something out of storybooks like brave knights and princesses in peril. As she was neither of those things, she'd best keep her thoughts grounded in the real world and her predicament. The wind attempted to take her bonnet again. Louisa clamped it firmly to her head. "How far did you say the manse is?" "Just there. See, the roof above the tree line on the left." Bert gestured with a quick jerk of his chin. Louisa found the dark slated roof easily, above the already naked branches of several trees. Autumn had come to this part of the country, with leaves both red and brown and some trees barren already surrounding the road. At least the house wasn't tucked back in the forest, with trees so crowded together they resembled a many-branched wall. Louisa had not seen many houses or villages during the last part of the drive. Harbottle, small as it was, existed in isolation from the rest of the world. Building things out of castle ruins. It was like something out of a Gothic novel. Louisa wasn't the sort to read Gothic novels. Rather, she enjoyed poking fun at the superstitious nonsense of ghosts, brooding heroes, and buried treasures. Her father told her that such romantic nonsense was for medieval minds. As a proud modern woman, Louisa lived firmly in the 19th century. Her mother scoffed at young ladies who wasted time with any pursuit that would not grant them a husband. As her daughter, Louisa had acquiesced to her mother's ideals. They came to the manse's gate. It was painted green rather than whitewashed, but that only made it blend in with the mossy rock wall. Sarah put the hatbox on her hip and hurried to open the latch. The house was 2 full stories, with enough space for a small attic above. Louisa peered up at the rather ordinary set of 3 windows on the top floor, trying to ignore the disappointment settling in her chest. The house did not look particularly dank or draughty, nor was it large enough to boast any sort of wealth. While not superstitious, she had hoped for at least a touch of mystery in the building. Only to provide a distraction from boredom, of course. The door flew open before Louisa continued up the walk, and a woman in a lace-edged white cap and spectacles came out. "Oh, dear girl, you must be Louisa. Land, you look like your grandmother, my sister, you know, your father's mother. Roberta was such a beauty, with roses in her cheeks. You poor dear turned out of your house, and that mother of yours, well, never mind." She had reached Louisa and engulfed her in a tight embrace and the scent of fresh bread. No one had ever hugged Louisa in such a way before, not even her father, though she would have called him demonstrative in affection. Hesitantly, Louisa put her arms around the woman's shoulders. "Sweet child, come inside. We'll have tea at once and dinner very soon." She ended the embrace only to take Louisa by the arm. "Bert, will you take that into the house? There's a good lad. Cook has biscuits if you want a few." She pulled Louisa along inside, giving direction to Bert and Sarah both. Before Louisa could even form an articulate sentence, she was sitting next to a hearth in a small parlour. "Thank you, Mrs. Penrith. You are very kind." She had expected a woman at least as stiff as her mother, given her age and status as a childless widow, but her great-aunt moved and spoke with energy and warmth. "You must call me Aunt Penrith. I will answer to nothing else." She sat in a chair near the fire and gestured for Louisa to take the matching seat opposite. "Your father was my favourite nephew. I can say that with a clear conscience, child. It pleases me greatly to have you here." Louisa forced herself to smile. "You are very kind, Aunt." She turned her eyes around the room, hoping to find something to spark a conversation. The parlour appeared as normal as any Louisa had ever seen. Pink floral paper adorned the walls. An oil painting of a castle hung over the fireplace mantel, and lavender curtains were pulled closed over the windows. The whole room felt soft, rather like a dream with rosy edges. "I am most relieved I have a home to offer you. I will say, though it is not as fine as what you are likely used to, it is of new construction and most comfortable." "New construction?" Louisa immediately thought of the rough grey stone walls and the green moss growing along the roadway. "Yes, old materials but new buildings. Why, Harbottle Castle is only 200 years old. The little houses for servants and the pub were built first, of course, so the builders would have a place to stay while they worked. Our house was built only 20 years ago, so it is the most modern of all the houses." "The castle?" Louisa untied her bonnet and lifted it away. "I only saw the ruins." And the man, Bert, had said the villagers used the castle ruins to build their homes. Aunt Penrith waved a hand before her spectacles. "Dear me, I am confusing things for you. There are 2 Harbottle castles. The first is in ruins. You likely saw the stick of old stone, there's not much left of it. That castle was built by Henry II to keep out the Scottish. I have heard it supposed the castle is of late 12th century construction. Now there is a new castle, built in the 17th century. It is only on the other side of the village. We call that one Harbottle Castle now. It belongs to Baron Erin, the Cunningham family. My husband was their steward." Louisa nodded, though still addled. Having the history of the village thrown upon her before she had even removed her coat made it unlikely she would remember all of it. Sarah came in with another woman, a woman appearing closer to her aunt's age. The older servant put down a tray holding both a coffee kettle and a teapot, while Sarah had a plate of sandwiches and biscuits. "You have come at a rather dreadful time of year, what with the weather turning so cold. Did you know we're only 10 miles from Scotland? It means we get the very worst of weather, and storms at times, but I suppose it is not all bad. Are you one for taking walks? There are beautiful paths everywhere." Her great-aunt rattled on without allowing Louisa to respond, but she did hand Louisa a cup of tea while she spoke. "Tomorrow is Sunday. We will walk together to church through Havenwood. St. Michael's is 1.5 miles down the road. Why the people who built Harbottle Castle did not think to build us our own church, I do not know. I keep asking if the Baron will not sponsor such a project, but he says there is not enough of us to warrant our own meeting house." When Aunt Penrith paused to take a bite of biscuit, Louisa made the most of the momentary pause in conversation. "I do so look forward to attending services with you, Aunt, but it has been a very long day in the coach. Would it be terribly rude of me to go up to bed? These sandwiches will tide me over until morning, and you have no need to worry over my dinner." "Bless me, I did not think. Of course you are tired. Finish your sandwich, then I will show you to your room. We have a very small house here and a small staff, but your room is quite comfortable. It is directly next to mine, and your window looks out over the kitchen garden and the sheep fields. Do you like sheep?" It took another 1/4 hour of chatter and nibbling at sandwiches before Aunt Penrith took Louisa up to her room. It was much smaller than the one she had enjoyed in her father's house, which she now supposed belonged to someone else entirely. There was a soft rug upon the floor, a small hearth to keep her room warm, a comfortable bed and a writing desk. Sarah helped Louisa undress in silence. The 2 of them were stuck, as far from home as either had ever been. Sarah had agreed to wait upon Louisa for a year, and Louisa had the coins meant to pay the maid's salary. After the year was up, Sarah might go free with praising references, but Louisa had no thought of what would become of her. The rain fell softly, the occasional drops blown into the window by the wind. Louisa tucked herself into bed, pulling the blankets tight around her. The room's grey walls closed in upon her, and thunder grumbled far enough away to make her think the storm intended to quiet for the night. There was no papa to save her, no mamma to tell her what to do next, and no large house full of servants ready to see to her every need. Louisa was quite alone in a strange and empty place, with little hope for better in the future. The old hunting lodge, built in the 17th century and maintained by a skeleton staff, sat back in the forest as though it had sprouted up from the mossy ground. The black poplar trees and sessile oaks embraced the edges of the lodge, reclaiming the timber beams for the woodlands. Havenwood Lodge. That's what his ancestors had called it, due to the fact the timber came from the forest's black poplar trees when it had been built. Perhaps, Raz thought as he stood gazing up at the structure, he could write a story set at the lodge. A tale about an old recluse who lived away from the world in a dark forest. With the rain spattering the top of his hat, it was no wonder he imagined a rather morbid story most unlikely to attract a large crowd of readers. Raz went for the front door, though he knew no one expected him. He hadn't sent word of his coming. There were 4 servants who lived at the lodge year-round, even though his family rarely visited. The housekeeper and groundsman were a married couple, their daughter a maid, and their son a man of all work for Raz's family. He swung the large iron knocker, beating it loudly against the oak door. He waited, turning to look down the overgrown drive that came up from the road. The coach had let him off in Alwynton, though Raz could have climbed out at Harbottle just as easily. The 2 little villages were only a mile apart, and his home was in the west wood directly between them. The coachman hadn't wanted to stop directly beside the path to Raz's ancestral house. He insisted it was a prime place for bandits. Not in Raz's entire lifetime, all 28 years of it, had he even heard of thieves or robbers in that part of the world. The door to the lodge opened, pulling him back to the present. He turned, a broad smile on his face. "Hello, Mrs. Douglas." The housekeeper raised her lantern higher in the air. "Is that you, Master Erasmus?" Shorter than him by a foot, she hadn't changed at all since he'd last seen her. The woman still had a riot of red hair, with curls peeping out of her white cap, and a wrinkled face that promised cheerful smiles rather than stern warnings. "Oh, my dear boy, it is you! Come in from the cold." She swung the door open wide. Raz picked up the trunk he had brought with him. He had only brought essential items, including a stack of paper, bottles of ink, and pens. He didn't bother with more than a few sets of clothing, as he had no intention of being sociable enough to be seen. Mr. Douglas appeared in the dark hall leading back to the kitchens. "Everything all right, darling?" "It's Master Erasmus." Mrs. Douglas hastened around him, waving her hands in the air. "Send Billy for the trunk." "It's no trouble, Mrs. Douglas." Raz spoke slowly and firmly as he went to the foot of the stairs and put the trunk there. "I'll see to it myself when I go up. I imagine Billy has gone home for the evening." Billy was their son, married and living in Alwynton when not at work on the lodge. They had written to Raz's father when each of their children married, and the elder Mr. Grey had sent them gifts to congratulate them. Raz had seen the entries for the marriages and gifts in his father's ledger kept in London. "Oh, where's my mind gone? Of course Billy isn't here." Mrs. Douglas's shoulders fell. "Here I was, thinking back 10 years ago to when you were both boys. I suppose I oughtn't to call you Master Erasmus any more either. It's hard to think that your father is no longer with us." Mr. Douglas had come up the corridor and put an arm around his wife's shoulders. "There, my love. It's no wonder your mind went to the past, what with Mr. Grey before you, looking fine as ever. Welcome home, sir." Mr. Douglas inclined his head. "I'm sorry the house isn't ready for you. Jill might have set your room to rights had she known you were coming. The missus and me were just finishing up our dinner. Have you ate?" "No, I haven't. A mouthful of bread or cheese or anything you have at all would be most welcome." Raz took off his hat and put it on the column at the end of the stair rail. He followed the servants down the corridor. "Perhaps I should have sent word of my arrival.
I do not mean to put you out, but I had good reason for coming as I did."
"It's your house, Mr. Grey. You might come and go as you please." Mrs. Douglas went to the stove in the kitchen, moving with haste and purpose. Mr. Douglas gestured to the table in the corner where servants usually took their repast. Ras remembered well enough sitting there in his boyhood, usually between maids who fussed whether he had enough jam on his toast. He sat across from the groundskeeper.
"I wanted to make certain to keep my arrival a secret."
Mr. Douglas, who had been luring himself back into his chair, halted the movement. His wife turned, a ladle full of stew in one hand.
"A secret?" Mr. Douglas resumed, taking his seat. "Is something the matter, lad?"
"Are you in trouble, sir?" Mrs. Douglas held perfectly still, her eyes wide.
Ras shook his head quickly. "No, nothing like that." He chuckled and leaned back in his chair. "It is only that I want privacy while I am here. I have no wish to entertain or be entertained by my neighbours. I have come in search of peace and quiet."
The room was quiet except for the sounds of rain outside the lodge, until Mr. Douglas began to nod slowly.
"I imagine London isn't a quiet place. Never been myself. But I heard there's over 1 million people living there. More people than trees in a forest." He tapped the table with one finger. "It isn't natural everyone's stuffed in one place like that."
Mrs. Douglas clicked her tongue upon the roof of her mouth. "It's no wonder you want some peace, Mr. Grey. We'll be sure to tell Billy and Jill that they're not to talk of your being here."
Ras accepted the bowl of stew she placed before him. "Thank you. You should both know that I won't need much looking after. I'll need use of a bedroom and the old study downstairs. No formal meals, just a tray will do."
"Of course, sir." Mrs. Douglas fetched him a mug of ale, then went to work cleaning up. Mr. Douglas stayed at the table and passed a bit of time asking after the condition of the roads and relaying what his work consisted of in the autumn. Once his bowl and mug were empty, Ras asked Mr. Douglas to lead the way upstairs carrying a lamp. He insisted on carrying his own trunk, knowing its weight might be too much for the older man. It was likely time for Mr. Douglas's son Billy to take over his father's duties. Perhaps Ras would see about that arrangement while at the lodge. "The room will need a proper airing tomorrow," Mrs. Douglas said, following along behind them. "But we did a cleaning out of the bedrooms a fortnight ago."
"I'm certain everything will be comfortable." Ras followed them down the hall to the master's chamber, the largest of all the bedrooms. The Douglases bid him good evening, then went away, leaving him one of the lamps. He heard them talking to each other as they returned down the corridor, back to the kitchen most likely. Ras shut the door behind them, then leaned against it as he surveyed the room. He heard Mrs. Douglas's voice, the words growing softer as she and her husband walked away.
"Did you hear how fine he spoke? Not a hint of that stammer."
Despite his long struggle with the stutter, or perhaps because of it, his heart momentarily lifted with pride. They had noticed. His smile faded quickly, though, as he took in the room before him. He had never slept in the room that had always belonged to his parents. His father had been alive at their last visit. A large bed draped in deep blue velvet curtains sat in the centre of the room. Large windows on either side of the bed were closed and shuttered, muffling the sound of the storm outside. Ras stared at the scene, lit only by the dim glow of the lamp, and his mind worked upon it. There the baronet slept, surrounded by ancient wealth, yet as alone and poor in spirit as the old hermit living in the woods. Not a bad start to a chapter. Ras went to his trunk, unlatching it in haste. While the line was not brilliant, it was something. He had struggled for weeks to come up with an idea for a new book, and his publisher had sent several letters asking Ras if he had another story. "He's talking to himself again," a voice familiar and unwanted said with disapproval. The female voice, as usual, came to his defence. "He is a writer. It is part of his creative process." "A writer?" The Scottish male snorted. How could a voice snort without a nose? "He could be talking to us, but he'd rather talk to nothing. Just his fiction humbug." Ras refused to look up from his search for writing implements. "Must you use that horrid word?" the woman's voice reproved. "It's common vernacular now." The Scot sounded amused. "A low-born word will always be low-born. You English, always so proper." Though the words were dismissive, the tone sounded oddly affectionate. Raz found everything he needed and took his armful of supplies to the table. He used a pencil and his workbook to jot down the line from before, studiously ignoring the disembodied bickering happening inside his mind. They continued on, lobbing mild insults at each other until the man's language changed to something indecipherable. Celtic, perhaps? Tipping back on the legs of his chair, a thing for which his mother would rap his knuckles, Raz had nearly succeeded in tuning out the argument. He was considering his baronet and why the man might be aware his life was empty, when the lady's voice sounded once more. "Erasmus Grey, if you think you can wag that tongue at me." The crash of Raz's chair hitting the ground with him in it cut off whatever it was the woman had been prepared to say. He scrambled to his feet, looking around wildly. "That's my name." He hadn't meant to say that aloud, but apparently the voices were stunned to speechlessness. There were several moments of absolute silence, stretching on so long that Raz wondered if his fall had frightened the voices away. Then, in a low tone, the male voice answered him. "Aye, lad. You were named after me." And then, to Raz's shock, a man appeared standing before him. A man in a kilt. "Erasmus, you old fool." A woman appeared next, directly beside the man, wearing a gown almost 2 centuries out of date. Raz fell to his knees, thankfully upon a carpet, though he still winced. They were there. His voices were in the lodge with him. "I have lost all sanity," he whispered. Then he fell forward, everything going black an instant before his nose hit the carpet. Chapter 4. Far away, Raz heard birds singing. Birds? In London? He groaned and turned, his whole body aching and stiff with cold. Why was he wearing shoes? And what? No. How had he fallen asleep on the floor? With questions spinning through his fuzzy head, Raz pushed into a sitting position and looked about. The room was dark, with only narrow slants of light coming in through the windows. One of the shutters had blown open a crack during the storm the night before. Havenwood, that's where he was, in the woods west of Harbottle. He rose with a groan, all his muscles protesting, and went to open the windows. As soon as he pushed the shutters open, the sunlight hit him full force. The lodge faced east, and it was late enough that the sun had begun peeping over the trees. Raz backed up until he sat upon his bed. The night before he must have fallen and hit his head. In his sleep he had dreamed up people to match the voices in his head. As a writer he had an active imagination. That's all it was. Dreams. Raz rubbed at his head looking for the bump that caused it all, but he found nothing. He saw the old bell pull from the corner of his eye. Rather than spend another moment alone, he reached for it, only to still when he heard the sound of church bells in the distance. Alwynton's church, St. Michael's and All Angels, was the only place for the faithful in the parish to flock. That meant Mr. and Mrs. Douglas were likely not home. No matter. He could care for himself well enough. After dressing, he would poke about the kitchen for food, then go on a ramble through the woods. His story. Hadn't he written notes the night before? Raz went to the small desk in the room and found his notebook and pencil. He read the single line written from the night before. He had a lonely baronet as a character. Surely there was a great deal he could do with that. Food and a walk might shake loose more ideas from his unreliable head. Raz dressed himself hastily, with his cravat knotted rather than elegantly tied, and he tucked his notebook and pencil in a pocket of his coat. The silence of the lodge pressed in on him as he left his room, entering the dark corridor. The air was still and cold, the corridor lit by the windows on either end and nothing else. Though he navigated through the shadows with some haste, Raz kept his shoulders squared. He wasn't afraid, after all. He'd never been afraid of the lodge. Portraits and landscapes hung along the corridor, but it was too dark for him to make out any distinguishing features of the artwork. A few even had sheets thrown over them, likely to protect them from sunlight and dust, given that no family members were at home to enjoy them. At the top of the stairs, more light streamed in from a window on the opposite wall, above the front door. The moment Raz stepped into the sunlight, his posture relaxed. He went down with a lighter step. As he had suspected, the kitchen was empty, but a fire had been banked and the stove glowed warmth. He found a pot of coffee as well as a covered plate with eggs, bacon and toast. Though the food was no longer hot, he ate it gratefully and without bothering to sit. Raz pilfered an apple and several biscuits, wrapping them up in his handkerchief before leaving by the kitchen door. The woods called to him. The cheerful whistles of birds and the friendly rustling of leaves tugged him into the paths of his childhood. With a fine day before him, the October sunlight cold and bright, Raz pushed away all thoughts of the voices and his strange dream from the night before. Where London closed in upon Raz, crowding out all ability to think, the countryside allowed him to breathe deeply and well. Nature would prove a better muse than any of the young ladies his mother wished him to court. In the woods, Raz could be himself. In drawing-rooms he could hardly speak without fear of stuttering over his words, or else saying the wrong thing entirely with perfect enunciation. His rambling down a familiar path brought him at last to the old cemetery. It had belonged to the family for centuries, and had been where the majority of his ancestors and their most trusted servants were buried, back when the lodge had been their only home. Back when, in fact, another building entirely stood where the lodge now stood. Raz settled beneath a tree, looking out over the old, crumbling headstones and monuments. There were perhaps 30 stones, with names mostly lost to the weathering of the rock. As a boy, he had most irreverently climbed all about the place, making up stories about the people whose earthly remains were under his feet. He invented his ancestry and told himself fabulous tales about dragon slayers and pirates who had been buried there. "This one was a knight at the old castle," he would say, "defending England against the Scottish." Then he'd pretend to be that knight, spying on Scotland's border or daring them to cross and make war. For the most part, he played alone. Not many children came into the woods surrounding the lodge, and still fewer would have wanted to make a graveyard their playing ground. There had been a handful of children at the castle on the other side of Harbottle who played with him from time to time, but he found they mostly lacked the dramatic ability necessary for his particular games, and they had teased him rather mercilessly when he stammered. Raz took out his notebook and pencil. The baronet spent his days wandering the woods in search of occupation. He nodded to himself. Beginning a story with a restless hero would work. But what adventure would he make the man stumble upon? He folded his arms and leaned back against the tree, closing his eyes in thought. Upon waking, Louisa was given the message that her great-aunt wished to see her at once. As Louisa's mother had often sent an early morning summons to her daughter, Louisa could not be put out by the instruction. Sarah helped her mistress dress quickly, and it was less than a quarter of an hour after getting out of bed that Louisa appeared in her aunt's room. Aunt Penrith remained abed, a cloth upon her forehead and the housekeeper at her side. "Oh, there you are, dear girl." Aunt Penrith sounded rather hoarse, though she smiled amiably and removed the cloth. "I am afraid I overdid things yesterday. I woke with a swollen throat and aching head." "I am terribly sorry, Aunt. Should we send for a doctor?" Louisa approached slowly, hands clasped before her. She had never attended a sick room before. Mother always sent Louisa away and wished for no one to see her in anything other than perfect health. "Dear me, a doctor in Harbottle." Her aunt's eyes sparkled at the idea. "No, dear one, there is no doctor to attend to us here, but the apothecary in Alwynton will come by after church services, which I will no longer attend. I thought to ask if you would like to go yourself or wait until I am well enough so I might make introductions." She winced when she swallowed, her voice rasping out the last words. "I will wait for you, of course, Aunt Penrith." Louisa came another step nearer the bed, putting her hand to the post on one corner. With some hesitancy, she asked, "Might I do anything for you?" Although Louisa could not think what her aunt might want. What was it people did in sick rooms? Fed the invalid broth? Hovered with a basin in case one needed to cast up their accounts? Her insides squirmed. Surely there was something else she might do. But her mother's lessons on being a gentlewoman had never included looking after others. It occurred to Louisa that it was a gross oversight in her education. "You are kind." Her aunt leaned back against her pillows. But what I want most for myself is rest, and what I want for you is good health. Perhaps you may read to me this afternoon. At present, I should like you to have a good breakfast and then go for a walk. A girl used to the dirty air of the city ought to enjoy a cleansing walk in the countryside. I do not wish you to be ill."
Louisa stared at her aunt without knowing what to say. She had never walked about in the country. What if she became lost?
Do you have a place you would like me to go? Down the road, perhaps? A good public place for a young lady."
Aunt Penrith closed her eyes, though she continued speaking.
"Perhaps to the church and back again. It is only a mile, and you will not become lost."
Louisa's cheeks warmed. Had her uncertainty been so apparent? Or perhaps her aunt only guessed at Louisa's reasons for hesitating.
"The weather will close in on us soon enough, dear girl. Winter will be here before we are ready."
Her great-aunt brought a handkerchief to her nose and sniffed.
"Best to enjoy the clear days while we can."
After exchanging an uncertain glance with the housekeeper, who was as old as her great-aunt and had a kind, smiling face, Louisa stepped back enough from the bed to curtsy. "As you wish. I will fortify myself for the exercise. Perhaps I will find an adventure to bring back, or at least some wildflowers." Her aunt's eyes opened again, shining with humour and kindness.
"There is a pretty thought. Go on with you, dear. I expect to hear all about your adventure when you return."
The kind admonishment made Louisa feel more a child of nursery age than a woman grown. Yet when last had anyone encouraged her to do something merely for the sake of enjoying herself? Louisa's mother meant well enough, attempting to secure her daughter's future, but every outing and purchase made for the last several years had been with the hopes of Louisa securing a husband, or a better place in society from which to continue her husband hunt. In most places no one would let Louisa out of doors without a maid or chaperone, but Aunt Penrith hadn't seemed to think either necessary. At least she had not mentioned Louisa taking anyone with her. A walk would not be a true adventure like those found in the books her mother would not allow Louisa to read. Still, the idea of going out on her own was somewhat exhilarating, even if it was only down the road to a nearby village and back. She entered the small dining room to find Sarah waiting with a covered dish.
"I was told to keep your breakfast warm for you, miss."
Sarah curtsied, then took the cover off a plate of eggs, ham, and toast with jam. "Thank you." The table was small, seating only 6 people at the most. Her aunt must not be given to entertainment. Sarah excused herself, leaving Louisa alone. Though she did not have a gaggle of friends to follow her about, nor a particular friend with whom to spend her idle hours, Louisa had never truly been alone. Her mother was always about to tell Louisa how to act, or a servant waited upon Louisa, or someone gossiped nearby. The silence of the room as she ate pressed in upon her. A clock somewhere in the house chimed the hour. No noise of traffic upon the street, of carriages and bridles rattling as people passed by, made everything entirely too still and quiet. Perhaps it would be easier to be out of doors, where at least the birds would be about to make noise. Louisa drank her tepid coffee quickly, then rose from the table and went to her room. Once there, she gave a quick tug to the pull cord beside her bed. She would dress and be on her way, enjoying fresh air and freedom for the first time in her memory. With her travelling clothes yet to be pressed, and nothing else in her trunk specifically for walking, Louisa found her sturdiest gown of dark brown. The colour reminded her of chocolate and coffee, and the fabric itself was warm and comfortable. Mother detested the gown, saying it made her look like a brown blotch upon a painting, given her hair and eye colour were the same shade. The door opened and Sarah slipped in. She curtsied. "You rang, miss?" "Yes. Will you help me put these things on? I wish to go for my walk right away." That sounded rather lovely. If the walk proved as enjoyable as she hoped, it might become a regular part of her schedule. "Yes, miss." The maid came forward, neither smiling nor frowning. What did Sarah make of their change in circumstance? She hadn't had much say in things, no more than Louisa, in fact. Her choice had been to seek employment elsewhere or to spend another year waiting on Louisa. Almost, Louisa asked Sarah how she fared. But Mother discouraged familiarity with servants. A conversation of such a personal nature would certainly be frowned upon. As Louisa had already flouted her mother's opinion in her choice of clothing, she kept her lips closed over the question. Freedom beckoned,
and there was no reason to dampen her excitement by thinking of her mother's disapproval. Louisa wore the brown gown with her deep purple pelisse for warmth. Black gloves and her bonnet finished the outfit, with the shoes from the day before. "Will you be all right, miss?" Sarah asked, avoiding Louisa's eyes. Did the maid disapprove of Louisa wandering about without an escort? Louisa attempted to speak lightly. "I think so. If I am not back in 2 hours, perhaps send out a search party." Hopefully nothing of the kind would prove necessary. Going down a country road a mile and then turning round ought to be simple enough for even her. When Louisa stepped out the front door, the path to the gate clear and lined by little flowers, she pulled in a deep breath. The air was crisp, with a hint of the rain from the day before still in its scent. Her lungs ached a moment until she breathed out and in again to accustom them to the chill. "A beautiful day," she murmured to herself. The sky was more grey than blue, but there was no threat of rain. The clouds were too high and mere wisps rather than the big dark things they had been the day before. With a nod to herself, Louisa firmed up her resolve and stepped onto the gravel path. Once through the swinging gate, her eyes swung eastward. The trees blocked her view of Harbottle and the castle ruins, though she knew they were near, and she could hear the river just across the road, as well as catch a glimpse of where it bent towards her. With the birds singing in the trees above, she began her walk in earnest. How did one walk in the countryside? In Scarborough there was always a destination in mind, such as a shop or a house to visit. Her mother had rarely let her go to a park, unless Mrs. Banner accompanied her in the hopes of seeing a particular friend or person of note. There were no time constraints as Louisa walked along the road, her great-aunt's stone wall to her left. No one expected her. No one waited upon her or walked with her. If she did not go to the church, no one would know but herself. The feeling of independence flooded her with energy, and her step quickened. She made it all the way to the corner of the Penrith property, where the stone wall met another at a right angle. The road met with a path there, less trodden upon, given the amount of grass springing up between patches of pebbles. There was no sign, so the road was likely a private one to a house. Her aunt hadn't mentioned any neighbours to the west. Louisa's eyes traced the path, and her imagination wondered to who might live in that direction. An enormous pine, split and growing in a V shape, stood at the precise spot where the path diverged from the road, as though it too were divided as to which path would prove more interesting. With a sigh, Louisa continued around the small bend and saw the road open into a long, straight line beneath the trees. She had lost the sound of the river, and the wall of stone to her right had nearly crumbled away. Far ahead, between branches, she saw a bare hill that likely served as more pasture land for sheep. She kept walking, the long path stretching before her far less interesting than she had hoped, until her eye caught something purple growing on her left. Louisa turned, searching out the little bits of colour among the green and brown drabness of the forest floor. Tiny bell-shaped flowers grew on bending stems, the purple petals as delicate as lace. Louisa went to them without thought, smiling to herself. She had said she would gather wildflowers after all, and these looked rather perfect. Further in, near a clump of wet leaves, she spotted several little white blooms growing from a reddish stem. Though she had hoped for flowers she knew, such as bluebells, daisies and forget-me-nots, these were just as lovely, though sparse. October was apparently not a good month for flowers. A thought gave her pause. Her mother always ordered flowers in from hothouses, no matter the time of year. Then she instructed a servant in their arrangement. Before the flowers withered, they were replaced without fail. Wildflowers were never permitted in the bowls and vases strewn about the house. The forbidden element of her activity served to increase Louisa's enjoyment. Perhaps I am a wicked creature for feeling so. But she didn't stop to dwell upon that thought. Louisa followed the flowers deeper into the wood, accumulating a handful of blooms, each lovely and smelling more beautiful than the arrangements in her mother's vases. A lock of hair fell from her bonnet, brushing across her cheek. Louisa tucked it back as she straightened and stilled. A large, fat raven sat on the lowest branch of a tree. It stared at her, head tipped to one side, as though confused by her presence. "Good morning." Louisa couldn't help but speak the greeting, and the sound of her voice in the restful sounds of the woods brought her back to herself. She turned around to where she thought she had entered the wood, but there was no path behind her, only a wall of trees. The raven cawed at her, pulling her attention back to him. He was preening without care for her predicament. No matter how slowly she turned in a circle, searching through the trees, she saw no sign of the road nor anything else familiar. Botheration! The woods cannot be too large. There was that clearing ahead on the road, and there are pastures all about for the sheep. This time, when the raven looked up at her, it cackled like an old crone laughing. Louisa shuddered. Her predicament had all the makings of a scene in a Gothic novel. "Stuff and nonsense," she whispered. The phrase a familiar one often uttered by her mother whenever Louisa expressed a nonsensical notion. "If I begin walking in one direction, I must find my way out of these trees, eventually. Then it is only a matter of getting around them back to the road." Louisa looked to the raven as it was her only audience. "I don't suppose you wish to be helpful?" With one last squawk, which sounded decidedly rude, the bird hopped off the branch and into the air. He flew low through the trees, making a terrible racket as he went. With no better indication of where she ought to walk, Louisa followed the bird. Her eyes continually swept the woodland floor, looking for a path or perhaps her own shoe print to follow back the way she had come. But she saw nothing. Nothing but old wet leaves and mossy rocks. The woods were dark with shadows, though many trees were already shedding their leaves in preparation for their winter sleep. So when Louisa saw a break in the trees, with light streaming down ahead of her, her heart leapt. That didn't take long. Heart lighter, her steps quickened. She kept her flowers in one hand and lifted her skirt higher with the other, allowing for a longer stride and ease stepping over sticks and stones. She emerged into the sunlight, her face tipped upward. Her breath escaped in a laugh of relief. The cackling call of the raven brought her attention back down before her, where the bird hopped out onto a stone. A tall, flat stone with words engraved upon it. Words and dates. "Here rests Caspar Elias Grey. Born 1712. Died 1759. An inscription in Latin underneath had been overcome by grass and leaves. Louisa's gaze swept the clearing. It was quite small, surrounded by trees, and dotted with tombstones and grave markers. Some were so old the grey rock had turned entirely green. There were curved stones and stones with carved scrollwork. A few were lopsided, and one stone appeared broken in half. "Gothic novel indeed," Louisa whispered, clutching her flowers closer to her chest. At least the sky was bluer than before, and there was nothing at all frightening waiting for her amid the stones. Indeed, this was a stroke of luck. There had to be a path leading away from the cemetery to a house, road, or chapel. If she picked her way around the edges, she would find her way. As she went, walking along the right-hand side, Louisa read what she could on the tombstones. Some names were quite familiar, such as Mary and William, but others made her smile to herself. Barnabas, Eugenia, Delphinium, and Eliana. The dates went as far back as the 1600s. She made it to the far corner, then walked along with her eyes on the woods to her side, then back to the stones. Alfred, Adina, Mary, Bronwyn, Forber, Richard, Erasmus. When exactly the man appeared ahead of her she did not know. But one moment she knew herself to be alone, except for her feathered friend tapping his beak upon a stone, and the next there was a man beneath the trees. The shadows covered him enough so as to hide his features, but she could at least tell the man was tall and without a hat. He stood with feet apart and shoulders squared, and she saw the flash of his eyes in the shade staring at her. Her heart thrummed against her chest with alarm, reminding her with its haste how precarious a position she was in. Lost, without a chaperone, in a strange wood. If the man attacked, would there be anyone near enough to hear her scream? What was she to do? Stupidly she spoke as she had to the raven. Quiet, calm. "Good morning." The man did not move, nor did he speak for the space of several heartbeats. When he did, his voice was quiet and almost hoarse. Good morning." Was it difficult for him to speak? Why? "Please, sir, I am lost." It would be best to find out right away what sort of man he was, she reasoned. If she appealed to him for help and he gave none, she would flee. "My name is Louisa Banner. I am staying with my aunt in Harbottle. Harbottle? The man took a step back, then he slowly raised a hand and pointed to the opposite side of the yard. Louisa dared to look in that direction, glimpsing a small archway. Perhaps a path lay beneath and beyond. She looked back at the man. "Thank you, sir. You are most kind." She twisted the stems of the flowers in her hand. "Are you... that is... might I know your name?" This time he seemed to experience no difficulty in speaking, and his voice remained low. It sent her shivering to hear him speak, though the tone was not at all unpleasant. "Erasmus Grey." Louisa's breath caught. She took a step back, looking down at the stone closest to her again. There was the same name. Erasmus Grey, loyal subject to the king, loving husband to his wife. Born 1575, died 1638. No, surely not. She looked up again, but the man had vanished. Louisa clutched the flowers to her chest, looking about for the man, but to no avail. He was truly gone. Her raven ignored her as she ran past him through the memorial stones and to the archway. Beneath the arch she found a gravel and dirt path nearly overcome by grass. She followed it with haste, each step making her wince at the crunching sound they made. She came to a wider path, meant for carriages and horses, and followed it downhill until she stumbled upon the same road with the pine tree at the divide. Her aunt's house was near, around a small bend. She had not been far from the manse at all. But she had certainly had something of an adventure. With hands shaking, she put all thought of visiting Alwynton away, and instead walked at a fast clip back to where she had started. First talks of ruined castles and treasure, then a meeting with a ghost in a graveyard. No, there must be some other explanation. Louisa shook her head, trying to clear away the fear, but it did not well and truly go until she had her hand upon her aunt's gate. She bit her lip and looked back to the edge of the woods. "I do not believe in ghosts," she whispered to the air. A raven called in the distance. Louisa shuddered once more, then hurried back into her aunt's house where she might find a warm fire, a cosy blanket, and absolutely nothing of a sinister nature. Chapter 5. "I am 1,000 times a fool," Raz said aloud long after the hauntingly beautiful Miss Banner had disappeared from sight. He had taken the opportunity to hide the moment her gaze had left him, like a coward. He hadn't stuttered that terribly in months, mostly due to the fact he hadn't spoken to any lovely women in that time. The fairer sex never failed to bring his stammer out, and the stammer never failed to drive the women away. Sitting beneath the same tree where he had been when she appeared in the graveyard, Raz leaned his head back against the trunk and stared up into the foliage. The green leaves were all turned orange, the bright colour mocking his dismal mood. It had been the same woman from the inn. He felt certain of that. He could not soon forget the dark-haired beauty with her wide eyes and heart-shaped face. She had appeared pale today and worried. All his instincts had been to step from beneath the tree and give her aid. Whatever trouble she had was his to vanquish. But then he had opened his mouth. Raz lowered his head and covered it with both hands. His mother and their physician insisted that Raz didn't stammer as much as he used to, and their never-ending stream of advice to make certain he didn't have difficulty trickled through his mind. "Think before you speak. Take a moment to rehearse what you wish to say. Your elocution exercises must be practiced daily. Take a draught of whiskey with honey, cream and lemon, age it a day, then drink the whole of it before breakfast with a raw egg." Sometimes those things worked. Except the whiskey. It only left him with a sour stomach. But today, Miss Banner had surprised him. She had materialised before he could practice his words, addressed him before he could think on what to say, and had stared at him as though she had seen a ghost. "A ghost," he murmured, lifting his head from his hands. He thought on his dream, of the man and woman who had appeared before him, the man bearing the name Erasmus. It was hard to believe 2 sets of parents had cursed a boy with such a ridiculous name. The voices seemed to know when he was thinking of them, because they had returned. "In my day, a bonny lass dinna make a man fall apart. The lad looks as though he's gonna balk. Raz squeezed his eyes shut. Perhaps the modern man is more sensitive than you. It certainly would be an improvement. The woman's voice sounded as though she were ready to scold the manly voice, which sounded considerably more Scottish today. Och, look, my heart. 'Tis my grave marker. At that, Raz's eyes opened wide. This was new. And there, standing in the light of day, he saw two people. The same two from his dream. A man in a kilt, wearing boots and a grey coat, and a belt holding the whole of it together. Behind him a pace, peering over his shoulder down at a tombstone, was a woman in a deep blue gown with a lacy white collar at her neck. I have seen it before, sir. You will recall I am the one who commissioned it. Raz stared at them, horror curling about his throat and tightening his stomach. They were there. In daylight, just as Miss Banner had been, and discussing the fact that at least one of them was dead and buried in the ground. The woman raised her gaze, meeting Raz's, and smiled. I think he might be ready to listen to us now. The man looked up too. Aye, he looks full awake. Raz shook his head. Were he 10 years younger, he likely would have clapped his hands over his ears. No! He shot to his feet. No! No, no, no! He couldn't be certain if he was stuttering or being emphatic, so muddled were his thoughts. You aren't real. Dinna be a tomshy, lad. We're as real as yourself. The Scotsman chuckled and folded his arms over his broad chest. Though we're not alive. That's enough, Erasmus. The woman swatted the man's arm. No need to frighten him any further. She turned her attention back to Raz, a gentle smile upon her face. Since my husband is behaving intolerably, I had best take it upon myself to make introductions. This is Erasmus Grey, Esquire. I am his wife, Lady Elizabeth, daughter of the Earl of Finley. We are your several times over great-grandparents. We built the lodge, the man said, jerking his head in the direction of the house, the year after we were married. Raz approached them, somewhat slowly. They looked real enough, but he had never spoken to the voices. Would doing so now mark him as a lunatic? Yet he could both see and hear them, and nothing else in his life marked him as mad. How can you be real? He asked in a whisper. You dinna think a person disappears just because their body gets old, do ye? Have ye not learned your theology, lad? The woman elbowed the man, her husband, in the side. Theology aside, as we are most certainly not supposed to speak of such things, we have come to visit you for a purpose, Erasmus. Ye canna call us both Erasmus, the man said, rubbing the spot where she had prodded him. Glowering at him for the interruption, the woman continued speaking. Very well. Raz for him, and Old Boar for you. There's no call for that. The man unfolded his arms and lowered his head, somewhat sheepishly. She ignored him, turning her full attention back to Raz. Grandson, we have come from beyond. She waved her hand somewhat dismissively. Because we are concerned for you and the future of our family. You see, in very rare circumstances, ancestors are permitted to offer, shall we say, guidance. More like we're encouraged to stick our noses in where they aren't wanted. Grandfather Erasmus grinned outright. And your granny here canna let such an opportunity pass her by. Grandmother Elizabeth threw her hands in the air. I did not ask for your company. You said you wanted to come and tell the lad a thing or two. You never want to be left out. Yet all you do is complain. Raz's head began to ache. You mean you've done this before? Both their heads turned, their eyes wide and hopeful smiles upon their faces. Oh, good. You're going to talk to us now? They always give in, my love. Erasmus appeared almost smug, but he put his arm around the woman's shoulders. And we ken this one is smart as a whip. Elizabeth ignored him. We have done this before. One of your cousins, all the way back in the Americas, needed help some time ago. A century or so back, I believe. Needed might be stretching the truth. The Scotsman shrugged. But aye, we showed up to offer some advice, just as we've come to help ye, lad. Help? Raz ran one hand through his hair. He let out a slow breath, thinking through what to say. Then he spoke firmly and slowly. I do not need any help. Aye, lad, you do. The superior smirk on the man's face immediately pricked at Raz's pride. Why did everyone enjoy telling him of his faults and failings? Elizabeth nodded. You have not been happy of late, have you, Raz? Happy? A pair of ghosts had appeared because they thought he needed to be happy. Did that mean all of England had ghosts wandering about, attempting to cheer people up? It was the weakest reasoning Raz had heard. I am perfectly content with my life. He nearly lost hold of his stammer again, but with the initial fright past, he might get along well enough, even if the situation was absolutely unbelievable. That is not the same thing, Elizabeth said firmly. And there is more to it than that. You are at a crossroads. There is a choice coming, an important one, and we are here to advise you. A choice? Raz perked up. Is this about my book? Your book? The ghost man shook his head. No, you daft ween. It's about your life, your family responsibilities. Oh. Raz folded his arms. My books are my life. I am an author, you understand? He shoved a hand through his hair. Of course you do. I have heard you discussing it. I've written 3 novels, and they have all done quite well. He tipped his chin up. I have also heard you both discussing how important it is that I come here to the lodge. Why does it matter that I am here? My family is in London. Surely town is where my responsibilities must be. There is more to it than your present circumstances. Elizabeth checked the lace at the end of her sleeves. We are here in an advisory capacity, of course. But we have also come to tell you something important. Och, now. Erasmus grinned widely. We canna tell you much, but we're here for a purpose, lad. We're only permitted to appear to our kin when there's a great need. Raz stared, nonplussed. While he was familiar with the concept of guardian angels and heavenly messengers had abounded in Scripture, he could not think of one instance in which such messengers appeared without knowing why. They usually had grand messages to impart. Very well. What message have you for me? Not that he intended to take anything they said seriously. They had to be figments of his overactive mind. He was delusional. Your treasure, grandson. Lady Elizabeth smiled slowly. We are here about the treasure. His insides went cold. The fabled treasure of Harbottle Castle had to be what she meant. But everyone knew it was no more than a story to tell children, to encourage them out of doors and away from pestering their parents. Everyone knew if there had ever been treasure, it was long since gone. I remember when I first set my eyes upon this land. Erasmus looked toward the arch of the cemetery. I thought it was heaven on earth. Raz looked behind him, then at the arch. He had always loved his family's holdings, though his mother thought Northumberland to be something of a social wasteland. He turned back to the spirits, ghosts, whatever they were, ready with another question. They were gone. That hardly seemed fair, that they could come and go as they pleased. But then he had pulled the very same trick upon Miss Banner. His shoulders fell, his mind briefly drawing upon her image again. Miss Louisa Banner. A lovely woman. At least no one knew he had come to the lodge, though he had given Miss Banner his name, he supposed. Blast. If people found out, he would be expected to attend social functions. He might even be invited to Harbottle Castle. He bent to pick up his hat from the ground where he had originally dropped it when he settled in to write, before Miss Banner came. Then he went to where she had stood, trying to ascertain how much she had been able to see from that point. It was where the ghosts had appeared, too. His gaze slid down to the grave marker where his own name was etched in stone. Why had he never noticed it before? He shuddered. If Erasmus Grey and his lady were not from his imagination, they needed to leave Raz alone. He had enough on his mind of late without adding a haunting to his list of worries. His mother's pressure for him to wed, his publisher's desire for a new book, and looking after his younger sisters as they entered into society were all heavy upon his mind. If he had his way, he would settle down someplace quiet and ignore the outside world altogether. Apparently, Havenwood Lodge would not be that place. Louisa said nothing about her misadventure when she returned to her aunt's house. The manse was quiet, and Sarah informed her that Aunt Penrith had decided to take a nap after the apothecary's visit. After Louisa put her somewhat strangled bouquet in a bowl of water, she decided to explore the house. Familiarising herself with her new home would help her forget about her meeting in the graveyard. At least until her aunt woke up and she could ask some questions. Careful questions which did not reveal the nature of her actual encounter. Louisa found her late great-uncle's study, which also served as the library. There were 2 walls full of shelves, though not all of them held books. The late morning sunlight filtered in through sheer curtains, providing natural light in a way that would not damage the spines of the leather volumes on either side of the window. The first shelf she inspected held the usual classics one hoped to find in a family library: Shakespeare, various English authors from the last century, and a few volumes of poetry. Above that shelf was another only half filled with books. Then there was a glass-framed collection of butterflies. She shuddered. Why did people pin delicate creatures to a board and think it artful? There was also a miniature bust of a young man. She didn't know who the gentleman was, but he had an aristocratic look about him. Fingers trailing along the edge of the bookcase, she stood on her toes to see the next shelf up. Books. A glass paperweight with the figure of an elephant suspended inside. Ah, an atlas. Without hesitation, she pulled the tall volume down, having to reach high over her head to grasp it firmly. She hugged the book to her once it was in her arms, then went to the window. Were the house hers, she would have put a chair directly there for ease of reading. As it was, she slipped behind the curtains and sat upon the wide windowsill. The atlas was old, and it opened easily to a page filled with a precise drawing of the area. It seemed the whole of the book was dedicated to the northern parts of the kingdom. Bits of Scotland and Northumberland were on nearly every page. Louisa pulled her feet up onto the sill, propping the book upon them as she turned the pages, searching for Harbottle. When she came to the page for the town, her heart jumped. Someone, perhaps her great-aunt's late husband, had made several notations all over the map. The manse was inked into place along with its outbuildings. The castle ruins were sketched in beneath words original to the book, naming the place Castle Harbottle 1. To the east of the village, Castle Harbottle 2 had other buildings filled in. But what interested her most was Havenwood. Her finger followed the little road she had taken from the graveyard. All the way at the end of the path there was a house labelled Havenwood Lodge. The graveyard was marked by a single small cross and the words, Grey Family Memoriam. Interesting. She followed the line of the River Coquet next, wincing when she saw that the bit directly across the road from the manse was called the Devil's Elbow. Who would name a perfectly delightful place such a horrid thing? Louisa turned the page, eager to see what came next. A folded slip of paper had been tucked so tightly into the margin that it did not fall out, though from its drab colour and the writing on it she knew it did not belong in the book. Perhaps it was a receipt for the purchase of the atlas or notes on the local area. She opened the paper, angling it toward the light. The writing had faded somewhat, and it was a somewhat spindly hand to begin with. The old families rejected the Scotch king. They had guarded the border too long to accept an end of their work. When he placed one of his favourites, and not even a man of noble birth, to live at Harbottle, there was an outcry. This led to an arranged marriage for the Scotsman to a local daughter of noble blood. It seemed Louisa had stumbled upon a bit of local history. The Scotch king had to have been King James I, all the way back to the beginning of the 17th century. Harbottle had been a border castle, meant to intimidate the Scottish and keep them out. The first Harbottle castle still stood, and rumours of the treasure left there abounded. Treasure? This was the second mention of a treasure connected to the castle. The treasure came from one of the Scottish kings of the previous century, stolen by the soldiers garrisoned at Harbottle. The local gentry and peasants feared the Scotsman had been sent by the new king to reclaim the treasure for Scotland. The note then bore only a list of references to the map on the previous page, noting something about the location where things had been written in. Louisa blinked down at the paper. There was nothing to indicate authorship, or what the paper had been used for, or anything else useful. She tucked the paper back where it had come from, closing the book. Her eyes went to the window which looked out to the road. The trees shook in the breeze outside, making her shudder. She pulled the shawl around her shoulders tighter before getting up and returning the book to its rightful place on the shelf. "Miss?" Louisa jolted as she turned around, surprised by the voice of her maid. "Yes?" "Mrs. Penrith is asking for you." Sarah bobbed a curtsy and withdrew, her message delivered. What sort of work did the maid do in this quiet house? Louisa determined to ask her later that evening, even if her mother would disapprove. Sarah and Louisa were both strangers in a strange place. It would be a simple kindness, a thing her mother rarely showed. Upon entering her aunt's room, Louisa immediately spied the wildflowers in a tall jug of water on the table by the bed. Her aunt was sitting up, light from the window showing her gentle countenance. "There you are, child. Come right inside. Thank you for the flowers." Her aunt sounded much better for her rest. The scratch from her throat had faded. "I do hope you enjoyed your walk this morning." "Yes, it was interesting." That was a safe enough word to use. Louisa approached the bed and leaned against one of the posts. "I hope you're feeling better." "Much better, thank you." Her aunt patted the side of the bed. "Do sit. Tell me how you have passed the morning." Somewhat reluctantly, Louisa sat on the edge of the mattress, sinking into the soft feather bed. "My walk was most invigorating, though I must confess to you, aunt, that I did not make it so far as the church. I became rather distracted by the beauty of the trees and flowers. We did not have such wilderness where I lived before." Her aunt's eyes twinkled and she gave an understanding nod. "It is quite lovely, and there is no harm done. This means I will get to introduce you to our winter myself, as I wished." Louisa clutched her hands together in her lap, thinking on where the flowers and raven had led her. Dare she ask about the person she saw? Perhaps not directly. "I saw a path which diverged from the main road. It looked as though it went directly into Havenwood. Where does it lead?" "Oh, to an old hunting lodge. The building has been there for ages. No one lives there any more. I think the family who owns it has either forgotten about it or quit it for good without telling the rest of us." "No one lived in the house up the lane." "That is a pity. It seems this part of the world is sparsely populated. Was it always just the two villages in the old castle?" Aunt Penrith tipped her head to one side, her eyes narrowing as she gave her answer some thought. "So far as I know, there were never very many people here. Northumberland is seen as an undesirable location for most in the kingdom, even now when we have a modern road system connecting us to all the great cities of Britain. People always choose to be close to where society is or where they can have the most influence or power. We are close to the Scottish border, further north than Gretna Green itself." She gestured to the foot of the bed. "Will you hand me that shawl, dear?" Louisa fetched the shawl and held it out to her aunt. "Are you cold? Should I send for another blanket?" "The shawl will do." Her aunt draped it around her shoulders before leaning back against the headboard again. "Where was I? Oh, the border. Yes. Many years ago, there were castles all along the border put up by kings of England to reinforce Hadrian's Wall. The castles up here were small fortresses with soldiers garrisoned inside to repel any attempt at attacking the king's subjects. Of course, the king would send a noble or two out to keep eyes on things, but it was not a cherished position. Some thought of it as a punishment of sorts to be put up here. Any who came out to farm or work did so only for the upkeep of the soldiers, although—" Her aunt cut off her speech for a moment, her eyes going to the window. "There is that story about Queen Margaret of Scotland." Louisa shifted closer to her aunt, leaning forward. "Which queen was she?" "Sister to Henry VIII. Aunt Penrith continued, looking out the window, her voice softening somewhat. "Poor woman. She was as good as exiled to the castle by her own husband. Apparently they did not get on well. The story goes that after she arrived, she sent for all her earthly possessions, including a diamond given to her by the King of France. She had a child while in the castle. That child was the grandmother of the man who eventually united Scotland and England. Could a diamond be considered a treasure worth hunting for? Perhaps. But the idea that a queen once lodged in the now ruined castle conjured up all sorts of ideas most worthy of a Gothic romance. At least, Louisa supposed those were the stories one found in such novels. Botheration. She ought to not even think such a thing. She ought to rise above interest in what her mother called cheap literature. But what little she knew of that particular genre of literature had always held fascination for her. Her aunt, oblivious to Louisa's somewhat unrealistic flights of fancy, continued on. When the two countries joined under King James, the old border castle was fairly worthless. I'm told that by 1720 it was quite abandoned and the new castle had already been built. That fit with what Louisa read in the book and suspected with her own limited grasp of history and geography. Who lives in the new castle? Baron Erin and his lady, though they like to spend more and more time in London of late. They are in residence with their children now, 2 sons and 2 daughters. You will meet them, of course. As the daughter of a gentleman, you are quite right for their circle. Her aunt likely did not keep company with the family often, given her place as widow to a retired steward. Even if she owned the manse and land about it with her husband's passing, the unwritten rules of society would place her beneath the notice of a baron's family. She more likely mingled with wealthy farmers and tradesmen. Aunt? Louisa cast her gaze to the quilt upon the bed, and she used one finger to trace the pattern of flowers embroidered upon it. What is the family name of the people who own the house in Havenwood? Oh, they are the Grey family, though you needn't worry about them. As I said, they're not in residence, nor are they likely to be this year. I imagine they're quite settled further south. Aunt Penrith smiled somewhat pityingly. I know it must seem strange for you to be in all this quiet and empty country, but you will grow accustomed to it. And there is some society. There are families in Alwynton with daughters and a few sons your age. Louisa needed to endear herself to her great-aunt, not sound like a spoiled child in want of playmates. Thus far Aunt Penrith had been kind, but what if she found Louisa as tiresome as her own mother had? Louisa forced herself to laugh, keeping the sound light and carefree. I am not at all worried over that matter yet. I have hardly arrived, and this is something of an adventure for me. Will you tell me of what you thought when you came here? You came as a bride, did you not? Her aunt obliged her in the change of topics, and Louisa found she enjoyed the story of her aunt marrying a steward. Not once did her aunt mention any treasure or ghosts. She had nothing but fond memories of living in Harbottle, and had been a woman quite busy in the community. She knew everyone, from the Baron and Alwynton vicar to the scullery maids of the finer houses in the parish. If Louisa wanted to learn more about the mysterious treasure, or the man who had pointed her way home before vanishing, she would need to speak to someone else, so as to avoid making her aunt worry. But who could she question without them growing suspicious of her? Or worse, think her mad? Chapter 6. Aunt Penrith felt much better the next day, and she insisted Louisa join her on a walk up to the modern castle. Along the way, seemingly every member of the village hailed them. A blacksmith, grocer, farrier, and several farmers' wives had their introduction. Louisa, having never mingled with people beyond her mother's circle and her own servants, tried to speak as few words as possible with her best manners. Bert appeared, cheerful as before, and Louisa learned that his father owned the public house he had boasted about during their first meeting, the Unicorn. "It's good to see you aboot so soon, Miss Banner," he said, his cheeky smile in place. He couldn't be any older than she was, though he was more than a head taller and lean as a post. "The storm that night you came wasn't all that welcoming, was it?" Louisa looked to her aunt for guidance, but the older woman was exchanging words with Bert's mother at the door of the Unicorn. Being friendly could not be wrong, even if he was beneath her socially. Her mother wasn't around to see Louisa make such a mistake. Not precisely, but the fine weather yesterday and today has made up for it. "It's a beautiful land, miss. Make no mistake." Yes. Louisa could think of no way to hint at what she most hoped to discuss, so she went for the direct question. "Bert, when we spoke before, didn't you say something about treasure at the old castle?" His eyes lit up, and a crooked grin appeared upon his sun-browned face. "I did, miss. Everyone hereabout knows that story." He crossed his arms and tilted his head toward the end of the village where the ruins lay. Warden Thomas was to blame for all of that. Who? Louisa blinked. She had expected a story about the Queen. Bert's shrug was friendly, and his tone as light as if they still spoke of the weather. He was put here as a sort of guardian, a warden by one of the Tudor kings. But instead of keeping the peace, he started robbing people on the other side of the border. He hid most of what he stole, or so the story goes. Every Arbottle and Alwynton child knows the story of Warden Thomas, the thief. Louisa frowned and began to ask another question when her aunt called to her. She cut a quick look at Bert. Thank you for the story. He pointed up at the shingle for the public house. You ever want to know more, miss? Come sit for a spell. Lots of old codgers will be happy to talk till your ears come off. Louisa gave a brief nod, then followed after her aunt. It took another quarter of an hour to arrive at the front entrance of a large, stately home, Harbottle Castle. A butler answered the knock, and he led them through a stately corridor into a well-furnished sitting room. It was as beautiful as any home she had seen in London. Everything from the curtain rods to the brightly coloured rugs spoke of elegance and wealth. "Mrs. Penrith," a woman exclaimed, coming through the doors. "How delightful! I have not seen you in an age, it seems." The woman was middle-aged, with a fine stature and golden hair swept up in a twist of ribbons and bandeau. Behind her came two younger women near Louisa's age. They were quite like their mother. "Lady Erin," Aunt Penrith curtsied to the Baroness, and Louisa followed suit. "Please allow me to present my great-niece, Miss Louisa Banner. She has come to live with me for a time." "A pleasure, Miss Banner. These are my two daughters, Miss Angelica Cunningham and Miss Arabelle Cunningham." The young ladies narrowed their eyes as they performed shallow curtsies. With matching names and appearances, Louisa immediately tried to find some way to tell the two apart. Since they both wore somewhat sour expressions, she doubted character would be a defining attribute. "My sons are out shooting at the moment." Lady Erin gestured to the sofa and chairs. "Please sit. Allow me to offer you some refreshment." The cushions of the sofa were as stiff and unwelcoming as the Baroness's daughters. Aunt Penrith seemed oblivious to the haughty stares of the young women, busy as she was exchanging pleasantries with the Baroness. Tea arrived, along with little cakes and sandwiches. Louisa accepted a cup of tea, but otherwise felt quite forgotten. "We so wish to set out for London before Epiphany, but my husband will not settle upon a date when we are yet 2 months away. It makes it terribly difficult to know what to tell friends in town." Lady Erin sighed somewhat lackadaisically. Then she tipped her chin towards Louisa. "Miss Banner, have you enjoyed London during the season? My girls love the spectacle of balls and entertainments." "I have been to London before, but after my father's passing we remained in Scarborough most of the year. My mother has friends in Manchester we visit during the season." "Manchester? What a delightful town." Lady Erin nodded thoughtfully. "We have stopped there on our journey to London. The state of the roads requires several halts and nights at coaching inns if we are to make it all the way to town. You know, of course, sometimes it feels as though we live in a different country altogether." "We never even have any assemblies or balls here," one of the Miss Cunninghams said, wrinkling her nose. "Newcastle is the only place of note nearby," the other sister said. The first spoke again, arching her eyebrows high. "Though there are sometimes fine gentlemen here, visiting estates." "Not often enough." Lady Erin lowered her teacup from her pursed lips. "It is a struggle to keep our sons here with us at times. There is not much for a young gentleman to amuse himself with. It is no wonder other families leave the care of their houses to stewards." Louisa ventured a question, though it may have been somewhat out of turn. "Like the Grey family? My aunt told me they own Havenwood and surrounding lands, but are not in residence." "They do not even have a steward," Miss Arabelle spoke with a glower. "Only an old housekeeper and groundskeeper. I shouldn't be surprised if the entire house fell down and the family never knew of it." "It's a shame, though. The Woods are quite fine." Aunt Penrith put her plate of cakes down upon the table. Then she stood, signalling the end of the social call. "Thank you very much for seeing us, my lady. My niece has heard me speak of your family a great deal the last 2 days. I do hope we can look forward to seeing you and your lovely daughters soon." Louisa stood as well and returned the parting gestures as was expected. Neither of the daughters had seemed happy to see her, nor were they sorry to see her go. She had known many such young ladies in her time as part of society. They were content with their own company, inconvenienced by hers, and likely gave little thought to much outside their own amusement. Perhaps it was wrong of her to judge so quickly, but her previous experience gave her some justification. Harbottle Castle lacked the warmth of friendly hearts. When they arrived back at the manse, Louisa studied the quiet little house with some reluctance. The day was fine and sunny, and her thoughts were rather slow and sticky. "I think I shall go in and rest." Aunt Penrith put her hand on the gate, looking up at her home with a smile of familiarity. Would Louisa one day look at the house the same way? Or would her aunt tire of her and send her packing before she could harbour affection for the country house? Aunt Penrith turned her gentle eyes to Louisa. "You ought to walk a little more, dear. Young people need exercise, and we elderly people need to rest our bones." Louisa, who had allowed her gaze to wander to the tops of the trees of Havenwood, guiltily brought it back to her aunt. She needed to be a better guest and a more attentive relation. "Are you certain, aunt? If you aren't feeling well, perhaps I ought to accompany you inside." "Nonsense. It is merely the vestiges of a cold. You go on. Enjoy the sun while we still have it. I'm afraid that October is a storm-fraught month. There will be plenty of days for you to sit at home with me doing nothing more than reading and knitting." Aunt Penrith waved Louisa down the path. "Off with you. Come home when you grow tired or hungry." "Yes, aunt." Louisa had that feeling again, the feeling of being a child granted freedom from lessons or the nursery. How often had that actually occurred when she was growing up? It seemed she never went out to play in the parks or the tiny garden behind their town home. She spent hours with her father closed up in his study, and then even more time with her mother as she grew older, walking with sore feet from one shop to the next, the cacophony of town life all around her. The noises of the country were different. The dirt and gravel of the road crunched beneath her half-boots, and leaves skittered along in the breeze swept past her feet. Otherwise there were few sounds to be heard. The river dashing nearby and leaves shaking overhead were growing familiar. The bleating of sheep carried down from the pastures on the hills. The split in the road beckoned her, and Louisa paused for but a moment before taking the path into Havenwood. Knowing what she would find at the end of it, an old lodge, made the decision easier, but she did not intend to go so far. She had to go back to the grave of Erasmus Grey, where she saw that man claiming the same name. Would he be there again? Was he truly the ghost of the man resting beneath the stone she had seen the previous day? Perhaps, if he was a ghost, he had only appeared in order to direct her home, as a benevolent spirit of some sort. If she knew more about ghosts, a subject matter both her father and mother would scoff over, she might better understand what had happened the day before. There were books published by people who claimed to encounter spirits, but Louisa had never paid much attention to those titles and authors. As to even fictional accounts of ghosts, she could not think of even one she had read. Father would have found ghosts distinctly beneath his scholarly interests. Mother would have called any book, fictional or not, purporting the existence of spirits as pure superstition. For the first time, Louisa had an opportunity to make up her own mind. The idea both thrilled and unsettled her. The route to the graveyard took her a moment to find. The grasses and leaves had overgrown the stones that marked the way. But once she started down the path, going beneath low-hanging tree branches, her confidence grew. The sun shone brightly above with few clouds to be seen. She would go to the graveyard, find the marker, and prove how silly she had been to even think there were ghosts about. She would be alone in a clearing on a beautiful fall day, and that would put an end to it. The man had either been a fancy of her imagination, or else a local who had played a trick on her. Either way, he would not be there today. The bird sang above her head with no sign of the ominous raven. She walked beneath the archway, her steps firm in the soft mossy ground, and her eyes swept the scene before her with a measure of triumph. She had overcome her foolish imagination. She went around one tall monument, then looked down to pick her way carefully across the graves. She stopped right at the stone from before. Louisa peered about carefully, seeing no one near. "Thank heavens," she whispered. Then she giggled to herself, the last of her nerves relaxing. Perhaps it had all been the country air after all. Her mother had used to claim such clean air did strange things to a person's mind. Tucking her hands into her skirts, Louisa looked down at the tombstone and offered the inanimate object a curtsy. "Pleased to see you again, Mr. Grey." Her heart nearly leapt out of her chest when he answered. Miss Banner?" The spirit was back, and he remembered her name. Ras hadn't intended to speak, but he came around the tree still in its shadows at the moment she said his name. He had been as startled as she, which meant there was no stopping his stammer. Miss Banner's whole frame stiffened, rather like an icicle, but her gaze lifted to where he stood. She wore a gown of green with her purple pelisse. The colours reminded him more of summer than autumn, with thoughts of plums and apples at the forefront of his mind. Her eyes held a mix of uncertainty and fear as she peered at him. "Mr. Grey." He said nothing. He hadn't had time to think of what to say, given how preoccupied he had been with her loveliness. She had the most expressive face. Even at that moment he could see the indecisive twist to her lips, the curiosity in the tip of her chin. Reading women was not generally Raz's strong suit, but most were not as interesting to study as Miss Banner. "I have been asking after this place," she said, her manner calm. She did not speak with reverence. She sounded instead as though she made conversation in a parlour. "Everyone I have spoken to is convinced no one is at the lodge except servants." Despite all his effort, she would undo his careful work the moment he confirmed his identity. Raz clenched his fingers around the pencil in his hand. Her gaze darted down to his side, catching the movement despite its subtlety. The pale skin of her throat quivered with her swallow. His silence appeared to unnerve her as she began speaking with greater speed. "I do not mean to disturb you, sir. I only meant to come and see for myself if I had imagined our encounter. I never dreamt you would be here again. All of this is so strange to me. I have never spent time in the country, let alone in a place so deserted as Harbottle. Not that it isn't a lovely town, but I've only lived in Scarborough and Manchester. I visited London once." Raz winced at the chatter. He hadn't heard a woman speak that quickly since his mother tried to talk him out of his journey a week previous. She released a tense laugh and gestured with one hand to the surrounding trees. "It is quiet here, and I am not accustomed to being left to myself. My aunt, she is Mrs. Penrith and I am living with her, seems to think it best I am out of the house while the weather is fine, so here I am." She lowered her hand and shrugged. "I'm terribly sorry if I bothered you." Her gesture to the gravestone made him hesitate. "I am unbothered." He rocked back on his heels. "Penrith, you are at the manse." Her silent nod gave him some hope that she was not always a babbling brook of words. Raz adjusted his stance and saw her tense. He raised his hand, holding the pencil palm up. You needn't be afraid." He nearly had control over his tongue again, now that the surprise of seeing her had faded. "I am harmless." "Is that so?" She lifted her head to one side, her eyebrows drawing together. "Yes, you have my word." Raz took a step back and leaned against the tree, folding his arms over his chest. The sunlight hardly broke through the shadows of the trees. It was perhaps a good thing that the sun shone brightly, as an overcast day would have rendered him easier to see. Miss Banner clasped her hands before her and she turned toward the archway, her escape. In profile, the roundness of her cheeks was less obvious, and he was instead treated to a view of the gentle slope of her nose and curve of her chin. Her chest rose and fell with a deep breath before she turned again toward him. "Are you a ghost, Mr. Grey?" The question rippled through the air, neither accusatory nor curious. But what a question! He answered her with as slow a tongue as he had ever used. "What makes you think me a spirit, Miss Banner?" Her cheeks turned pink. She turned away from him and took a step in the opposite direction. Not toward the arch, at least. Though why he wanted her to remain when she intruded upon his quiet, he could not say. "I have given it a great deal of thought since I first saw you." She took a few more paces before turning to face him again, walking closer. She pointed to the gravestone. "Moments ago, when I spoke the name on this headstone, you answered as though it was your own. When you first introduced yourself, you used that name, Erasmus Grey. It is a rather unusual name. I cannot think there are many boys running about England called Erasmus." She was right on that account, and it nearly made him chuckle. How he had hated his name growing up. He had insisted school chums call him either by his surname or the shortened form of his given name. "Those I know well call me Raz." Miss Banner pursed her lips in thought. "Is this your name on the headstone?" She pointed again. Yes. That he shared the name with a ghost currently haunting him he did not say. Shorter answers were less likely to end with him stammering, and leaving out all mention of his great-grandfather made him feel less insane. For a moment she only blinked at him. Then she let out a breath and a whisper at the same moment. "Extraordinary. And do you often linger about this cemetery?" "Not often." His answers wouldn't correct her assumption that he was from the spiritual realm, but if it kept her from talking about Mr. Grey being in residence, he would be content enough. "I see." Miss Banner paced away again, then turned and came back, her pace quicker and determined. "Do you know anything about the treasure of Warden Thomas or the old castle?" The treasure? What an interesting conjecture, that a ghost from the past might know about that old legend. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and that was when Raz realised what a perfect opportunity lay before him. Here was a young woman in a strange place, apart from friends and family, confronting a ghost about long-lost treasure. It was the stuff of the best of stories, a Gothic tale if ever he had heard one. Not even Mrs. Radcliffe could ask for better inspiration than the one the woman presented to him. "Warden Thomas was before my time." Truth. And before the original Erasmus's time. She narrowed her eyes and checked the headstone again. When was he causing his trouble? His true name was Thomas Dacre. Everyone who had grown up local to the area knew the stories. He was appointed by King Henry VIII, long before King James. Her shoulders fell and she put one fisted hand upon her hip. "What was it like in Harbottle during your lifetime?" Now he would have to lie, or else turn the conversation. "Not so fast. What do you want with the treasure?" He had spoken too quickly. Raz bit his traitorous tongue. It was markedly unfair that other men had complete control over their words, whereas his went spilling about without any logical reason for doing so. Not overly bothered by his question, Miss Banner dropped the hand from her waist. "Mostly, I wonder if it's real. And if it is, why has no one found it? And if I found it?" Her voice trailed away to nothing, her head lowering. "It doesn't matter. I am certain every person who lives in Harbottle has searched for it at least once, and every one of them has dreamed of what they would do should they find it. Most likely the treasure does not even exist." Though Raz thought her right, that was not how he would have imagined her story end. "You're right. Everyone looks for the treasure. Boys on holiday, courting couples." He had spent hours looking one summer, over hill and dale. "And silly girls far from home," she said, finishing his list with a sigh. "I thank you for your honesty. It has been most interesting to speak with you today, Mr. Grey." Was she already leaving? Though Raz had come to the graveyard for solitude, her conversation had proved interesting. His mind already worked upon how to add to his own story. Perhaps the Baron would have a sister. No, a beautiful friend, someone he could not be seen with who searched for the treasure. The governess of a nearby household. "Will you come again?" He had to choke out the rest of the words, stumbling upon them in his haste. "I should like your company." That sounded entirely too desperate. But Miss Banner smiled. It was the first time he had seen the cheerful expression upon her face. Dimples appeared in her cheeks when she smiled, and those dark eyes sparkled. "Really? Then I suppose I must come again. But in daylight, like today. I will not be talked into graveyard meetings at midnight." "I would never." Raz bit his tongue, but he could not hide the amusement in his tone. She was a lively young woman, Her curious mind was interesting too, and she did not seem disgusted by his stammer. Of course, given that she thought him a ghost, perhaps it was not so hard to overlook a speech impediment. Most women lost interest in him the first time they heard a word struggle to leave his lips, which made it all the more difficult to speak to any of the ladies his mother continually pushed him toward. Perhaps Raz could practice his conversational skills with Miss Banner. His pulse quickened at the idea. Very well. I will come back soon, though I cannot for certain say when. She looked about again, then curtsied. I will take my leave of you today, Mr. Grey. He pushed away from the tree and hurriedly bowed. Good day to you, Miss Banner. Hardly a stammer. Ras ignored the momentary feeling of triumph as she turned on her heel and picked her way through the grave markers all the way to the arch. The village and surrounding area was small enough that there would be few people to criticize a lady wandering about on her own. The lack of society's rule would save him from being discovered and permit him to meet her without trouble. And before he saw her again, he had writing to do. Raz started walking back to the lodge, and he had almost come in sight of it again when he saw two people waiting for him outside the tree line. Two people he would much rather not see, ever again. What were you aboot in the graveyard, lad? His Scottish grandfather asked, eyes narrowed with suspicion. You mean you don't follow me everywhere I go? Ras glared at the spirit, slowing his steps as he came nearer them. We have other things to do now and again. His grandmother brushed at her dress, though what a spirit would have to brush off their clothing he could not imagine. She looked to her husband. And we are not omniscient, whatever Erasmus would say. Ah, but I suppose you can both keep a secret? Raz tucked his pencil into the pocket with his notebook, hardly aware he had been carrying it all that time. I met with Miss Banner again. She came looking for me. Apparently she thinks that I am a ghost. No! His many times great-grandfather's eyes widened dramatically, then he guffawed. I can't believe it. Isn't that the best joke you've ever heard, my lady? But the woman stared at Raz with a hard look. What did you tell her, Raz? He shifted, then made it a point to walk all the way around them. They did not look entirely present. He caught the slightest sheen of something else when he looked at them. It was enough to make him leery of attempting to touch either spirit. I didn't tell her I was. He said the last over his shoulder. And I didn't tell her I wasn't. Of all the cheek, his grandfather said, sounding as though he held back a laugh. What a thing! Raz, that is quite terrible of you. He ignored them both. In his opinion, it was quite terrible for them to appear in his life unannounced and unwanted. Apparently they took his hint, as neither spirit interrupted him when he set to work on his book. His hero, the Baron, came upon a woman while taking a ramble to the lake, the treasure-hunting governess. The scene spilled from his pen with ease, and as Raz wrote, he relaxed. Stories did not always come easily, but when even a small part did, it was reason enough to be content. Chapter 7. Louisa did not have enough time to think on what she had learned, or to puzzle out the true identity of Erasmus Grey, for she was convinced he was not a true ghost. A visit from Lady Erin the next morning resulted in an invitation to dinner that evening. As it rained the whole of the afternoon, Louisa remained indoors with her aunt. The only topic of conversation was, of course, that evening's dinner. Aunt Penrith rather despaired over Louisa's wardrobe, but they decided upon a simple ivory gown with a deep green sash. There, you look lovely. Is your Sarah a good hand at hair? I hardly know. Louisa looked to where Sarah stood in the corner of the bedroom, head lowered as she waited for them to decide on clothing. Sarah, have you ever prepared a lady's hair for the evening? Sarah raised her head only slightly. A few times, miss. I think I can turn you out well. Wonderful. I will leave you to it. Aunt Penrith rose from her place seated on Louisa's bed. It will take me time to look anywhere near presentable. She fluttered her hand around her head, indicating an already lovely hairstyle. I doubt that, Aunt. You are the very picture of sophistication. Louisa could not help her smile as she spoke. Though she hardly knew Aunt Penrith after only a few days in the woman's company, Louisa quite liked her. Aunt Penrith had a kindly nature, a quick smile, and something about her invited affection. Not at all like Louisa's own mother, with whom Louisa often felt as though one wrong word would throw her out of good graces. Perhaps that was why Louisa had been sent away while her mother enjoyed the company of a friend. Once her aunt quit the room, Louisa lowered herself into the chair before the table that served both as a desk and a place for her toilette. Sarah came up behind her, then lifted a brush. "Have you anything you particularly want done, miss?" "Not at all. Whatever you think best will suit me." Louisa smiled at the maid in the mirror and was gratified by seeing the barest hint of a smile on the younger woman's face. Louisa kept her eyes on the maid's reflection, trying to ignore a stab of guilt. She ought to have inquired into the maid's circumstances already. "How are you finding the manse, Sarah?" The maid kept brushing a section of Louisa's hair. She did not touch the curls already framing Louisa's face. "It's a fine house, and Mrs. Caper is a good sort for a housekeeper. If I mind my manners and do as I'm told, she's gentle as a kitten." Although that did not sound precisely ideal, Louisa relaxed somewhat. "And your accommodations? They are in the attic, are they not?" "Yes, miss. Nice and warm up there too, with a little stove in my room. I've got a corner to myself. I don't have to share it." Sarah put the brush down and began plaiting small sections of hair. "When I'm not working on your behalf, they give me things to do that aren't beneath my station. Respectable, clean work. I've said I'd do more too. It's quiet here, not like town, but the servants and merchants are all respectable and mannerly." "Have you spent much time in Harbottle?" Louisa perked up. "At the Unicorn?" The maid's cheeks turned slightly pink. "You are perfectly allowed to go there, of course. I would not expect you to remain in the house all the time." Louisa lowered her gaze to the array of hairpins upon her table. "Thank you, miss. Yes, I've been to the Unicorn. That's how I've started to meet people." The maid sounded somewhat reluctant to discuss that topic. Though disappointed, Louisa let it go. Sarah ought to have some things private, and if she went to town during her free time, there was no reason to question her about her experience there. Louisa changed the subject to discuss a letter that she intended to write to her mother, and Sarah relaxed as she put the finishing touches to the twists in Louisa's hairstyle. When Louisa came downstairs, she found her aunt waiting. Aunt Penrith wore a gown of mauve, and her hair was adorned with short pheasant feathers. "There you are, dear. Lovely. It seems your maid has a deft hand with hair after all. That is an advantage. The horse and gig are waiting." A horse and gig? Louisa bit back her surprise. Her mother had never allowed them to drive themselves anywhere, but a gig meant no more than 2 seats, and a single horse meant a humble mode of travel. "Do you drive the gig, Aunt?" Louisa followed her aunt out of doors. "Of course, dear, but we only take it out on rare occasions, such as this evening. We would not wish to walk to the castle in our finery, though we are not far. And if it rains on a Sunday, we pull up the top of the gig and stay warm and dry before the meeting at church." Her aunt's man-of-all-work, John, waited to hand them up into the low vehicle. With only 2 wheels and 1 horse, it was a light contraption. Louisa's heart fluttered, somewhat uncertainly. "I've never been in anything pulled by a single horse." "It goes easy as you please, miss," John said as he handed her in. "Your aunt's a fine driver, too." "That is kind flattery, John." Aunt Penrith settled into her seat, taking up the leads. "Do go enjoy yourself at the Unicorn if you've a mind. You'll see us go by on our return." "Thank you, Mrs. Penrith." He tipped his cap at Aunt Penrith at the same moment she flicked the leather against the horse's rump. The horse pulled them forward at a sedate pace, head high. It took a few moments for Louisa to relax. The wheels were so near she felt certain she would get her skirt or hand caught in them. "While you are here, Louisa, we ought to teach you to drive. It is marvellous for a woman's independence to know how to get herself safely from one place to another. I am going to assume you have never driven, given the way you sit as though you are ready to fly from the gig at the first opportunity." Louisa did not miss the amusement in her great-aunt's voice. She tried to adjust her posture, gripping her hands tightly in her lap. "I have not driven before. I have hardly even ridden a horse on my own. Mother did not let us keep horses for riding." Aunt Penrith clicked her tongue against the roof of her mouth, causing the horse to twitch its ears back. "How unfortunate. Never mind. We will see to your education while you are here." Every time her aunt mentioned Louisa's stay, the older woman sounded as though she did not expect it to last forever. Why? Did she know something Louisa did not? Or would she merely send Louisa away as her mother had when Louisa became inconvenient? As unsettling as the idea was, Louisa had no control over her future. She had no fortune, not even a dowry to tempt a husband to take her, and was left to the kindness of others. If her education were better, she might put herself out into the world as a governess. Maybe after spending time with her aunt she could find a position as a companion. The future had to wait, however. They had arrived at the castle. A footman appeared to help them down from the gig, while a boy dressed in the practical browns of a stable hand took hold of their horse. Louisa entered the castle for the second time, noting the number of tapestries in the corridor with interest. Most appeared quite old, if not ancient. When the new castle had been built, perhaps decor and things had come from the old castle. Would the builders have found the treasure in their transfer of precious things from one building to the other? She ought to stop thinking on it. Even the supposed ghost, Erasmus Grey, said no treasure had ever been found. The butler led them into a sitting room, where only 2 men dressed in evening finery waited. The women of the house had yet to come downstairs. "Oh, good evening, Mr. Cunningham, Mr. Roger Cunningham." Her aunt curtsied to both men, her usual kind tone altered to one of deference. "Might I introduce my niece to you both? Miss Louisa Banner. Louisa, these are the sons of Baron Erin." They were fair-haired like their mother and sisters, tall and certainly handsome. They were at least a few years older than Louisa, she thought, given the breadth of their shoulders. The gentleman bowed with Louisa's returned curtsy. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Banner," the one her aunt had indicated as the eldest said. He wore an easy smile while the younger man remained somewhat impassive. "My mother and sisters have told me you are unfamiliar with country life, but I must say it appears to be agreeing with you." Louisa's cheeks warmed at the compliment. "Thank you, Mr. Cunningham." Mr. Roger Cunningham said nothing, though Louisa found his cool gaze upon her. Was the entire family intent on putting her in her place? She knew well enough she was beneath them, both in her own right and as the niece of Mrs. Penrith. The elder brother offered them chairs. Aunt Penrith took hers cheerily, as though she either did not notice the coldness of the one brother or did not care. Perhaps she was used to it. But the instant Louisa was situated, Mr. Cunningham took the chair nearest hers and leaned toward her. "I understand you're from Scarborough, Miss Banner." "Yes, mostly." Her cheeks warmed again at his interest. She was not a catch at home, so while she had exchanged pleasantries with any number of gentlemen at balls and during visits, it was a rare occasion one settled his attention on her. "We also had a house in Manchester." "Had?" the other brother repeated. "Did your family give it up?" Now her cheeks blazed with humiliation rather than flattery. She lowered her eyes to her lap. "It is no longer ours." "That is of no matter, Miss Banner. Tell me more about Scarborough. I have never been, though I have often wished to go. I have heard it is an excellent place to holiday during the summer. The city is quite ancient, is it not? I believe there was a castle built there by Henry II, like our old ruins." "Yes. I'm afraid they are ruins themselves now. People do like to tramp through them on occasion, but most visitors come for the sea bathing." Louisa shrugged one shoulder upward. Her mother hadn't approved of sea bathing any more than she did of a lady driving herself about town. Before Louisa realised it, Mr. Cunningham had her discussing Scarborough's sights and the purported wonders of the Scarborough Spa. The city was as well known as Bath for all its restorative luxuries, and for the large park kept specifically for those wishing to feel they were in the country, but with better preserved paths and the ability to purchase ices if the day grew hot. The doors to the parlour slid open after nearly a quarter of an hour, and Lady Erin, her 2 daughters, and an older gentleman who must be the Baron appeared. "Ah, Mrs. Penrith, I was delighted when Lady Erin told me you would be our guest this evening. Who is this lovely young lady accompanying you?" the Baron asked, all affability. Perhaps his eldest son took after him, while the other children were more like their mother, without the veneer of good manners. After introductions were made again, the butler opened the doors to the dining room and announced dinner was served. The Baron took his lady's arm, but no one else seemed to wish to pair up. They merely entered singularly, with Aunt Penrith and Louisa taking up the rear. It was odd, but perhaps the designated order for going into dinner was different in this part of the kingdom. Dinner itself proved an interesting affair. The Baron exchanged what amounted to local gossip with Aunt Penrith, eagerly discussing neighbours and the results of harvests. He said nothing unkind, but obviously took an interest in everyone living nearby. His wife only offered the occasional delicate comment, always with a serene countenance. Louisa had been seated between the daughters of the house and across from the sons. The young women spoke over her, discussing fashion and the coming London season. The Baron's eldest son exchanged a few comments across the table with Louisa, mostly on the subject of the food. "I find the lack of variety in our diet intolerable," Miss Arabelle said. Louisa had finally determined the younger sister had slightly darker blonde hair than the elder. "I will be glad of the fine dinners in London." Miss Cunningham sniffed her agreement. "Lack of variety in general is a complaint for country living." Mr. Robert Cunningham glared down at his plate as he spoke. "No variety in food, sport, entertainment, or company. It is a dull existence." "Come, we ought to be more positive in our remarks." Mr. Cunningham lowered his fork and cast his siblings an affronted look. "Miss Banner has only just arrived, giving us variety in company, and we should not wish for her to have a poor view of our home. Do forgive them, Miss Banner. I'm afraid my sisters and brother prefer all the noise and bustle of a dirty town to the serenity of our rolling hills and forests." "There is nothing to forgive, I am certain." Louisa hated how meek she sounded, but she had no wish to speak in a way that would give offence. "We all have our own tastes. Your sisters are fortunate to have had so many experiences of other places. I have only known one way of life until now. I look forward to discovering what I like best." Mr. Cunningham's eyes sparkled and he nodded once, as though not only approving of her statement, but approving of her. She felt a blush rise and demurely lowered her eyes. Inexperienced as she was in the ways of the world, she knew the Baron's heir likely thought no more of her than he did of any neighbour. His was polite kindness, nothing more. A penniless girl like her had nothing to offer a man set to inherit a title. When the ladies left the room, allowing the men to linger over port, Lady Erin took them into the library. There was fine furniture about, and a large fireplace to keep the room cheerily warm, but there was no mistaking that the room's purpose included the numerous volumes on the shelves. Lady Erin gestured for Louisa to join her near a shelf. Louisa hastened across the plush Persian rug to join the elegant woman. "Your aunt has mentioned you have an interest in local history, Miss Banner." "Yes, I'm most curious about the castle. So far I haven't learned much, except a few local legends." The Baroness lowered her eyelashes somewhat knowingly. "Ah, you mean about that missing treasure and the robber warden. Yes, I am quite familiar with those tales. I rather like knowing that royalty lived in the castle at one point." She gestured to a shelf full of volumes of differing sizes, though all were bound in deep red leather. "This is what my husband has collected. His father was something of a historian, and commissioned young authors, patronising a few Oxford students to come and write about the area." Lady Erin gave the books a thoughtful glance. "You are welcome to borrow whatever you would like." "Thank you, my lady." Louisa turned to the shelves, trying to appear only curious rather than deeply interested. The titles of the volumes were not entirely helpful. The Drake Stone and Druids of Northumberland, Harbottle's Ruins, Old and New Harbottle Castle, the Coquette River and its estuaries, the Scottish Border and King Henry II, and Al Winton's History. If only there was one titled Ghosts and Treasures of Harbottle. She would have to borrow these titles one by one and carefully comb through them for any information. But if the authors of the books were as uninterested in talk of treasure as Lady Erin appeared to be, there would be little of interest within their covers. The gentleman joined them a short time later, while Louisa sat with the volume about the Drake Stone in her lap. Mr. Cunningham sat next to her on the sofa directly, peering at the book she held. "Ah, I like that one. Have you been to see our Drake Stone yet, Miss Banner?" "I have not." Louisa hastily closed the book. "I have not even learned where it is located." "Not far behind your aunt's property, actually." He gestured to her book. "May I?" "Please." She handed the volume to him. With ease he turned to a particular page that she saw was an etching of a map. His finger traced a road. "See, here is the manse." He pointed to the little rectangle that indicated the building. "Then here, just southwest a bit, is the Drake Stone." His finger traced over a few trees and sheep, then stopped at a label. "It is all uphill, you know, behind the manse, but it is not a difficult climb." "Thank you, I see that." She made note of the page number and looked sideways at Mr. Cunningham. There are rumours of druids in this part of the country.
I am certain prior to Christianity there were druids everywhere in England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales.
He shrugged and snapped the book closed.
Have you an interest in druids?
Not particularly. Louisa took in a breath and checked to be sure no one else was listening to their conversation before she continued. But I have heard rumours that Havenwood itself is haunted. Of course she hadn't heard any such thing, but given her own experience with someone professing to be a ghost, she might not be far off the mark.
So you are interested in the supernatural?
He grinned, but not unkindly, more as though he had found out her secret than that he laughed at her for it.
Here, I have a book for you.
He stood and gestured for Louisa to follow. He took her to another side of the library, where there was even more variety in the shape and colours of the volumes. Mr. Cunningham ran his finger along several spines, then stopped.
Here we are. My father brought this home to me when I was a boy.
He tugged out a brown leather book.
Have you seen it before?
I have not made ghosts a particular study before, Louisa said somewhat defensively. She took the volume. News from the Invisible World, or Interesting Anecdotes of the Dead, by John Tregortha. The gentleman at her side opened the book where it was in her hands to an engraving just a few pages in.
Look here.
A woman stood barefoot in front of a tomb with two men dressed as monks speaking to her.
It isn't a Gothic fantasy, but a collection of stories from people who purport to have actually seen spirits. I find it interesting that most of the stories are about ghosts appearing in order to help someone or else soothe them after a loss.
Curiosity piqued, Louisa closed the book and pulled it against her chest. Do you mind if I borrow it?
Not in the least. There aren't many people who come to borrow our books nor discuss them after. If you promise you'll tell me what you thought of it when you finish with it, you may keep it as long as you wish.
Mr. Cunningham turned then, called by his father.
Excuse me, Miss Banner.
With two books tucked close in her arms, Louisa could not help but feel herself better armed for her next meeting with Mr. Grey, whomever he might be. Chapter 8. Raz wrote with fiendish speed during all the time it rained, holed up in his bedroom or the study until Mrs. Douglas or her daughter brought him a meal or tea. They kept their word and said nothing of his appearance to anyone, and Miss Banner must have done the same. No one came calling to the house, and the servants carried on as though he were not there unless he required food or the care of his belongings. The ghosts had not come to bother him either, which made him wonder if his writing was the thing he was meant to do in this place. They had not exactly given their reason. As his book was nothing of great consequence, telling a fantastical tale instead of a moral one, that didn't seem right. Why would anyone from beyond the veil of death wish for him to finish an adventure novel? After 3 days had passed since his last meeting with Miss Banner, the sun at last shone through a cloudless sky. Raz took his breakfast as normal, and then took no more than a notebook and pencils with him out of doors. He immediately turned around again for a greatcoat. The wind and rain from the previous days had considerably lowered the temperature. Did spirits get cold? Perhaps the cold would give him away to Miss Banner. If he stayed under the trees again in shadows, she might not even notice. If she came. There was every chance she had grown bored with him or fearful. No young woman without a chaperone ought to seek out the company of a man. Of course, Raz had never particularly liked that rule, mostly because it meant he had to accompany his sisters to all the places they wished to go during the season. He never minded the theatres or museums, of course, but the balls, assemblies and parties were not to his taste at all. When he arrived at the graveyard, beneath his customary tree, he found Miss Banner waiting for him. She had spread a blanket upon the ground near his great-grandfather's headstone, and she wore a cloak to keep warm. In her hands she held a book, and did not notice his arrival as she read. Sitting there beneath the cold light of the autumn sun, Miss Banner was the very picture of contemplative beauty. Her posture was perfect, despite her downturned head. Her dark curls escaped from her bonnet to brush down her neck and across her cheeks, and her lips, pink and pursed in thought, took a moment of his attention too. He had been wrong the first time he saw her, thinking her not quite beautiful. She did not appear as the diamonds of the first water, or the women who dripped in jewels and silks at balls, but she was beautiful in her own quiet way. Something in his chest stirred near the vicinity of his heart. Why had Miss Banner come to live with the widow Penrith? Harbottle was in the middle of nowhere. Why would her family send her to such a forsaken place all alone? Raz came around his tree quietly and settled down upon the ground. The slight rise of the hill allowed him to still see Miss Banner. He waited another moment, but when she did not stir, he cleared his throat. She started and looked up directly at him. "Good morning, Miss Banner." "Mr. Grey?" She nodded her head, keeping one hand placed upon the book's open pages. "I began to think you would not come." "It is early yet," he answered with a shrug. Short answers were always best. She pursed her lips. "Perhaps." She looked down at the book in her lap and turned the page. Without looking up, she continued speaking. "I have been studying the subject of ghosts, Mr. Grey. I was fortunate enough to find a book in which several anecdotes of hauntings and spiritual manifestations have been recorded, and not, I might add, in a way that sensationalizes the topic." Raz perked up, looking with fresh interest at the book she held. Indeed. How had she managed to locate such a book? He had been through the library at the lodge, which was admittedly small, and had found nothing on the issue of hauntings. His rather grumpy great-grandfather had been in the library the whole time, telling him it was no use trying to find a way to get rid of the two spirits following him around. "Yes, and you ought to know, sir, that you are going about your haunting all wrong." She turned another page before looking up. "For example, 9 times out of 10, people are only haunted by departed relatives. Fathers to sons and daughters, mothers to children, and the occasional spectral spouse. As I have no relations outside of my great-aunt in this vicinity, nor do I recall any of my family coming from this area in the past century, I must think I am an inappropriate choice of person for you to manifest yourself to." She spoke with such a measured tone and sincere aspect that Raz could not help his smile. What woman of his acquaintance would ever speak of ghosts as though it were an everyday conversation, and then attempt to use logic and reasoning to speak to a ghost of her own? "You think so?" He cleared his throat when he heard his amusement. "You did say 9 out of 10. Perhaps you are the 10th person." "I had wondered if that might be the case." Miss Banner looked down at the book in her lap again. "That would mean you have an excellent reason for speaking to someone with whom you share no acquaintances, Mr. Grey. It is a most extraordinary circumstance, after all." He mentally scrabbled about for an answer to that one, though he kept quite still as he stared at her. "My reasons are my own." That sounded properly ghost-like. Her eyes narrowed. "That is most unhelpful. I had hoped you would be more forthcoming. Meeting young ladies in graveyards is not at all proper." Was it his imagination, or did he detect a merry gleam in her eye? Miss Banner closed her book and picked up another he had not noticed laying on the ground next to her. "If you will not tell me what you want, sir, at least exhibit better manners in your conversation." Conversation? But he loathed polite conversation. Raz grimaced. "Will you return home before winter?" He bit the inside of his cheek. His stammer very well might send him into an early grave. While the people who knew him well, his mother, sisters, and friends, never minded it, he heard every nervously repeated syllable. "No." Her shoulders stiffened almost defensively. "I will be in Harbottle for quite some time yet. All of winter." She would be in Harbottle all winter. Granted, it was only 2 and a little months off from Christmas, but even their somewhat protected little valley experienced the harshness of Northumberland winters. What would she do for weeks and months shut up in a house with no society about to offer entertainment? Raz knew what he would do: read, write, and bask in the silence of frosty days. Not everyone enjoyed such peaceful activities as he, though. "What will you do to pass the time?" he asked. She had been on the verge of telling him before he had asked his impertinent question. "I thought to spend most of it as a companion to my aunt, but she sends me out of doors at every opportunity." She looked away from him to the trees and then up into the sky. "While the weather holds, I will adhere to her wishes and enjoy the country air." Harmless, innocent entertainment, if a young society woman could call rambling about the country entertaining. Given the slight tilt to her head, and the sudden gleam of mischief in her eye, Raz realized there was more to her simple answer. Her lips turned upward in a secretive smile before she spoke again. "And perhaps I will dabble in treasure hunting." Louisa's announcement to take up treasure hunting caused Mr. Grey, or whoever the rascal play-acting as a ghost might be, to jerk his head backward, with enough force to knock the back of his head into the tree trunk. He groaned and reached for the spot, then caught her watching and hastily lowered his head. Louisa barely refrained from pointing out that ghosts ought not to knock their heads on trees, given their incorporeal state. "You seem surprised, Mr. Grey. I would think a ghostly fellow as old as you are would know all about the purported treasure of the old castle." "Of course I know about the treasure," he said, narrowing his eyes at her. "Everyone does. And everyone here has searched for it." Perhaps he meant to sound disapproving, but Louisa had to bite her bottom lip to keep from giggling at his offended expression. "Oh, good. Then I shall join the ranks of the locals and earn my place among them. You see, I have already found a few promising threads to tug upon to begin my investigation." She lifted the book in her hand. "This is from the Baron's library, The Drake Stone and Druids of Northumberland. And this is from my great-aunt's library." Louisa took out the notes she had found in her book. "Listen. The old families rejected the Scotch king. They had guarded the border too long to accept an end of their work. When he placed one of his favourites, and not even a man of noble birth, to live at Harbottle, there was an outcry. This led to an arranged marriage for the Scotsman to a local daughter of noble blood. The first Harbottle castle still stood, and rumours of the treasure left there abounded. The treasure came from one of the Scottish kings of the previous century, stolen by the soldiers garrisoned at Harbottle. The local gentry and peasants feared the new king had sent the Scotsman to reclaim the treasure for Scotland." She leaned back on her hands with the book in her lap and smiled at Mr. Grey in triumph. "Isn't that perfectly marvellous?" The man before her appeared thoughtful. "I had heard the connection of the treasure to Scotland, but not the rumour that the king placed someone in Harbottle itself." "Given that you were born in—" she glanced at the tombstone with the name he had claimed, "1575, you were alive when all of this happened. I do not suppose you have any insight into whether or not the Scottish man sent by the king actually found the treasure?" Mr. Grey stared at her, his eyes slowly widening, as though he were the one seeing a ghost. No insight." He reached into his coat and took out a small book, flipped it open and tore his gaze from hers in order to scribble furiously onto its pages. Although most women considered such behaviour terribly rude, Louisa tipped forward with interest. "Have you thought of something, Mr. Grey?" He did not look up from his writing as he spoke. "Indeed, you have given me two extraordinary ideas, Miss Banner. The first is only helpful to me, but the second might prove interesting to us both. There is a book in the lodge, in the family library. It holds an account of the family estate from the 15th to the 17th century. Births, deaths, that sort of thing. But it does note that I am from Scotland." Louisa did not bat an eyelash for a moment, trying to untangle all of what he had said. He had spoken with such haste and excitement that she had hardly noticed his stammer on a few of the words. "Are you?" Though she had not encountered a significant number of Scotsmen in her day, she had heard enough of their speech to recognise the complete lack of burr in his accent. He sounded more like the well-educated gentleman of her acquaintance than a man from the other side of Hadrian's Wall. His cheeks turned red, as though he had realised his mistake at the same instant she had deduced yet another part of his lie. Rather than give him time to cover his mistake, Louisa began packing her things into the basket. "I should like to see this book. Come, let us go fetch it." "Fetch it?" He scrambled up to his feet. "Us? I do not think that necessary." "Your family library may have exactly what I need to continue my search." Louisa kept moving, folding her blanket. "I need more information before I go poking about ruins or forests." "But what makes you believe that?" "I did not realise a phantom would need such explanations." Louisa lifted her full basket and slid it into the crook of her arm. "I have not searched your library, but knowing you came to this area from Scotland at the same time King James ascended to the throne makes me believe it was not a coincidence." "I can bring back the book. There is no need to go to the lodge." "But what if there is more than the single book? Your library could have all sorts of information that might help. Diaries, for example. Did you keep a diary when you were alive?" She approached, wondering at what point he would confess himself to her. Diary? No, that is, I don't think." The gentleman started moving backwards as he spoke, without turning, and nearly tripped over several tree roots. He winced. "Miss Banner, must we go to the library today?" "There is nothing to stop us. You are a ghost, so I cannot see why it bothers you. Everyone says the family is in London, and there are only 4 servants for the whole of the lodge. We need only find an unlocked window or door to slip inside. I can be unobtrusive." His face blanched. "You would sneak into a house unknown to you, uninvited?" Louisa had to bite her lip to keep from laughing at him. He looked more a ghost at the moment than he had all day, his face pale, his eyes wide as a dinner plate. His level of panic, while amusing, might mean he had no connection to the Grey family at all. Despite his alarm, she sensed nothing malicious about him. The gentleman before her seemed more uncertain of himself than bent on any sort of mischief. Pausing in her advance, Louisa pretended to think. "I suppose I could ask the housekeeper permission to peruse the library, but I cannot see why she would grant such a favour to a stranger." At that his posture changed. His shoulders stiffened and his eyebrows furrowed. "No." He sighed and rubbed his hand over his eyes. "Let me go first, to ensure the way is clear, Miss Banner. Then you may have access to my books. Give me but a few minutes' head start." Though she gave up on hiding her smile, Louisa lowered her voice as though speaking to a co-conspirator. "Oh, will you vanish before my eyes and reappear again when I may enter the house?" Mr. Grey narrowed his eyes at her. They stood no more than 10 feet apart now, both of them beneath the shadows of the tree. Did he realise she attempted to mock him? That she no more thought him a ghost than herself a queen? "I should not wish to upset or shock you by such a display, Miss Banner." With that somewhat stiff comment, he bowed. "A few minutes, if you please." Then he turned and strode away toward the house, not bothering with a path, but walking through the woods as though completely familiar with them. If he hadn't such a fine manner of speaking, Louisa may have thought him a groundskeeper, but then he dressed very fine. His overcoat looked as though it came from a London tailor based on the modern cut of the cloth. "This is really not fair," Louisa muttered to herself. "First a treasure, now a mysterious stranger." It was the stuff of fiction, and she ought not to have indulged herself by pursuing either curious things. Yet what else was there for her to do? Her aunt put her out of doors at every chance, though with kindness rather than an attempt to put Louisa aside. Given that the alternative was to think upon her own circumstances, Louisa much preferred her chosen distractions. A penniless girl of 21, living with an obscure relative, really had few other options. An uncertain future loomed ahead of her, without a home or funds of her own. If her parents had given her a better education, she might become a governess. With social connections, she might even find a position as a companion to an older woman. But the reality was that she was both unskilled and unconnected. At the moment, there was a new energy burning in her heart. For all her mother's attempts to keep Louisa focused on the social aspects of town life, to strive for an advantageous match and nothing more, her life had been dull, placid. But here, despite her fears of coming to Northumberland alone, she had felt more alive than she ever had in the stuffy drawing rooms of her previous life. What could such mean? Was she an ungrateful daughter? Louisa shuddered and tucked away her worries for another day. She had given Mr. Grey enough of a head start. Tightening her grip on her basket, she lowered her head and went after him. Chapter 9. For Raz, clearing the way for Miss Banner to barge into his library proved uncomfortable. As soon as he thought himself out of sight of the overly curious woman, he broke into a run to return to the lodge. He went through the front door too quickly, causing it to bang open, but Raz kept up his speed through the corridor to the kitchen. When he entered, Mrs. Douglas was crossing the room with a long wooden spoon in hand, as though she intended to make an attack with the utensil. She stopped in her tracks upon seeing him and placed her free hand over her heart. "Mr. Grey, was that you banging open the door? You gave me such a fright." Fright? If only the woman knew. "Mrs. Douglas, I need you to stay away from the library. In fact, if you can remain out of that part of the house entirely for the better part of an hour, it would be best." Her eyebrows drew together, her confusion clear in her expression. "Of course, sir." Raz nodded and turned, pleased to have the matter so easily settled. "Might I ask why, sir?" His shoulders hunched. To explain that an attractive, unmarried woman wished to make use of his library would take time. Though Mrs. Douglas was his servant, employed by the family, she had known him since boyhood. Her disapproval of his actions would be both merited and unpleasant. "I have important work to do." He did not face her when he spoke. Part of her knowing him since childhood was that the woman had an uncanny knack of knowing exactly when he told a falsehood. She had caught him out in many a fib as a child, and he had no wish for her to catch him as an adult. When she did not immediately respond, Raz hastened out the door and into the main corridor. Should he allow Miss Banner in through the front door? Would she think it strange? But sound echoed awfully through the foyer. What if Mrs. Douglas heard another set of steps? Or even Miss Banner's voice? Raz went to the library with its view of the road. On the ground floor, the library's large set of windows overlooked the drive. He crossed the room and opened them wide, then looked down. The windows were too high to make an easy climb for Miss Banner. And what sort of gentleman would he be if he allowed a lady to crawl through the shrubs below to hoist herself through a window? A flash of colour brought his gaze up, and he saw her coming through the trees. Thunderation! A side door. It was the only thing that made sense. But how to get to her before she arrived at the front door? He looked down from the window again into the shrubs. There was no help for it. He vaulted over the edge of the window and into the shrubs. At least one branch snapped, and his coat caught fast enough he had to wrench himself forward to unstick his coat. Emerging from the bushes, Raz saw Miss Banner staring at him. His exit from the window had made more of a racket than he wished, but it was too late to worry over that now. He adjusted the lapels of his coat and waited for her to make her way across the lawn to him. "If you were not a ghost," she said as she neared him, both eyebrows raised, "I would ask if you were all right." She had to know. At this point, seeing him hurtle out of a window and charge through bushes with all the grace of a wild boar, she had to know the truth. Yet she kept up the act and seemed to expect him to do the same. But why? Why not just laugh at him, or sneer at him and be on her way? The treasure must be important to her. He could think of no other reason why she would continue with such a horrible ruse. A ruse he had quite foolishly thought he could maintain. Feeling more than a little sheepish, Raz cleared his throat and gestured with one hand to the corner of the house. "There is no one about to discover you, Miss Banner. If you will come through the side door." Miss Banner shot him one last concerned glance before continuing, basket tucked closely to her side. They went around the corner of the house to a door meant to let out into a garden, but the plants were already falling into their winter slumber. There was little of beauty to see in what still remained green. Raz opened the door into a small, dark corridor. He led the way, but when he looked over his shoulder, he saw Miss Banner hesitating in the doorway. Ah, yes. This would be the place for her to have her misgivings, he supposed. An unmarried woman, alone with a man and unchaperoned, would face severe repercussions if her actions became known. He stopped and turned to face her. "The library is 3 doors down, Miss Banner. On the right. If you wish to make your way there, I will return outside." The shadows upon her face and the light pouring in from behind her made it difficult to see her expression, but Raz sensed a shift in her posture, and he heard the surprise in her voice. "You will leave me alone in the house?" "I can stand beside the window, outside." He came back to where she stood, and she hastily moved aside so he did not so much as brush her skirt with the end of his coat. "I will keep watch." He felt his ears burning. What had he been thinking, trying to put them alone together in a room? Ghost or not, she would brand him a cad for certain. He did not wait to see her reaction, but kept walking to the shrubbery he had fallen into only minutes before. If Miss Banner wished to take her leave, she could, but he had given her what she asked for in allowing her access to the lodge's library. Raz realised someone walked alongside him. With some trepidation, but also a great deal of annoyance, he glanced over. His many times great-grandmother, dressed in an elaborate gown of green, walked next to him. She had been a petite woman in life, it would seem, as her head did not even reach the top of Raz's shoulder. But her countenance, as serene and elegant as it was, could leave no doubt that she had been a member of the nobility. "Grandmother," Raz said, somewhat cheekily if he were honest with himself. One of her eyebrows arched. "Though I am loath to admit my husband has the right of things, I must say, grandson, that you do not seem adept at speaking with young ladies." First his mother and sisters, now ghosts would tell him how to flirt and behave. Was he truly so hopeless? "She wanted to see the library." "And I applaud you for allowing her entrance into the house. But surely you could have invited her in a more traditional way? Why keep up your play acting?" "Because if I admitted out loud that I am not a ghost, we would be breaking a great many societal customs." "Pish!" Elizabeth Grey shook her head. "Honourable young people ought to be allowed in each other's company without a chaperone always at hand." "That isn't how it's done." They turned the corner, and Raz saw the open windows and a head full of dark curls peeping out. He swallowed and looked to his grandmother. "She cannot see me," the spirit woman said. "Not unless I wish her to." Raz gritted his teeth together. "Please don't wish such a thing." Miss Banner must already think him daft, but if a true ghost appeared, she might take her tale all across the country. His great-grandmother smiled serenely, obviously unconcerned. Raz exchanged his grimace for a smile as he approached the window. "I am pleased you found your way, Miss Banner. The book you need, it is on the shelves behind the desk. A tall volume, more of a ledger, really." She nodded and ducked back inside. Raz pushed himself slowly through the greenery beneath the window, trying not to make a noise. His head and shoulders came above the window, allowing him a good view of the inside. He watched Miss Banner look through the books on the shelves until she found the one with the years stamped into the leather. "Here it is." She tugged the book free of its place and came to the window. "I suppose any mention of Erasmus Grey would be toward the middle?" "1/3 of the way through," Raz corrected, his head tipped back to speak with her. Miss Banner appeared to kneel down, given the way she sank closer to him. Then she put the book on the ledge and turned pages, her eyes skimming dates in what amounted to a family-kept history. She slowed when the dates came closer to what she searched for. King James became King of Scotland and England in 1605. 1603, Raz corrected. He had always had a good head for historical dates. "Are you certain?" "Quite." "Very well. In 1603 he became king of both countries and sent a Scotsman here. Some time after." "One would think fairly soon after." Her voice trailed away as she searched, her lips pursed and eyes focused on the pages of the book. She ran a finger down each entry. Some were only a sentence long, others went on for pages, but they were all the things Raz's ancestors had thought were important enough for the family to remember. Births, marriages, deaths, land deals, which family members participated in battles or went to Parliament. He supposed, given that the lodge had not been present until the early 1600s, the book had been brought from Scotland along with Erasmus Grey. He had looked at the book a few days previous, merely to confirm the names of his ghosts, but then had busied himself writing his own book. So he had not looked as closely as Miss Banner did, her dark brown eyes sweeping across the page, brow furrowed in concentration. As he watched, her eyebrows began to lift, and her lips formed a small O of surprise. "In September of 1604, I, Erasmus Grey, took Lady Elizabeth, third daughter of the Duke of Northumberland, to wife. This was done at the behest of His Majesty the King, to further unify our countries. Heaven help Elizabeth and I both." Well, he certainly did not seem to like the idea of marrying her. Raz dropped his gaze briefly to his great-grandmother's spirit, where she stood on the other side of the hedge. She shrugged. "Neither of us were happy, to tell the truth." He peeked up to Miss Banner, and she showed no indication of hearing his ghost, so he spoke instead. "I do not think there were many arranged marriages people actually looked forward to, especially if it was between people of different countries." Miss Banner's gaze flicked only briefly to meet his, then went back to the book. "Then there is an account of building a house in Havenwood. This house?" "Yes." Raz wished he was beside her looking at the pages himself, rather than standing in the dirt beneath the window. She turned the page. He hadn't made it that far in his cursory glance at the pages. Why hadn't he thought to read more about the ghosts? Oh, she started to smile. I think they must have overcome their differences, at least in part. There is a list of their children. They had 9. Raz perked up at that and looked at the ghost again. She only smiled serenely at him. Miss Banner again turned the page. More accounts of laws enacted, debts paid, nothing serious. No mention of the treasure. But it is interesting that the note I found was correct. Erasmus Grey and Lady Elizabeth married because of the king. To cement relations between Scotland and England. Raz had no idea his family had been part of such a thing. How had that tale fallen away over time? He knew enough to recognise that he bore a family name, but no one had ever told him about the man who bore it before him. Does it say anything else about the two of them? Lady Elizabeth chuckled, and he looked to see her watching him with a gleam in her eye. Now you wish to know more about us, grandson. Miss Banner leaned out the window to look at him. Mr. Grey, listen to this. It was wise to trust my best beloved, Lady Elizabeth, all those years ago with the work my king has given me. Together we have searched for the treasure stolen away from my country to hers. Though I despaired of ever finding it, Elizabeth would not let me give up. I rejoice in my partnership. Raz rocked back on his heels. The king really sent someone to find the treasure. They all thought it was real. As a boy spending lazy summer days searching the woods and ruins for treasure, he had hoped it was real. As he aged, he had put all rumour of the treasure aside as nothing more than a tale for children. That was what everyone else in Harbottle and Alwynton did. Miss Banner shifted, leaning out the window. Her face was closer to his and her eyes glittered at him. Mr. Grey, you must mean that the king sent you to find the treasure. He blinked up at her, that slip of his tongue the last he wanted to make. Pretending to be a ghost he actually knew existed, had stretched at last to the breaking point. He had been dishonest to the point of ridiculousness. Raz lowered his voice, speaking with earnest intent. No, that is not what I meant. And you know that, Miss Banner. The colour in her cheeks darkened and she lowered her gaze. Who are you really? I gave you my name. That has not changed. I am only named after the man who wrote in that book. He nodded to where her hand pressed flat against the pages. He is my ancestor. Oh. Miss Banner's eyes widened. But everyone said you were not at home, that the family is in London. The rest of the family is there. I came alone and I didn't wish anyone to know. I still don't wish anyone to know. He sighed and scratched the back of his head. I would rather not be bothered with people and their expectations, Miss Banner. I am quite busy with other things. The young woman slowly closed the book, her shoulders falling along with her expression. Then I shall leave you alone, Mr. Grey, and apologise for taking up your time. She leaned away, preparing to stand. A momentary panic caused Raz's lungs to seize up, but he moved quickly anyway, his hand finding hers upon the windowsill. Miss Banner, no, not you. Curse his stammer. He had nearly conquered it where she was concerned. In truth, I have liked our meetings, strange as they were. I wish they could go on, but we both know you are not a ghost, she finished for him, a weak smile turning her lips upward. Why did you let me into your house, Mr. Grey? Why speak to me at all if you wished to avoid detection? Why indeed? Because she was lovely? If he said such a thing, she would think him a besotted fool or a prowling rake. He would also sound as shallow as a rain puddle. Best to go with another attribute. Your curiosity is refreshing. My curiosity? The idea of a ghost would terrify most young ladies, but you came back without fear. Why? The idea of ghosts had sent him plunging into self-doubt. Her eyebrows pulled together and her gaze darted away. I have never been one to give heed to Gothic stories or superstition. My mother brought me up to ridicule such things rather than take part. But would it not be marvellous if such things were real? Her lashes lifted enough for her to peer at him again, her smile almost forlorn. Ghosts, treasure, honourable bandits living in the woods like Robin Hood. My mother disapproved of all of it. Young ladies ought not to entertain ideas of adventure when they are sitting demurely in the parlour. Raz's excitement mounted with each word she spoke, and he drew closer to the windowsill. I have often felt the same. My family, my father especially, decried such things as foolish sensationalism. He said every English boy ought to leave dreams of Camelot and Sherwood Forest behind them when they went away to school. Miss Banner's lips turned upward. I gather you found that difficult, Mr. Grey. Impossible, actually. He released a self-deprecating chuckle, turning his head. He saw the ghost of his great-grandmother still standing where she had before, a smirk upon her face and an eyebrow raised. He sobered immediately. As delightful a turn as his conversation had taken with Miss Banner, other matters took precedence. He had shown her his library and confirmed for them both that King James sent the first Erasmus Grey to Harbottle to find treasure for the crown. Reluctantly, Raz stepped away from Miss Banner. I hope I can trust you with my secret, Miss Banner. I had rather not be disturbed, or have it generally known that I am at the lodge. Her smile faded away. Of course, sir. Thank you for taking the time to feed my curiosity. This information will likely be of some help in my treasure hunt. She stood and brushed off the front of her gown. You are still not content to sit in a parlour in quiet reflection, I take it. Raz watched as she closed the book and brought it to her chest, wrapping her arms around it as though embracing the history it held. For the first time in my life, I am being told to stay out of the parlour and enjoy the outdoors, so I must either aimlessly wander the countryside or have a purpose. Seeking a missing treasure suits me better than meandering about with no more sense than a dizzy bumblebee. She turned away, likely to restore the book to its shelf. Raz stepped up to the window again, tilting his head inside to better watch her. Miss Banner? She paused and looked over her shoulder at him, saying nothing. There is a book on the desk you may like. It is the sort of novel your mother did not wish you to read. It is an adventure with one of those honourable bandits you mentioned before. She gifted him with the return of her dazzling smile, and Raz's heart skipped a merry beat in response. She replaced the large book and took up the slim volume from his desk. Thank you. I will return it soon. Then she disappeared out the door. Raz released a breath he had not realised he held, his chest aching. Lady Elizabeth hummed thoughtfully at him. I think I rather like that young lady, grandson. As do I. Raz pushed his way through the shrubbery again. I think I ought to ask Douglas to do away with these things. He glared at the greenery. They do not even flower enough to make them worth keeping. Why would you care? The lodge is all but abandoned these many years. Lady Elizabeth sighed, looking up at the house. It used to be quite beautiful. Then she faded from his sight. Miss Banner appeared around the corner at the next moment. She held his book in her hand. Raz cleared his throat and gestured to the carriage path. Will you allow me to see you out of Havenwood? A gentleman ghost's escort would be most welcome. She gave him a teasing smile before tucking the book she held into her basket. Thank you. They did not speak as they walked down the path, he on one side and she on the other. No sound interrupted them, save for the wind rustling branches above, and the occasional caw of a raven in the distance. When they arrived at the main road, Raz's steps slowed, and his companion's stride faltered. Miss Banner surprised him when she sounded as reluctant as he to part. I suppose I will return to the manse. Thank you for your company today, Mr. Grey. It was a pleasure, Miss Banner. He bowed deeply. If you have any more questions, I would be happy to be of service. The offer slipped free of his tongue before he recalled that he was supposed to be avoiding people, his lovely new neighbour included. I would not dream of interrupting your solitude now that I know what lengths you will go to in order to protect it, she said. But if we should chance upon each other again, I would not mind. Raz watched her dark eyes, enjoying the way they gleamed with good humour rather than laughter at his expense. Enjoy your day, Miss Banner. Thank you. Good day. She dipped her curtsy, then went on her way. Raz watched until the slight bend in the road and the trees hid her from view. She glanced back over her shoulder at the last moment and waved. A deep voice grumbled next to him. You let her go a mite too easily, my lad. She's fair of face and form, and smarter than most. You ought to be more daring in your courtship. Raz started back up to the house, removing his hat to fiddle with the brim. Courtship? No one has said anything about courtship. He sent a brief glare at the ghost. In your day, you were married off by the king. That hardly sounds daring. His great-grandfather snorted. Aye, it was. I had to do my courtship after the wedding, which is even more daring. If I'd failed, I would have been worse off than when I started. Stuck with a woman who hated me. None of this is pertinent to me. I am not here to court Miss Banner. Raz halted in his steps and turned to his ghostly ancestor. Unless that is the reason you wanted me here? To meet her? His grandfather chuckled. Oh, now you want to know. If only it were that easy. We'd be on our way, I think, given how you favour her and she you. Arguing with the ghost about his love life would do nothing to aid him. He tried to ignore his disappointment that his presence at Havenwood Lodge had nothing to do with Miss Louisa Banner. Cheer up, lad. No reason why we cannae accomplish more than one goal. His grandfather chuckled and faded from sight. Raz kicked a rock off the path. If the ghosts wouldn't tell him what their original goal was, he didn't see himself accomplishing anything of importance on his own. Chapter 10. The book Mr. Grey had loaned Louisa kept her up late enough that she used more than her share of lamp oil. She began reading The Bandit of Bleak Hollow before dinner, and had rushed through the meal somewhat rudely in order to return to its pages. Thankfully, her aunt had not seemed to mind when Louisa explained she had begun a new novel. Dear me, child, I know well enough that an enjoyable book requires as much attention as one can spare. Try not to stay up too late. Louisa ought to have listened to the practical advice. Instead, she kept turning pages long after the rest of the household had gone to sleep. As a result, she woke late. The book had several chapters left to tempt her, but a growl of her stomach forced Louisa to concede she had other needs to see to first. She put on her wrapper and rang for Sarah. Breakfast was cleared up hours ago, Sarah said when she came into the room. But Mrs. Penrith said to bring a tray to you as soon as you woke. I hope I have not put her out. Louisa sat at the small table in her room, and Sarah laid the tray in front of her. Your great-aunt is too kind a soul to be out of sorts with anyone. Sarah went to the bed and made it up, still talking. Mrs. Penrith also asked that I give you the note upon the tray. Louisa lifted her napkin and found the sealed paper with an unfamiliar wax seal. She turned it over but did not recognise the handwriting. Her heart sank. She had rather hoped to hear from her mother. Shrugging off her disappointment, Louisa broke the seal and unfolded the note. Miss Banner, my sister, brothers and I would enjoy your company this afternoon. We intend to walk to Alwynton to meet an acquaintance there, and it would delight us to introduce you to our friend. Yours, etc., Angelica Cunningham. As she said nothing of the time of departure, Louisa hastily scribbled her acceptance and handed the reply to Sarah. Can you find someone to take this up to the Baron's castle? She opened her drawer and found a few pennies, wincing. She wished she had more coins for her use, but her mother had insisted there was not much to spare. Yes, miss. She tucked the note into her apron and curtsied. I'll take it as far as the Unicorn. Someone there will be happy to deliver it to the castle. Ought I to wait and help you dress first? Louisa looked down at herself and sighed. Yes, I suppose that would be the wisest thing. After dressing, she tucked the book Mr. Grey had loaned her beneath her pillow. She would have to wait to finish the adventure story. Perhaps she could have the whole of it read by that evening, then return the book to its owner the next day. A tickle of excitement made her stomach twist. What a pity the ghostly charade had ended. Their ability to meet and speak to one another would necessarily be more complex without the pretended distance of death between them. Chewing her lip as she thought, Louisa went in search of Aunt Penrith. Mother had told Louisa to make herself useful, and thus far she was failing quite spectacularly at that simple task. But what was she to do when Aunt Penrith cheerily went about her life as normal, pushing Louisa out of doors at every instant? Aunt Penrith sat at a writing desk in the downstairs parlour, a goose-feather pen in hand, scratching away at a piece of paper. She looked up when Louisa entered the room and immediately greeted the younger woman with a smile. There you are, niece. Did you finish your book last night or during the early hours of the morning? Given that there was an undeniable sparkle in Aunt Penrith's eyes, Louisa felt at ease, laughing.
Neither, I'm afraid. The book still waits upon me to read it to its conclusion, but I was up rather late. Ah, to be young and not as in need of bed as an old woman. Aunt Penrith chuckled and turned her attention back to her writing. Did you see your note from Miss Cunningham? Yes, thank you. She invited me on an outing to Alwynton to meet one of their friends. Louisa froze just before lowering herself into a chair. Oh, Aunt, I have already accepted. I should have asked first. Nonsense! I introduced you to that family with the hope that they would take you in. Well, I cannot see that you share many personal traits with them. Young people do have a way of needing one another. I am pleased they thought to ask you. Louisa relaxed into her seat, relieved. When I spoke to them, Mr. Cunningham and his sisters did not seem as though they enjoyed living in Harbottle very much. I think they must prefer town. To be certain they do, as does their mother. Aunt Penrith paused, putting her pen down. When I first came here, I thought it rather lonely too, but now Harbottle is the dearest place in the world to me. To be sure, there is not much entertainment or a great deal of society, but there is peace in abundance, and kind neighbours. With her eyes turned to the window, watching a tree near the gate sway in the breeze, Louisa spoke without thinking. I cannot think my mother would abide it. She pressed her lips together tightly after speaking, and looked to Aunt Penrith with wide eyes. I shouldn't have said. I know, dear, but it is the truth, isn't it? Aunt Penrith offered a soft smile of reassurance. She stood from the desk and came to sit in the chair nearest Louisa. And it is perfectly all right to know what one can and cannot endure. I know it has not been long since your arrival, but if you tell me that this life is too difficult for you, I will do my best to find you somewhere else to go. The genuine warmth in Aunt Penrith's eyes, accompanied by her comforting touch upon Louisa's hand, made her eyes prickle with tears. The words were meant as a kindness, but I have no place else to go, and no funds to take me anywhere, and not enough skills to find a position even as a governess. She started to sniffle, and her aunt made a handkerchief materialize. The world is not so harsh a place to one who is kind and willing to try, dear child. Aunt Penrith gave Louisa's hand another gentle pat. And I am not turning you out, merely promising to do my part to help you find happiness. As I said, living here is not for everyone. Mrs. Grey, for instance. There is a reason she has not come back to the lodge in Havenwood since her husband's passing. She found being so far from people difficult. We discussed it many times when she was a young bride. When Louisa realised her great-aunt spoke of her erstwhile ghost's mother, she blinked back her tears and forced herself to take a calming breath. Why was it difficult for her? She felt lonely and too far from people should she need help. The lodge being tucked into the wood did not make matters easier. She could not even see the road from a window. I believe it left her feeling cut off from the world. And she was, still is, I would say, a woman who is happiest when surrounded by other people. Aunt Penrith adjusted her spectacles. She is a kind and graceful lady. I would never say otherwise. Her daughters are much like her, bright as hothouse flowers and in need of as much attention. Not like their brother. The mention of Mr. Grey made Louisa's stomach tighten and her cheeks warmed. Oh? What is he like? A steady lad, as happy to be wandering about the countryside as to sit quietly by a fire. I always rather liked him. I have not seen him in a year or more, but he has grown from a shy child into a man of quiet dignity. I used to wonder if he preferred solitude due to nature or his stammer. Sweet lad. He had many a trouble getting his words to come out right. Aunt Penrith leaned back in her chair and cast a gaze out of the window. His mother blamed the stammer on being out here in the middle of nowhere. She thought he needed better tutoring, more people to speak to, but he always seemed so content to me when I caught glimpses of him in the summer roaming about our hills. That well sounded like the man Louisa had met. A quiet nature suited him. There was a steadiness to him, despite their odd interactions, that contradicted his stammer. Does the family own land elsewhere? I cannot think anyone would want to spend all of their time in a bustling town. They have a house in Newcastle, but land has never been a concern of that family. They own one of the larger coal mines in the west. I believe it was brought into the family through marriage centuries ago. They are a true gentility, with never a need to do more than pay tax to the crown. Her aunt smiled to herself. Which is why I think the departed Mr. Grey preferred his ancestral home to town.
With her thoughts filling in the gaps, creating a better portrait of the Grey family than she had before, Louisa spoke her conclusion. He was like the sun, and preferred quiet over the expectations society would put on a man of such wealth and importance. Yes, some called him a recluse. Her aunt looked over the rims of her spectacles at Louisa. There are all sorts of people in this world, child. Those who love noise and distraction, and those who yearn for quiet and solitude. I think both have a place, and neither is wrong. If you take anything from our little gossip, I hope it is that there are many paths to happiness. The words were spoken with such solemnity that Louisa gulped before answering. Yes, Aunt Penrith. Good. Now I must turn my mind from my neighbours back to my own business. I am writing letters this morning. How will you occupy yourself until your outing with Lord Erin's children? Sewing. Louisa stood up. I have some sewing I could do. Let me fetch my things and I will keep you company. A wonderful idea. As Louisa climbed the stairs to her room, she thought on what her aunt had revealed of the Grey family. Mr. Grey's desire to remain out of sight and away from the notice of his neighbours made a great deal more sense. With the additional insight into his character, she wished once more she had finished the book and could use its return as an excuse to seek him out. What would her mother say if she knew Louisa had been speaking to a wealthy gentleman alone in the woods? Mamma cannot ever know. No one can. It was of no consequence that Mr. Grey was an eligible gentleman, or that Louisa was the only woman in the county who knew his whereabouts. He wanted solitude, not a husband-hunter nipping at his heels. His doings were absolutely nothing for her to concern herself over. The Cunninghams had already spoken for her time that afternoon, and she still had her treasure hunt to distract her until the weather turned. Chapter 11. Raz's distracted mind refused to cooperate with him. Despite the quiet of the study, his pen remained still. The ink remained stoppered. The paper blank. The author himself sat back in the leather chair, his notebook in hand, glaring at the ceiling. The words never came as easily as he thought they should, even though he worked upon his 4th volume for publication. Never mind how many scraps of paper and notebooks he had filled with idle ideas even before publication. Every word still took time to form, every story time to coalesce into a narrative that made sense. Miss Banner's smile appeared in his thoughts. He whisked it away with the wave of a hand. The charming woman was yet another distraction, and he had spent enough time the day before thinking about her, wondering when he might see her again. He had promised himself she would not cross his thoughts nor interfere with his writing this day. Writing often proved laborious, but not writing at all was rather like trying to give up sunshine. He did not think he could do it and live happily, but given his family's distinct lack of understanding, Raz had stolen time to write in secret for years. Perhaps that was the issue. He no longer had to squeeze writing time between the dullness of responsibilities, therefore the writing itself had become dull. His lack of inspiration had nothing to do with the ghosts bickering in the room with him. My lady, the one reason we're here with the lad is enough. We cannot distract ourselves or him from our purpose. Raz lowered his gaze to the two of them. Having already solicited their silence once, he did not think it likely to help should he ask again. The two of them had their own tasks to worry over, or so they claimed. I refuse to believe it a distraction. I think the two things complement each other. Lady Elizabeth stood at the window looking out over the front drive. Can you believe they removed my rose bushes from the drive? The white roses were so lovely in the summer. Aye, they were. The ghostly gentleman drew up beside her. When you wore them in your hair, I always thought you looked like a fairy princess. She smiled at him, then caught Raz watching from the corner of her eye. Lady Elizabeth squared her shoulders and shook her finger at him. You cannot sit at that desk all day, Raz. You need to be up and out of this house. Tucking his notebook back into his coat, Raz tried to ignore the building pressure behind his eyes. Perhaps if you directed me as to where I should go, it would be of some help. Neither of you have told me what it is I'm meant to do. The couple exchanged a heavy glance. Well, this is the first time you have actually asked for direction, Lady Elizabeth said. About time. Erasmus grinned, his teeth flashing white. It's obvious, lad. We're here to help you secure the treasure. Raz stared at them both, then groaned and rubbed at his eyes. "There is no treasure. If there was, you would have found it in your lifetime. It's an idle story, something to tell children to give them something to do on long summer days. Or a story to tell on dark winter nights when there is little else for entertainment." Erasmus snorted and Raz looked up with impatience. "Oh, it is real, lad. I promise you that." "You do not think we would be permitted to visit you over a mere nursery tale, do you?" Lady Elizabeth asked, her nose wrinkling. "All right. If that is your purpose in being here, why haven't you simply told me where to look?" He glanced from one apparition to the other. "Just tell me this very moment. Where is the treasure?" Lady Elizabeth's nose went into the air. "I do not appreciate your tone, grandson. Besides, there is more to it than giving you the location. You must earn the right to receive the treasure." "Earn the—" Raz threw his hands up. "What does that mean?" "Follow the trail, lad. There's a trail laid down for you." Erasmus approached his wife, taking her hand. "We cannot be more direct, but it will all make sense in due time." "Who makes these rules?" Raz muttered, pushing himself out of his chair. "Very well. I'll go on a ramble as aimless as Miss Banner and her treasure hunt." "There's a thought. Why not join the lass?" Erasmus asked, noticeably perking up, and his wife immediately beamed at him, if ghosts could beam. Now it was Raz's turn to snort. It would not be proper. He looked to the window where he and Miss Banner had conversed the day before, he from the bushes. If only he had played a ghost a little longer. He might have kept company with Miss Banner as often as his ancestral spirits did so with him. Raz nearly smiled at that thought as he left the room in search of a coat and hat. Many a young woman had found his conversational skills wanting in the past, and ladies had merely put up with him to gain access to his pocketbook. He had even overheard one such woman call him tiresome. Given his natural reserve, it was astounding any female with a mind for marriage bent it his way. Miss Banner had seemed different. She hadn't grown impatient with his stammer, nor remarked upon it at all. Instead, she patiently listened to him, responded with wit and intelligence, and had a candour about her that was refreshing. While thinking of her, Raz started on his walk. How had she come upon the family cemetery if not from the main road? Perhaps there was a game trail she had followed, or a new footpath carved by the servants coming and going from Alwynton. Raz directed himself that way, determined to find the place where she had entered his wood. Passing the graveyard, Raz tipped his hat to his great-grandfather's stone. The ghosts hadn't followed him, nor did he know if they would appreciate the gesture. Yet it seemed rude to go by without at least acknowledging the last resting place of the spirit haunting him. He found the small path littered with leaves. It led him through the woods all the way to the old stone wall lining the road. The same flowers, white and purple, that Miss Banner had gathered, littered the ground. Raz bent to pluck a white flower, noting the delicate petals. The flowers had called her from the road and led her up to where he first came upon her. Raz grinned to himself, twirling the flower with a twist of his fingers. He stood to his full height, but hesitated when he heard the clatter of hooves. At once he crouched down again, swiping off his hat and ducking behind the stone wall. He had no wish for a neighbour or a farmer going to market to glimpse him. His desire for privacy might verge into the absurd, but he didn't care. Laughter of men and women echoed off the stone wall and the branches above him. Raz moved backward, putting a tree between himself and the road, shifting to see over the stone barrier. A man and a woman rode horses, the people and animals both elegantly groomed. Ah, Lord Erin's exclusory offspring. A good thing he had avoided their notice. The daughters were keenly interested in Raz's fortune. The sons were not entirely pleasant to those beneath them in station. Behind the riders came a gig with 3 passengers. The rest of the family? As the equipage drew nearer, Raz saw a man sitting in the middle of the bench with a woman on either side. Raz's breath caught. One of the feminine figures, hand atop her bonnet to hold it in place, was Miss Banner. As they approached, he saw that she smiled, then spoke with animation to Mr. Cunningham. A twist in Raz's gut made him wince. What had he expected? A woman as vivacious and bright as Miss Banner would make friends and need them even here in Harbottle. The Cunninghams would be foolish if they neglected Miss Banner. She was an enjoyable companion, a delightful person. And when she laughed, As she did at the moment the gig passed his hiding place, her unconventional beauty shone at its finest. The party was on its way to Alwynton. Raz's shoulders slumped. He hadn't come to Havenwood Lodge for companionship. He came because 2 ghosts harassed him into travel and to use the quiet to write his book. Yet as the crunch of wheels on gravel and dirt faded, a rock settled in the deepest part of his stomach, heavy and uncomfortable. When there was no danger of being seen, the party gone from his sight, Raz rose from his place, the white flower still in his hand. Perhaps he had miscalculated in his plans. As a man of words, he had never been confident with sums. He walked back to the lodge, untroubled by ghosts for the moment, and tried to untangle this latest development in his thoughts. Louisa had little in common with Miss Cunningham, who rode with her younger brother, but Mr. Cunningham and Miss Arabel together made for fine driving companions. When they were not teasing one another about their choices in fashion, they related amusing stories from their childhood in Harbottle. "It's such a backward little bywater," Miss Arabel said after one such tale. "Suitable for adventurous children, I suppose, but there is little to amuse us now." It is a peaceful place, though. Louisa did not feel the need to defend the village, created as it was with the singular purpose to serve Lord Erin's family. But she had enjoyed the lack of social engagements. There was the added benefit of having no one to impress. Her mother had constantly picked at Louisa to dress better, buy the most fashionable baubles, and behave with enough poise to keep herself above the notice of gossips. None of it had actually been to Louisa's tastes, she began to realise. Even if it was what society expected. Perhaps that made her somewhat unnatural. Obviously, the Mrs. Cunninghams felt as Louisa's mother did about what counted as a suitable manner of living. "To be sure, Harbottle is as peaceful as a tomb." Miss Arabel released a delicate and airy laugh. Mr. Cunningham joined his laughter to his sister's, directing his gaze to Louisa. "My sisters believe the country is for children and town is for women of quality. They are quite bored." "Which is why we go to visit Mr. Crews. He has a fine house in Alwynton and fine manners, and has only just returned from Newcastle." Miss Arabel adjusted her gloves as she spoke. "If he had only a little more of a fortune, I would even be tempted to flirt with him." "Fortunate man, then." Mr. Cunningham winked at Louisa. "He need never worry, my sisters will set their cap for him." They kept on their way, Louisa enjoying the sight of the rolling hills and paying special attention to Alwynton's church. Her aunt had told her of its charm, and Louisa had to agree. It looked a bit like an old castle all on its own, hewn from rough grey stone and sitting high upon a hill. They passed the lane to the church and turned up the next minor road. A flock of sheep barely acknowledged their passage, and then they arrived at a large stone manor. Mr. Roger Cunningham and Miss Cunningham dismounted, while the eldest Cunningham helped his younger sister and Louisa down from the gig. The front door opened upon their approach. A butler along with 2 footmen waited to take their coats and wraps. "Welcome, welcome!" The voice, jovial and deep, came from above. Louisa turned about to see a portly young gentleman standing at the rail. His expression was entirely jovial and his hand gestures broad. "Come up at once, Cunninghams, and introduce me to our new neighbour. Then I must share the Newcastle news." He chortled and stepped away from the railing as they began climbing the steps. Louisa followed the group of siblings, ducking her head until they made introductions. Mr. Crews cheerfully showered her with compliments and kind wishes. The others filed by him to enter a sitting room. Louisa entered and looked about, knowing her first duty was to compliment some aspect of the room where they would spend the next half hour in conversation. The first thing to strike her, drawing her gaze, was a large painting above the mantel. The couple in the portrait were dressed in almost Elizabethan clothing, though the man wore a kilt along with the slightly ruffled collar about his throat. They stood close, with obvious affection for one another given the way the gentleman's hand rested upon the woman's waist. "What a striking painting, Mr. Crews. Tell me, are they family?" She approached the mantel, drawn by the woman's bright blue eyes that were a match for her gown. "Ah, yes. This is my many times great-aunt. Distant relation. The portrait was gifted to my great-grandmother, her niece, upon her death. It's an original by Robert Peake the Elder. Priceless. Especially given the Scotsman and traditional dress." Louisa nodded, her eyes falling to the bottom of the gilded frame to see a small golden plate inset. Reading the plate, Louisa's stomach dipped and she had to swallow a gasp.
Erasmus Grey and Lady Elizabeth. Havenwood Lodge, 1618. Did her Mr. Grey know about the portrait hanging nearby? Her gaze rose to the man in the portrait again, a man whose grave she had visited, and her heart sped up. He was handsome, with a proud bearing and a head full of curling black hair. Though one hand curled around his wife's waist, the other gripped a rolled-up scroll at his side. The scroll bore the king's seal. There was no doubt left by the painter that Erasmus Grey was a man with an important connection to King James. The conversation began behind Louisa, Mr. Cruise having launched into a story involving a person Louisa did not know by name or reputation. She studied the details in the painting, from the ring on Lady Elizabeth's finger to the window in the room behind them. Out the window she could see the drive of Havenwood Lodge, with bushes bearing white flowers on either side of it. On a table at Lady Elizabeth's side was an enormous book which resembled the ledger Mr. Grey had allowed her to read. A scrollwork had been added to the bottom of the canvas by the painter, with words written in Latin. Numquam seorsum, in vita sive mors. Louisa studied the words carefully, whispering them to herself and committing them to memory. Though she hadn't the faintest idea what the words meant, she intended to relay them to Mr. Grey at the earliest opportunity. One never knew but that the words had something to do with the treasure hunted by his ancestor and now Louisa. She withdrew from the painting to sit and enjoy the conversation around her, though her mind frequently turned to Havenwood and the gentleman living beneath its shadows. Chapter 12. The day after Raz had spotted Miss Banner with the Cunninghams, he walked all the way down the lane to where it joined the main road. Then he hesitated, looking to the east where Harbottle and the manse waited just beyond a bend in the road. Once again a lad hesitates overlong. His ghostly grandfather sounded more annoyed than amused. Makes up his mind only to change it again. Lady Elizabeth spoke her rejoinder dryly. Not everyone has your single-minded and stubborn confidence, dear. Raz cast a quelling glance over his shoulder at both of them. His kilted grandfather folded his arms over his chest and glowered. Lady Elizabeth gave him an encouraging smile. Why they persisted in following him about and yet refused to be of any actual help confused Raz. They were the very worst of spirits to haunt with no sort of rational purpose, for he did not believe they knew the location of the treasure. Had they known where it was during their lifetime, would they not have turned it over to King James? Erasmus the elder whispered barely loud enough for Raz to hear his words. 10 to 1 he goes back to the lodge. That did it. Clenching his jaw tight, Raz marched onto the road. He charged in the direction of Harbottle, the Penrith manse his aim. No one witnessed his determined gait other than a few sheep grazing near to the stone wall. The gurgle of the river grew louder as he rounded the bend, raising his gaze to find the rooftop of the old steward's house. Mr. Grey! Halting abruptly, Raz lowered his gaze to a stone wall beneath the shadows of a tree. Bundled up in a grey cloak, her lips parted from her exclamation, sat Miss Banner. After a brief moment of hesitation, Raz bowed to her. Good morning. Is it? She slid from her seat on the wall, and he noted she held his book in her hand. What are you doing out here where anyone might see you? I thought your presence in the country a matter of true secrecy. It is. Raz stumbled over the explanation. Only, the word stuck itself between his tongue and the roof of his mouth and repeated incessantly. Miss Banner mercifully did not interrupt him or end his exclamation for him or coax the words out. Instead she waited, not so much as batting an eyelash, as though she was frozen along with the word he could not get out. His ears warmed and the words stopped coming. He took in a calming breath. Still, she remained patiently waiting. I wished to call on you. The vice-like sensation closing around his chest tightened with that admission. She would think him the greatest of fools. She would politely decline his interest. Oh, a delightful rosy shade of pink bloomed in her cheeks. How very thoughtful. I was on my way to return your book. She held it out to him. I stopped to read my favourite part again. Here. She took the last few steps from the wall to where he stood in the middle of the road, leaves crunching beneath her feet. When he accepted the book from her, their gloved hands brushed.
I enjoyed reading it immensely, and I could not wait to tell you so. She tucked her hand behind her. Even though you said you were occupied with your work, I did not think you would mind. Mind? How could he mind any interaction with her? Not at all. He gestured to the road. Would you, that is, might I walk you home? Oh, I would rather not return yet. She pointed to the stone wall. I had thought to walk up to the Drake Stone. His gaze darted up the hills, where the top of the stone would be visible were it not for the trees in the way. Alone? She did not immediately answer. Raz lowered his gaze to hers, to see the colour still in her cheeks. I hoped to persuade you to walk with me, Mr. Grey. A delicate smile turned her lips upward. We could discuss the book on the way. Raz considered the idea. Walking out of doors with her, without a chaperone, was no worse than the interactions they had already experienced. They would be out in the open for the whole of it. Where his lane diverged from the road, there was only a distance of 1/3 of a mile from the Drake Stone. Unless you object, Raz hastened to answer, stumbling over the first syllable he spoke twice. Of course I will walk with you. Brief answers were best, usually. He pointed back the way he had come. The best path is through Havenwood, and my family land. She bestowed an endearing grin upon him, and the expression lit her whole countenance most becomingly. Lovely. I have wanted to see the stone since it was first mentioned to me. But I suppose you know him since his family owns the public house. He said that locals still take sick children up there from time to time, like the Druids used to. And he says all the boys in Harbottle and Alwynton have climbed the rock too. He made it sound like a rite of passage. It is, of a sort. Raz motioned for her to walk alongside him, returning down the road to his family's lane. I have climbed it. I waited until too late at night before trying. I nearly trapped myself. Oh dear, is it very tall? It is 30 feet high, I should think. Raz tucked the slim book into his coat pocket. Boys do become stuck on occasion. If their fellows are unkind, they jeer at them until the boy has no choice but to try, or else forfeit his right to claim bravery. Miss Banner's pert nose wrinkled. I have never understood boys of a certain age. To be certain, girls have their own difficulties and rules, but boys are never satisfied in their play unless there is a chance of bloodshed. Raz laughed out loud, and her light laughter joined his, echoing through the trees. He put his hand over his heart before speaking. Though I grew up with much younger sisters, the boys of this neighbourhood made certain I went through the correct forms. He could talk lightly of it now, though his growing up had not been easy. The boys of his station, and those just below it who were deemed appropriate playmates, had not dealt kindly with his stammer. The number of names he had been called through the years, the times they had treated him roughly when a word would not free itself from his tongue, were beyond his count. I never had much experience with children my own age, to be truthful. I was sent away to school for a season, and that was all. My father said he could not bear for me to be gone. My mother made certain I had a governess until I was 15. When my father died, Mother dismissed Miss Baymore. I am sorry you experienced that loss. Raz wanted to put a hand upon her shoulder or arm to offer comfort, or perhaps take her hand. Instead, he tucked his hands behind his back where they could do no such thing. I miss my father too. Life is a fragile thing. A fleeting smile accompanied those words. My great-aunt said only this morning that we must treasure each moment we are given. She released a little gasp. Oh, that reminds me. I saw a portrait of your relatives at Mr. Cruise's home. Lady Elizabeth, the Duke's daughter, and Erasmus Grey. Raz glanced over his shoulder to see if the ghosts would reappear. They had vanished from sight when he charged down the road with the intention of calling at the manse. Apparently Miss Banner speaking their names was not enough to summon them from wherever they went when they were not bothering him. How interesting. Most of the people who live in this part of the country are distantly related. That must be why it is there. He cleared his throat. How did they appear? I must have seen the painting in the past, but I cannot recall its details. Oh, they are the usual stiffly standing people from that time period. Miss Banner shrugged. They were well and good in Havenwood, and nearly out of it again to start the climb up the hills. The incline was gentle, and her footwear appeared sound enough for the journey. She appeared lovely in a deep blue gown with golden hair, and I think they must have cared for each other given their pose. He's wearing a kilt, But what struck me most was an inscription upon the frame.
What did it say?
It was Latin. I repeated it to myself and wrote it down so I would remember. It said, Numquam seosum in vita sive mors. Do you know what that means? She turned her puzzled brown eyes to him. They were easy enough words, even for someone such as he. Latin had never been his favourite subject, but it had given him a deeper appreciation for language.
Yes, never separated, in life or death. A romantic sentiment. And it had come true, apparently, given that his ancestors had come to him together, united in their purpose. He had nearly forgotten their claims that the treasure existed. Being near Miss Banner made it rather easy to forget most other things. Very romantic. She skipped over a branch fallen on their footpath. And it almost makes me feel guilty. I had hoped it was a clue to the whereabouts of the treasure. From what we read of your ancestors, Erasmus confided the information about his search to his wife. She left the painting to a sister when she passed away.
Interesting. Raz kept to her side, though the narrowing of the path made it necessary to walk more closely. So closely, in fact, that when he dropped his hands to his side for better balance, his knuckles brushed against hers. She did not even bat an eyelash at the touch. Perhaps she had not felt it. Raz masked his disappointment with a question.
Why are you on your way to the Drake's Stone if you are determined to hunt treasure, Miss Banner?
Her expression grew contemplative, with her forehead wrinkled and her lips pressing together a moment. You and others have said that everyone searched for the missing treasure among the castle ruins. If everyone has done that for the last 300 years, someone would have found the treasure if it was there. I believe the treasure must be located somewhere else, and I intend to research and study the matter rather than poke about tumble-down stones. The thoughtfulness of her answer, the seriousness of her tone, startled him enough that he missed a step upon a rock. He hastily regained his balance and joined her, walking for a few moments in silence. It was she who broke it first, her tone decidedly more cheerful. We have a fine day for our walk. She turned her face upward to the sky, which was overcast but unthreatening. It is not too hot nor too cold, nor windy nor wet.
Careful, Miss Banner, Raz teased. When you visit a druid stone, you ought not to speak your luck aloud. The fairy folk might take it away from you.
Oh? She tilted her head to the side, looking around the edge of her bonnet at him. You would know something of fairies? He shrugged.
Only as much as the average English child.
That reminds me. The Bandit of Bleak Hollow. She became more animated as she spoke about the book he had loaned her, gesturing with her hands. It was such a captivating book. I felt so much for the heroine, Miss Winthrop. The hours she spent alone in those woods, certain a monster waited for her, or she would be trapped in a fairy circle. Miss Banner shuddered. I confess that chapter kept me up quite late. I had to see her safely restored home.
You found those scenes compelling?
Raz brightened. He had drawn from a childhood memory of becoming lost in Havenwood. The terror he had felt as a child had not been too difficult to transfer to the character in the book. Sometimes, like with that scene, the writing flowed easily. Very much. And it made me enjoy it all the more when she had to enter the forest alone to find the bandit. Miss Banner placed a hand over her heart and sighed. Their reunion was quite touching, as was the reveal of his true identity, although— Here her nose wrinkled again and her eyebrows drew down sharply. I cannot say their ending entirely satisfied me. Raz had never spoken to anyone other than his publisher about his work. He had read reviews, had mentioned it in passing to friends in letters to see what they thought of it, but he had never had a face-to-face conversation with a reader. The fact that she did not know he was the author made it no less anxious a conversation. Raz cleared his throat.
No, even though the bandit was really Lord Kennendel, I thought it suitable, allowing Miss Winthrop to marry well.
She lifted her skirts to step over a large stone, and Raz put a hand to her elbow to steady her. He kept his hand there a moment longer than needful, telling himself he needed to be sure she had her footing. But they never once confessed their love for one another. Miss Banner paused, her gaze going from the top of the hills back to him. The author used the word affection numerous times, and Lord Kennendel called her my dear, but not once did either of them declare their love.
They did not.
Raz froze on the spot, dumbfounded, searching his memory of the book frantically. How had he kept a confession from its pages? Why had his publisher not seen the error and told Raz to correct it? Surely he had implied their love. They married in the end. Miss Banner eyed him, a sly smile upon her lips. Even in our modern times, Mr. Grey, a marriage does not mean happiness or love. She was right. Raz did not think to stop his groan as he contemplated his mistake. They do not embrace, kiss, or offer any physical signs of their feelings apart from their actions, which I thought appropriate given their unmarried state. I suppose the author implied their love. Her expression changed from amused to concerned. Why does it bother you so much? I still enjoyed the book. You did too, didn't you? Yes. Raz reached for the notebook he kept in his pocket, along with the pencil, and opened it to write in large script, "Make certain they confess their love." Miss Banner stood on her toes to look over his shoulder at what he wrote. What does that mean? Raz stilled, and he turned his head to look down at her bonnet's brim brushing his cheek. She put her hand on his arm to steady herself, raising her gaze slowly to his. Society's boundaries had not been forgotten by the characters in his story, but apparently they were ignored by Miss Banner. She blushed and pulled away, taking a step back and nearly stumbling. Raz darted his hand out to halt her fall, dropping his notebook. He pulled her upright again and realized how near they were to one another. He swallowed, hard. "Mr. Grey," she breathed out his name. "I overstepped." Releasing her gently, Raz shook his head. "Not at all, Miss Banner. You must remember I admire your curiosity." He forced a smile before he bent to retrieve his notebook. "But your privacy is intact, mostly." He tried to keep his tone light and teasing, though his heart raced within his breast. Not just because of how close he was to revealing his secret, either. She nibbled on her bottom lip, her eyes shimmering with doubt. "I would do nothing to make you regret our meeting, Mr. Grey. You came to your house in the country to find peace, and you went to impressive lengths to protect your solitude." She looked guiltily up the hill where the Drake Stone loomed over the valley. "I should not disturb you with my company. Perhaps we ought to return to the main road. I can visit the Drake Stone another day." She gestured back the way they had come. Raz caught her hand in his. "Miss Banner, please." He lowered his voice, repeating the word with purpose. "Please, allow me the privilege of your company a little while longer. You'll remember I was on my way to call upon you when our paths crossed. Accompany me up to the stone, and I will tell you all about my notebook." His heart thrummed with hope that she would not deny him. What might have started with a curiosity on his part had changed, first to attraction, and now to something more. He needed to spend more time in Miss Banner's presence. Something about being near her made his mind race, his thoughts clearer. Every time he came upon her, he followed their time together with storms of writing, and the storm turned into a trickle, then a drought, while he sat at his desk wondering when he would see her again. Those dark eyes of hers studied him closely. Then her hand relaxed in his. "How have you managed to make something that was my idea sound as though it would be the greatest of favours to grant upon you?" He tried to smile, but felt only halfway successful. "I suppose I must have a talent for words." The scepticism returned. "I suppose you must." Despite the fact they both wore gloves, Louisa could have sworn she felt tenderness in the way Mr. Grey held her hand. He spoke with such gentle determination that she felt she must give way. "Mr. Grey, you have convinced me." She squeezed his hand. "But do not feel you have to indulge me by betraying any of your secrets." How mortified would she be if he thought he had no choice but to tell her things he had rather keep to himself? He adjusted his stance, then tucked her hand through the crook of his arm. "The hill is steeper here." Louisa accepted his help, and they started up the hill again. She directed her eyes to the stone, sensing her escort was ordering his thoughts. They were nearly to the Drake Stone's foundation. "My notebook is full of my ideas and thoughts in regard to my writing. You see, Miss Banner, I wrote The Bandit of Bleak Hollow." Louisa would have stumbled had she not been on his arm. She turned to him, halting their easy climb once more. "You? But no." The cover had not given his name as the author. "It is true. I wrote with an assumed name." He shrugged, ducking his head slightly. My mother does not approve, and she did not want the connection made to the family that an author of Gothic adventures and romance is a gentleman."
"Oh, my!" Louisa covered her mouth with her free hand, speaking between her fingers. "And there I was, criticising your writing."
"I appreciated your insight," he said, his smile returning somewhat tentatively. "You are exactly right. It was a mistake on my part, one which I will not make with the book I am writing at the moment." His crooked smile made him appear rather handsomer than his usual calm expression. They stood so close. If anyone saw them, Louisa knew that assumptions would be made. Yet she did not step back, and she kept her hand upon his arm. "You're writing another book?" She heard the excitement in her voice and winced. "Dear me, that sounded eager. But you must know I truly enjoyed The Bandit of Bleak Hollow. Have you other titles already published?" "2. His demeanour brightened. You wish to read them?" Louisa laughed, and they started walking again. "Yes. How could I not? Your characters are quite wonderful. They're so alive and realistic. As I said, reading about your heroine overcoming her fears of the forest and darkness was terribly exciting. To think she did it all in order to save the man she adored. You perfectly wrote how I imagine love would make one behave. In so many books, love makes a person better, more upright or moral. But in your book, love made her brave. That was the part I was reading for a second time when you came upon me. Never had she seen a man appear so wholly shocked, yet somehow still appear cheerful. Had no one ever complimented his book to him before? How awful. He deserved admiration for his writing." She gave him just that, hardly noticing the landscape before and around them. Instead, she searched her memory for her favourite moments in the book, the dialogue which had intrigued her and the moments where she had shuddered in fear. The praise spilled from her lips easily and honestly. All the while he remained quiet, smiling and keeping his gaze ahead of them. When Louisa paused for breath, he at last spoke. "Come now, Miss Banner. You cannot mean all those kind words." Despite what he said, he sounded pleased, though I thank you for them. "You are too severe upon yourself, sir. I meant everything I said." Louisa at last turned her eyes forward, then gasped. "Oh, we are here." The drake stone, 30 feet high, loomed over them. "I can see why druids would find the sight impressive." "Behind it there is a lake so cold all the year round no one dares to swim in it." Mr. Grey stood behind her, close enough that she knew should she lean back she would rest against his chest. "Local legend says that the druids found the stone and the lake and declared both were left by spirits, the stone to bless the sick and the lake to punish the wicked." Louisa rocked back upon her heels. "How would water punish the wicked?" He leaned down, whispering in her ear. "It is a gateway to the underworld and a mirror to the soul." A shiver danced up her spine, and not from fear. "You have a gift for fiction, Mr. Grey." "Perhaps." He withdrew, then gestured to the stone. "Do you wish to kiss it for luck? I have heard young maidens do that on occasion." She glared over her shoulder at him. "No, thank you." Then she turned fully around. "Oh, look, the manse is so small from here, and we cannot see the lodge. The woods are too dense." He turned around with her and propped his foot upon a rock. Louisa watched as his gaze swept the land, then settled upon the western horizon. "A storm is coming." Louisa looked in the same direction, while the clouds above them all morning had been a light grey colour. Coming on the wind were darker, thicker clouds. "Oh, bother!" She covered her mouth when the exclamation slipped out. Mr. Grey looked at her with a curious lift to his eyebrows. "Had you more you wished to see?" I suppose not. You made me curious about the lake, but it will wait another day." She would not tell him she was disappointed they must part company so soon. His lips twitched upward. "Curious, hmm?" "Oh, that dratted word," Louisa huffed. "I cannot help it, truly." Having never been permitted to explore whatever subject took her fancy, having the freedom to do so at last was a rather addicting sensation. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and his smile faded away. "Come." He extended his hand to her. I must see you safely home before the rain arrives." Louisa slipped her hand into his, delight encircling her heart, and allowed him to lead her down the hill. Having never had the undivided attention of such a kind gentleman, she could not even tell herself what it meant. His attentiveness did not wane even once they were back at the road, the storm clouds nearly overhead. "I cannot leave you to walk the rest of the way alone, not with this weather." He kept his hand on her arm, covering it with his own. "I will see you all the way to your door, Miss Banner." "But your privacy." The corners of his eyes crinkled, and one side of his mouth slipped upward in that new smile she liked more than she ought. "Your safety is more important." Making no further argument, Louisa set a quick pace for home. He matched her stride and ducked his head against the wind. They arrived at the manse's doorstep at the same moment a clap of thunder sounded above and the rain broke loose. The manse door opened wide, Aunt Penrith standing there. "Come in, both of you. Yes, Mr. Grey, you too." Louisa gulped as she slipped by her frowning aunt. The day of reckoning had come. Chapter 13. Aunt Penrith bustled about the parlour, insisting Louisa and Mr. Grey took comfortable seats near the roaring fire. Louisa had not realised how cold the air had become while she walked with Mr. Grey. His presence had distracted her from everything else. A maid took his coat, Louisa's cloak, and their hats. Sarah appeared with a tray of tea things. She briefly met Louisa's gaze and widened her eyes, showing her surprise that her mistress had arrived home with a gentleman at her heels. Louisa tried to prepare her words, an explanation for her aunt that would not put her or Mr. Grey in a difficult position. He spoke before she could. "Mrs. Penrith, it has been an age since I have enjoyed your hospitality. I have missed it. Are these the ginger biscuits your cook used to stuff in my pockets when I came to the kitchen door?" He lifted a plate with the goodies. "Are they as delicious as I remember?" There was not a single sign of his stammer. Louisa shifted in her chair, studying him with puzzlement. She had thought he would be flustered, and she had noticed that sort of disquiet brought his stammer out around her. Instead, he appeared as confident as he had during their walk down the mountain. Aunt Penrith's eyes sparkled behind her spectacles, though she kept her lips pressed together firmly a moment before speaking. "You will have to be the judge of that, Mr. Grey. Dear me, it has been a very long time. I did not even know you were in the neighbourhood." She looked at Louisa with puzzlement. "Or that you were acquainted with my great-niece." "Miss Banner and I did not meet until I came to Harbottle." He smiled effortlessly, then took a thoughtful bite of the biscuit. Yes. As wonderful as my memories." "Oh dear, did you introduce yourselves? Mrs. Banner would be horrified." Aunt Penrith's tone was at odds with her words. She sounded amused rather than affronted. "Young people do not always keep to convention, I suppose. Did you meet on one of your walks, Louisa?" "Yes." Louisa took up her own plate of treats and hastily popped a small cake into her mouth. She preferred not to speak any falsehoods, and having food in her mouth was a certain deterrent to answering more questions. "Wonderful. I am so glad you are come to the neighbourhood again, Mr. Grey. I cannot remember the last time I saw you. It must have been 3 years or more ago. Will your mother and sisters be joining you in the country? I had not heard of their carriage coming through." "I'm afraid they remain in town. London's flocks will migrate back there soon for the season." Mr. Grey leaned back a little more in his chair, completely at ease. "My mother and sisters would not want to miss a moment of the entertainment or enjoyment that the crowds provide." Nodding with understanding, Aunt Penrith gestured to Louisa. "It is as I told Louisa. There are some who enjoy the busy way of life, and others who are happier in the quiet of the country." Mr. Grey took that moment to turn toward Louisa, a gleam of interest in his eyes. "And what do you think, Miss Banner? Should you prefer a life in town or in the country?" Louisa answered with honesty and a little dismay. "I do not know. I have only ever lived in larger towns with my mother. That is what I am used to, and she always took me about with her when she sought entertainment." Her gaze drifted to the window looking out into the front garden and the road. "Thus far, my experience here in Harbottle has been peaceful. I am most content." Her gaze went back to Mr. Grey's, and she caught a soft look in his eyes before he turned his attention to her aunt. "It seems I must commend you, Mrs. Penrith. You have made a town dweller comfortable in our obscure corner of the world." When Mr. Grey smiled at Louisa, her heart stuttered and her cheeks flushed. He knew very well she had spent enough time in his company for him to take some of the credit too. "Louisa is much like her father in temperament, I think." Aunt Penrith arched her eyebrows, smiling not unkindly at Louisa. "Your father was one to enjoy solitary walks, though I am most pleased that you met Mr. Grey when you went out today." Though Aunt Penrith could not know the whole of how the acquaintance began, Louisa relaxed deeper into her chair. "As am I." She met the gentleman's gaze with a gentle turn of her lips. "We have discussed local custom relating to the tales of the Drake Stone and the old castle treasure. Mr. Grey is a wealth of information." Mr. Grey's lips twitched upward and he tucked one shoulder into the corner of his chair. He settled in for his visit, crossing his legs. "I am not certain of that. I know as much as any of the locals." "Every old village in England has something of the mysterious about it," Aunt Penrith added. "We have the Drake Stone, of course, and castle ruins, but what county is without rumours of druids, danes, or saints?" "Holystone is a few miles south of here." Mr. Grey tapped one finger on the arm of his chair. "Have you heard of it, Miss Banner?" "I cannot say that I have." Louisa sipped at her lukewarm tea. "Perhaps we passed through there in the coach on our way here." He continued, his tone one of conversation rather than one of lecture, despite the historical nature of the subject. "Holystone has been on the maps of England since the days of the Romans. There is a bath of sorts built there. Legend has it that the spring and pool were blessed by Saint Ninian, and that he used the Roman pool to baptize Christians. The water is said to have restorative powers." Aunt Penrith took another biscuit from the tray. "No need to run so far as Bath to take in healing waters." The way she smiled gave Louisa leave to guess her aunt did not believe in such things. "So here we are, nestled near both a Druid site of worship and an early Christian site." Mr. Grey spread his hands before him, "both with legend and myth surrounding them, and both used by locals. The most superstitious people will have miraculous stories to tell you of each location, all while nestled near the comfort of their own hearths." "You sound sceptical, Mr. Grey." Louisa fixed him with a curious stare. He had seemed as interested as she in the treasure his ancestor hunted. Was this his way of telling her he did not believe it to exist? Perhaps it was only one more story for people to tell each other on a firelit night. His expression changed from one of amusement to something more thoughtful. "I believe remarkable things have happened, but I think it is that moment in history that makes the location special, not the other way around. What child cannot tell you of a frightening moment caught atop a rock or in the currents of a stream? Such moments are marked in that person's mind for their entire lives. So when something of a remarkable nature happens to a village or to a society on a greater scale, it will be remembered in the people's consciousness throughout their history." Louisa considered his words, wrapping their meaning around her mind and heart. Yes, she could accept that explanation. "What think you of places like Harbottle and the old castle?" she asked. "Are they remarkable enough to grow in legend?" Mr. Grey studied her, his eyes solemn and his head tipped to one side. "I think people here love Harbottle. They love the castle and even the Drake Stone. So they will keep making memories and telling stories to their children and their grandchildren about the treasure and the druids. They will mingle those stories with tales of their childhood adventures, youthful mishaps and stealing kisses beneath the shadows of Havenwood trees." Did Louisa imagine the way his gaze dipped briefly to her lips? Or had he thought of her when he mentioned kisses in the shadows? A sensation that reminded her of a fluttering flame sparked within her stomach. He cleared his throat and looked away, speaking with less intensity. "Shared stories unite us as a people, and they preserve our culture, both locally and nationally. That creates a sense of identity for our people, a shared history to rally behind." With a start, Louisa realised her great-aunt watched her closely. How long had her aunt studied Louisa's reactions to Mr. Grey's words? When her aunt spoke, she sounded as cheery as ever and not in the least suspicious. "Storytellers have always held important positions in society." She directed her next words directly to the gentleman. "You used to have a penchant for stories, Mr. Grey. Not to say she added, sounding amused, "that you told falsehoods, but you could spin a story about a bumblebee in the garden into something of great amusement. My dear husband and I used to love hearing you talk about what you observed." Louisa took up the change in topic happily. "Why, Mr. Grey, you enjoy a well-told tale. I simply must share with you one I read the other day. It's all about bandits and fair maidens." When he narrowed his eyes at her, Louisa swiftly took up her teacup to hide her teasing smile behind its rim. "I have always enjoyed stories. I'm afraid the telling of them grows more difficult with age." He released a disappointed sigh, and a sardonic smile twisted his lips. People are quick to tell a grown man not to weave fanciful tales into his conversations. "What a shame. I can think of several men in history who have made the telling of stories an art." Aunt Penrith clicked her tongue on the roof of her mouth. "Only think of the people in our own English history who valued stories well told. Geoffrey Chaucer, William Shakespeare, Alexander Pope." Mr. Grey lowered his gaze to the carpet and crossed his arms. "One can hardly put me on the same level of achievement, Mrs. Penrith, though I thank you for the compliment." His modesty did him credit. Louisa had enjoyed his book, and while it was not at the level of a Shakespearean play, it had certainly kept her energies occupied upon its pages. His family ought to be proud of him, not discourage his creativity. The rain patter against the window had slowed nearly to a stop. Louisa noticed the tracks of water with some disappointment. Mr. Grey would be on his way soon. Though the afternoon had not resulted in any further clues for her treasure hunt, his company had been enough of a reward to make her wish to enjoy it longer. Louisa turned her gaze to her great-aunt to find the old woman watching her. Behind her spectacles, Aunt Penrith regarded Louisa with a speculative gaze and a tilt to her lips. The unusual expression disappeared when Mr. Grey stood. "I thank you for your shelter during the worst part of the rain, Mrs. Penrith. As the heavens have granted us a reprieve from the downpour, I will make my way back to Havenwood." He tucked one arm behind his back. Louisa would not have seen his gaze flick to her had she not been watching him closely. He did an admirable job of pretending they hardly knew one another. Aunt Penrith appeared genuinely disappointed. "It is always a delight to see you, sir. Will you join us for dinner tomorrow evening so we may enjoy your company further?" The invitation made Louisa's chest tighten with anticipation. If her aunt sanctioned their spending time together, Louisa could venture out with Mr. Grey on another walk. Surely his appearance at the manse marked an end to his reclusive behaviour. "I accept your invitation with delight, Mrs. Penrith. Miss Banner, it was a pleasure to walk with you this morning." He bowed directly to Louisa. "I hope it was not too dull for you." Louisa's insides twisted rather delightfully. "Not at all. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow evening." Why must leave-taking always be polite and insipid? He appeared every inch the perfect gentleman, while she wanted to tease him about encountering ghosts in the wood. But with her great-aunt in the same room, watching with more shrewdness than Louisa liked, she did no more than curtsy and smile. Mr. Grey took his leave, and Aunt Penrith saw him to the door herself. Louisa lowered herself back to her chair and watched out the window as Mr. Grey went down the walk and to the gate. At the gate he paused, hand on the latch, and looked over his shoulder at the window. She did not think he could see her due to the distance and the glass between them, but her heart pattered forward somewhat hopefully that he was trying to catch one last glimpse of her. Then he was gone from her sight. Louisa released her breath, uncertain of when she had begun to hold it. "Well now," Aunt Penrith's sudden return made Louisa start before she lowered her gaze guiltily. "Today is obviously not the first time you two have met, is it?" "No, Aunt Penrith." Louisa kept her voice soft. Her mother would lecture her on proper behaviour, on etiquette, on everything that Louisa had to have done wrong with her encounter of the gentleman. But Aunt Penrith chuckled. "Excellent. I've always liked that boy. That he likes you and you like him says a great deal about both your characters." Louisa looked up. "You are not upset with me?" "Conduct yourself as becomes a lady, and I never will be." Aunt Penrith peered over the rims of her spectacles. "You strike me as a clever girl, Louisa. In this part of the world we cannot watch over every step a child takes. Be wise, and all will be well. Now, If you will excuse me, I will tell cook about our dinner guest so she can plan a most excellent meal."
Somewhat dumbfounded, Louisa offered a polite response before her aunt withdrew. This left the young woman to reflect on her morning spent in Mr. Grey's company, and allowed her the privacy to blush as she anticipated seeing him again the next day. Raz returned to Havenwood with a lighter step, his mind clearer than it had been in ages. So bright were his thoughts that he did not even wince when his phantom ancestors appeared in his study as he sat down to write. Instead, he greeted them with a cheery tip of his head. "Great-grandfather, great-grandmother, good to see you both." He took out his paper from his drawer, then a penknife and goose-quill. "Is there anything new you might tell me about your presence here?" They exchanged a glance, standing near each other. "Not precisely," Lady Elizabeth said. "Nay, nothing of importance." Erasmus the elder went to the window. "Did you enjoy the time spent with the lass?" "Miss Banner?" Raz grinned to himself. "I did. I find she is excellent company." "And how goes her treasure hunt?" Lady Elizabeth asked, brushing at her spectral gown. She seemed most determined to uncover something about it. "At least that makes one of you interested in our task." Raz lifted his brow. "She is no more determined than any child who hears the stories." He sharpened his quill, giving his attention to the nib. "As to my lack of interest, I have been thinking. There is no evidence that the treasure exists. None that you ever found it. There is nothing in our family papers or in the local stories that details any of your work even looking for the treasure. I imagine that the people living in Harbottle when you came were not eager for a Scotsman to find it. What happened when you began your search?" Lady Elizabeth turned to face her husband, who still stared out the window. "What you imagine would happen," Erasmus snorted. "I was led a merry chase, with false trails led by commoner and nobleman alike. Some new story reached my ears every week, with rumour of chests seen in a hollow log, or a burial mound disturbed as though someone had hidden something inside it. Some would tell me their child found a coin, but it had already been spent. They spoke of jewels glittering at the bottom of the Cocket, where the water's path bent. The Devil's Elbow," Raz murmured, naming the odd, crooked part of the river. It had not been named such a thing due to any danger in that spot. The river was not wide nor rushed in that place, unless a fearful rain had fallen. Rather, those navigating the river had named it such due to the hardship of getting a boat through the curve. "Aye, a right fool I looked when I went trawling the riverbed for sign or scent of what His Majesty sent me to find." Rather than sound bitter, the ghost chuckled, perhaps as amused with the past stories as Raz. Distance in time often turned past frustrations into amusing anecdotes. Lady Elizabeth approached her husband, then laid her cheek upon his shoulder. Day after day he came home discouraged, sometimes wet and dirty, sometimes with torn clothes and a shredded spirit. I think his determination to do right by his king was yet another thing that made me love him. That, and his determination to woo me. "A thing worth doing is worth taking your time to do well, my dear." Erasmus kissed her atop the head. Had he not known they were centuries out of their time, Raz would have thought them newly-wed and deeply in love. It was a comforting thing to see them together, and it made him wonder how they had gone from disliking one another to standing for a portrait which declared nothing would ever part them in life or death. There was a story there unlike any he had written or imagined, whether or not the treasure was real. Raz rather hoped he would have a story and an ending as happy as theirs appeared to be. Chapter 14. Though Louisa waited for her aunt to question her more closely about her association with Mr. Grey, Aunt Penrith acted as though it was perfectly normal for a young woman to appear on the doorstep with a gentleman following at her heels. Their afternoon and evening were as peaceful as ever, allowing Louisa to slip back into contented thoughts of her walk up to the Drake Stone with Erasmus Grey. She sat in the parlour, more books from her late great-uncle's study on the couch beside her. Louisa had decided she would look through all of his books that remotely touched upon the subject of King James, the Scottish border, and Northumberland. Perhaps she would find another note tucked inside pages,
with a clue giving her another place to search. Not that she truly expected to find anything, she supposed, but it was something to do. "A letter has arrived for you." Aunt Penrith stood in the doorway, sealed paper in hand. Louisa rose to collect the paper, turning it from the unfamiliar seal to the address. The defined points to the letters and the indent of the paper spoke of her mother's sharp personality and usual cutting remarks. As it was the first letter from her mother since her arrival, Louisa ought to have wanted to open it and devour its contents. Instead, she hesitated. "Thank you, Aunt Penrith." She turned it over again to peer at the wax seal. Aunt Penrith shifted the shawl upon her shoulders. "I think I will nip into the kitchen and bring us back some refreshment. I will rejoin you in a moment. You sit back down and enjoy your letter." Something about her aunt's tone made Louisa realise the elderly woman had sensed her hesitation. Left in private again, Louisa returned to her seat and broke the seal. She pulled in a deep breath before reading, fortifying herself against her mother's words. The letter was not as terrible as she had expected, though it was hardly the sort of note a child would wish to receive from a faraway parent. Not once did her mother inquire after Louisa's health. Instead, she spent paragraphs exclaiming over parties, gossip, and her own delightful doings on the arm of her dear friend Mrs. Shirley. Only at the last, crammed into the corner of the paper, did Mrs. Banner ask her daughter a question. "Have you endeared yourself to your father's aunt? Your future comfort may depend upon her good opinion." Then her mother signed her name in a series of swipes, the angles of each letter emphasising the cool tone of her words. Louisa folded up the missive and set it aside, letting her face fall into her hands. Nothing she did was ever good enough for her mother. Though daunting, it had been something of a relief to be apart from Mrs. Banner. The country air had not been the only thing lifting her spirits. What did Mrs. Banner want of her daughter? Since Mr. Banner's death, her mother had made it plain she expected Louisa to change their fortune for the better through marriage. But nothing Louisa did to gain the attention of a gentleman had been good enough. She lacked connection and a large enough dowry to tempt anyone to marry her. In Harbottle there were no gentlemen Louisa dared to even consider as subjects for matrimony. The Cunninghams were above her in status, and Raz, Mr. Grey, that is, was her friend. That only left her to impress upon Aunt Penrith for their future. But for what? Her great-aunt was not a woman of wealth. She lived simply. Did Mrs. Banner mean that Louisa would have no home, no place at all without Aunt Penrith's charity? Louisa rubbed at her temples, feeling a headache coming on. Perhaps her mother meant for them to never be together again. It happened often enough. A poor family sent sons and daughters to relatives, or to sea, or to work as companions and teachers at boarding schools. A rattle of china brought Louisa out of her thoughts. "Oh, Aunt, let me help you." She rose and intercepted Aunt Penrith in the doorway, taking the tray of tea things to the little table by the window. "Thank you. I am afraid I might have put more sandwiches on the tray than necessary." Aunt Penrith clucked rather like a contented hen. "Back to your couch, dear. I will pour out and bring you a plate. You look pale. After you eat, I think you had better take a walk. You always return from your wandering with pink in your cheeks." Obeying, Louisa lowered herself back to the couch and began stacking books. "You take such good care of me, Aunt. I thought it was to be the other way around when I arrived." She tucked her mother's letter between two books, ashamed of how much it revealed about the woman who had raised her. Another clink of cup to saucer preceded her aunt's words. "Nonsense. Family looks after one another. I will see to your comfort, and in the winter when we are bottled up together in this house, you will thank me for making certain you enjoyed the country while you could." She chuckled, then brought Louisa tea and a plate with sandwiches. "How is your mother?" Louisa barely bit back a sigh. "She is well. It seems her friend is keeping Mother busy with social engagements. I think she is happy." Mrs. Banner's happiness greatly depended on her ability to see and be seen, after all. "Excellent. You must write her back and tell her that you are happy too." Aunt Penrith sat across the room in her chair, a look of gentleness in her eyes. "You are happy here, are you not?" "Yes, I am." That answer rose easily to her lips. So easily, Louisa paused after speaking to check the honesty of her words. Yes, it was true. Thus far she was happy. Aunt Penrith nodded to the books at Louisa's side. "What are you studying, child?"
No one reads so many books at once unless they are looking for answers on a particular topic. Louisa shifted her gaze to the neat stack of 4 books and her own notebook on top, where she might jot down any items of interest or note. You will think me terribly silly, as Mr. Grey did. Ah, her aunt nodded sagely. The treasure of the old Harbottle Castle. I do not think you silly at all. My dear husband spent many an hour reading on the same subject, looking for clues. She sipped at her tea, her eyes brightening with memories. We walked all over the country, he and I, on fine days. When the weather was foul, we huddled by this very fire and speculated on the topic. Not all the time, mind you. When one takes up treasure hunting, it ought to be more of a hobby than a full-time pursuit. A blush warmed Louisa's cheeks. I know. I promise I am not taking it too seriously. But the search has allowed me to discover interesting bits of Harbottle. Even if I do not unravel the mystery, the attempt is amusing. Aunt Penrith nodded her approval. I do believe my husband kept a notebook of his findings. It will be in some of his things in my room. When you go on your walk, I will see if I can find it. You might enjoy looking through it. Thank you, Aunt Penrith. Louisa nibbled at her food, but in another moment ate with relish. Her aunt cook baked the most delicious bread, and somehow her cheeses were always rich. Before long she had cleared her plate and had her tea. Then her aunt was bundling her up in a cloak and gloves to push her out the door. The weather promises to be fine today, Aunt Penrith said, tying the ribbon beneath Louisa's bonnet as though Louisa were a girl rather than a lady grown. Mind the hour, but you needn't be home too soon. It was a shame Aunt Penrith and her husband had never had children of their own. She would have been an attentive mother and a delightful grandmother. Thank you, Aunt. Louisa, on impulse, bent to give her aunt a quick kiss upon the cheek. She darted away before her aunt could offer censure or any other reaction. Louisa's own mother deplored physical shows of affection. When Louisa looked back at the gate, her aunt waved with her usual enthusiasm, then went back inside the house. Without thinking about which direction to go, Louisa turned left, toward Havenwood. Not that she expected to see Mr. Grey. He had things to do, no doubt, and might even have visitors to entertain since he was no longer hiding at the lodge. When the sound of the river grew louder, Louisa turned her attention to that side of the road, thinking about what Mr. Grey had said about the bend near the road being called the Devil's Elbow. Louisa stopped and looked down the slope, through the trees to the gurgling water. It was not at a dangerous level, and the river was wider than it was deep. Would someone have thought to hide the treasure there, hoping the difficult twist of water would keep people away? Louisa started down the slope to the riverbank, using small trees and limbs to steady herself. Once close to the water, she observed the current again. There was nothing sinister that she could see about the bend. The trees grew as normal, nearly into the river itself, and there were no large stones or dangerous tilts to the ground. She started to walk along the bank, toward Havenwood still, when she caught sight of movement at the edge of the water. Something bulky and brown shifted and stirred, and her heart picked up speed. Slowly she approached the sopping wet object, half in and half out of the water. Then she realized it was a sack, the sort that one might fill with apples from the market. But apples didn't wriggle like that. Louisa lifted her skirts and picked her way across rocks and twigs with greater speed, then knelt in the muddy bank to pull the bag out. The moment she shifted it closer, a pathetic mewling began from inside. "Oh, heaven help me! What dreadful beast would do this?" she whispered. She pulled the sack into her lap and found the tightly knotted twine clinching up the bag. "It's all right, little ones, I'm here." The movement of the frantic kittens nearly sent the bundle tumbling out of her lap and back into the river. She pulled it closer, then started tearing at the knot. She couldn't get it loose with gloves on, so she pulled those off with her teeth and tossed them aside. Giving up, she tried to pull the bag open without undoing the twine, but to no avail. Her eyes teared up. "I'll get you out." "Louisa?" a voice called from above, a familiar, comforting voice. She looked up to see Mr. Grey at the top of the hill, sliding down a bit at a time. The bank was steeper above where she sat, and he was coming with haste rather than grace. "Are you hurt?" he shouted before landing on the bank. He bent over her, his face pale. "No," gratitude and hope strangled her voice. "But the kittens, I cannot free them." "Kittens?" Mr. Grey's face regained colour and he took notice of the bundle she held.
Without hesitation, he knelt in the mud across from her and pulled a penknife from his pocket. "Allow me, Miss Banner." She released the bundle to him. With his knife, it was the work of a moment to cut the twine and pull the sack open. He looked into it. "Ah, a bedraggled bunch of seafarers, Miss Banner." She bent closer to him and looked into the bag, too. 4 pairs of eyes stared up at her, and the mewling started again. "Sweet little things. Oh, I am so glad you came, Mr. Grey." She looked up at him, then stilled when she realized their faces were less than a hand's breadth apart. He stared back, his blue eyes warm as a summer sky. "I happened to look down and saw you. I thought you had injured yourself or fallen down the bank." No, I came down purposefully." She swallowed, then attempted to smile, though she felt a tremble in her breast. He leaned closer. "I am most relieved." Then his gaze fell to her mouth, and Louisa started to lean forward too. One kitten attempted to escape the bag, jumping atop one of his brothers or sisters and causing a scuffle full of squeaks. Louisa looked down and laughed somewhat shakily. "Poor little things. Whatever will we do with them?" Mr. Grey cleared his throat and closed the bag, gripping the mouth of it in one hand. "I suppose the lodge could always use more barn cats." "Do you mean to take possession of my kittens, sir?" Louisa asked, grinning at him. She had to move them away from that awkward moment, so he would not realize that she had nearly kissed him. Raz's heart had calmed down from his momentary panic, thinking Louisa had harmed herself somehow, only to race again when he had nearly pressed his lips to hers. Thankfully, she had not seemed to notice that near slip, nor his use of her Christian name. With the sack of kittens in one hand and her hand in the other, he led the way back up the steep bank to the road. He tried to keep the conversation light as they ascended. "I have no desire to take possession of all the kittens if you think any of them useful to your household." Her laughter made the last of his fear drift away with it. "I will need to speak to my aunt first, but I do not think she would mind a kitten. Only today she was saying how important it is for us to keep entertained over winter." "That can be a long season in this part of England." Raz reluctantly released her hand when they gained the road. "Perhaps we could take our little friends to your aunt now and see if she has a preference. You have 2 striped toms and 2 grey tabbies." "Poor little mites," Louisa shuddered. "To think someone would drown them, and they are all so large and healthy." "I do not think this is the work of a farmer with too many cats. A man would have done a better job of weighing the bag with stones." "Oh, that is horrid." Louisa nudged him with her shoulder. "You cannot say you agree with this practice." Raz drew himself up. "Of course not, but I understand it. Too many mouths to feed can cause problems. If you have over many cats and not enough vermin, the cats will turn to the livestock, chicks and ducklings. Or they starve, and I would wager that starvation is far worse a fate." He winced, not liking the conversation nor his own stance. With winter coming, perhaps some child took it upon themselves to do a difficult thing. The woman at his side lowered her gaze to the road, her pace matching his as they walked to the manse. "I have not seen poverty since coming here. I know it is not unique to larger towns, but I had imagined it would not be so harsh in the country." "Perhaps not, in some places. The parish here takes care of its own, but with the war and the return of soldiers and changes in weather, most are only one poor crop from starvation and poverty." This was not a subject for discussion with young ladies. Hardly any gentleman he knew even touched upon such topics in their conversation. They had rather discuss all that was right with their own property than the possible failings of tenants and neighbours' crops. She drew her cloak tighter about herself. "I have always been a privileged gentleman's daughter until recently. Even still, I am in a comfortable cottage instead of the poorhouse. I wish I knew a way to help, or even how to recognise those who are in need." In town, Raz donated funds to his parish and various societies promising to do good with his money. But what did one do in the country? Louisa had a point. He did not know his neighbours in Harbottle or Alwynton as he used to, nor the farmers and shepherds round about. Yet that corner of England where his family's property rested among the others was as worthy of notice and aid as anywhere else. They arrived at the manse before Raz had come to a conclusion, but he tucked the thoughts away for examination at another time. "My aunt will wonder that I left the house a second time and returned with you, Mr. Grey." Louisa opened the gate for them both, her smile turning almost shy. I doubt it. Raz stopped on the walk, looking down into Louisa's warm brown gaze. She will think I am a man of remarkably good sense, trailing after you in an attempt to win your attention. Where the words had come from, or how they had blessedly come without a single stammer, he did not know. Her smile softened, and a delightful pink blush stole over her cheeks. She turned away, dropping her lashes. "You are most kind, sir." "It is the truth," he promised quietly. He looked forward to every moment in her company, and had been unable to wait for the coming dinner at the manse to see her again. I may be entirely besotted after all. The door opened before she could look back or answer him again. There was her aunt, hands upon her cheeks. "Merciful heavens! Why are you both covered in mud? Is anyone hurt?" Louisa hurried forward, soothing her aunt with reassurances, while Raz approached with the dripping sack full of kittens. Whichever little one stayed behind in the cottage would be a lucky creature indeed. Chapter 15. The local people are as full of tales of the missing treasure as the woods are full of trees. Some say it is long gone, others that it was scattered throughout the kingdom, and still others insist the Scots came and took it back. I have heard one aged farmer insist it is buried in the hills, in a druid tomb protected by ghosts. Whatever the truth may be, it is hidden well by legend and folklore. Louisa turned a page in her great-uncle's notebook, covering a yawn with her other hand. She lay curled up in her bed, a lamp burning on the table near her, and a small black-striped kitten purring against her chest. She supported her head with one hand, her elbow pressed into her pillow. More stories heard from locals filled the pages. Some were amusing, others made her shudder and burrow deeper into her blankets. Ghosts, witches, fairies, and wicked soldiers were all rumoured to have tampered with the stolen Scottish wealth. But mingled with the treasure, many said, were taxes gathered from the locals by unjust nobility. I have wondered what role Mr. Grey's ancestor played in the search. There are tales about he and his wife roaming the woods and valleys together, despite their social status, hunting for treasure. Some tales have become ghost stories told to frighten children who would wonder about the more dangerous parts of Harbottle after dark. Nonsense, of course. I have inquired of Mr. Grey, and he has given me entry to the family library. Louisa sat up somewhat, blinking away the sleep from her eyes. Given the date accompanying that note, it was her Mr. Grey's father. Had her great-uncle found the book she and Raz read too? Given the notes kept in the family logbook, it is apparent that Erasmus Grey felt Lady Elizabeth aided him in his search, perhaps implying that with her help he found the missing riches. But what I found more interesting were the relics about their home. Beneath every painting from that era, there is a message, a scripture, or a saying. I must wonder if they mean more than mere sentiment. Her heart jumped into her throat. The painting Lady Elizabeth had given to her niece had a message in Latin. What if other objects with messages had been given away, and together they would offer up directions to find the treasure? She needed to get to Havenwood Lodge and tell Mr. Grey. The kitten stretched and yawned, its little claws momentarily digging into the chemise she wore to bed. The hour was late. Obviously she would have to wait until the next day. Gently removing the kitten's claws from her clothing, Louisa mused about what her aunt had said about making the treasure hunt into a hobby. Though Louisa had not felt entirely serious about her attempts, there was something to the search that felt right. She marked her place in the notebook with a ribbon, then turned down the lamp, snuffing it out. She rolled onto her back, and the kitten protested before pressing into her side. Staring at the ceiling above, the faint moonlight painting shadows of blue across its surface, Louisa imagined what she would do if she found the treasure. Her mother would want to re-establish their family in society. A fine house with elegant trappings and new wardrobes full of the latest fashions from all over Europe. There would be carriages, matching horses, liveried footmen, and every expensive bauble the shops could provide. The scenes she painted in her thoughts disquieted her. Perhaps it was all well and good to wish for a life of comfort, but of extravagance? What of the families who lived near her at that very moment, worrying over crops and winter storms yet to come? Because while her mother had blamed Louisa for spending what remained of their money, the truth of it was her mother's shopping habits depleted what they had left. Hardly a day passed without a delivery from a modist, tailor, haberdashery or jeweller. Whether the things entering their old house had been for Louisa or herself, Mrs. Banner hadn't cared. She treated every parcel with the same excited exuberance as a child would a Christmas gift. Except there was never lasting satisfaction with any of those purchases. A pelisse was cast off because a new style appeared in a woman's journal. Hats were worn once and tossed away with disgust as too unbecoming. There was no joy, no true happiness in the way her mother lived. In the way Louisa had lived while in her mother's care. Nothing was ever good enough for long. All that mattered was the pursuit of fashion, popularity, and a husband for Louisa who would provide more of both. Living in Harbottle in the quiet village with only a few belongings to her name, Louisa felt more content than she could remember. Louisa's kitten purred in its sleep, the contented sound bringing a warmth into her heart that was not present when she thought of her mother. The poor little kitten had been disposed of by someone who didn't wish to feed extra mouths. What if Louisa found the family in need and helped them? She had nothing to her name except her clothes and the money promised to Sarah for a year's worth of work. If she found the treasure, might she do some good with it? She drifted off to sleep, still thinking upon the treasure, and wondering how far even a handful of lost coins might go to aid a poor family. Chapter 16. When Mrs. Douglas came into Raz's study without a tray of biscuits and tea, he expected the worst. Perhaps Mr. Douglas had injured himself, or one of her children had taken ill, or a letter had arrived from his mother. She only interrupted his work to bring him nourishment. Without food in hand, he could not imagine what her purpose in his study might be. Raz rose from his chair, leaning upon the edge of the desk with both hands. "Mrs. Douglas, is something wrong?" The motherly-looking woman appeared more confused than concerned when she spoke. "There is a young miss here to see you, sir. Though I did not tell her you were home, she seemed to know already. Miss Banner, the girl staying at the manse with Mrs. Penrith. She's brought a maid with her, too." Raz put a hand to his cravat to check the knot, then put his fingers through his hair to fix anything he had must while thinking. "Miss Banner is a friend." "A friend?" Mrs. Douglas's eyebrows raised all the way to the curls poking free of her white cap. "I see. Would you like refreshments?" "Yes, please." Raz came around his desk. "I'll show her in. Oh, and do get something for the maid, too. I imagine she's the chaperone." Although in London a maid was not considered enough of a chaperone, especially for calling upon a bachelor. But this was Harbottle. Expectations were different in the country, especially in regard to respectable families like the Greys and Penriths. Walking through the corridor to the front door, Raz tugged on the lapels of his coat to straighten them. The women had been permitted inside the foyer, and they were both studying a painting near the entry. Louisa had a notebook and pencil in hand, jotting something down. "Miss Banner, welcome." Raz did not bother to hide his excitement at seeing her. He may have preferred peace and quiet, but when he found someone he liked, there was no use hiding the way he felt. She turned toward him, answering his welcome with a warm grin of her own. "Mr. Grey." She curtsied, and the maid behind her did the same. "I have brought Sarah with me today, since I dared enter your house without asking you to stand in the shrubbery first." He chuckled. "I would have been happy to do so if you required it." He looked up at the painting which had captured their attention. It was a landscape of a Scottish kirk with mountains behind it. "Do you like this piece?" "It certainly has a particular mood about it, something solemn and wistful." She pointed out the swath of storm clouds in the distance. "It is a strong painting, with the turn of the weather in the corner. Tell me, is it original to the house?" "It is. That is supposed to be the church my namesake attended as a boy. He brought the painting with him." Raz knew the history of his family's art and artifacts well enough, but he had never paid it much attention, besides knowing what was necessary to give a proper tour of the lodge. "What does that say at the bottom? Is it Gaelic?" Miss Banner used her pencil to point at the little plate with engraved letters attached at the bottom of the ornate frame. Raz leaned forward, reading the words carefully and lightly with a terrible accent. Lech migu samach ai bon na ben. He shrugged. I'm afraid I don't speak the language. Near as we are to the border, my mother and father never even suggested it was necessary. Even the Scottish poets write in English now. A voice from behind startled him. Curse the English for erasing my mother tongue. No, not now. Why had the ghosts decided to intrude upon what promised to be a pleasant visit? Now, Erasmus, Lady Elizabeth's placating tones did little to soothe Raz. Times have changed. Interpret for the boy so he may impress the young lady. Ugh, turning me words into a parlour trick. It means, lad, I'll lay quietly at the foot of the mountain. There was some muttering which suggested his great-grandfather had more than one complaint toward the English language. Remember, lad, words can always have more than one meaning. As a writer, you should know that. Raz cleared his throat. You know, I do believe it means something along the lines of, I lay quietly at the foot of the mountain. The words must be in regard to the kirk. Louisa narrowed her eyes at the painting, then opened her notebook to scribble something. I think not. At least, I have a theory to discuss with you. Come into the study. Raz gestured down the corridor. I should like to hear it. In truth, he would like to hear anything she had to say. Louisa Banner held more than the attraction of a friendship, something he had recently acknowledged to himself. There was more, much more to her than her delightful curiosity and heart-shaped face. She was lovely, fair of features and quick-witted. Why were there not more young ladies like her in London? And would it matter to his family that he had found her in Harbottle? The quiet maid and her mistress entered his library. The maid took up a chair a bit apart from the two near the hearth where Louisa sat on the edge of her seat. Her eyes were bright with excitement, her lips remaining curved in an eager smile. Raz laughed, settling comfortably in his own chair. Tell me your theory, Miss Banner. I can see you cannot think of anything else until it's done. She narrowed her eyes at him. You ought not ridicule a lady's choice of conversational topics, Mr. Grey. Even though you are right, and I nearly came to visit last night, though the hour was late, to discuss this with you. She gripped her notebook upon her knees. I was reading my great-uncle's notebook. He kept one regarding his own attempts at treasure hunting. She waved at the side comment. He visited your father to look through the same family logbook we spoke of before. Her eyes cut briefly to where her maid sat, indicating she wished to keep their prior meeting in the house to herself. Yes, that would not surprise me. The late Mr. Penrith was a studious and methodical man. He and my father were quite alike. Raz shifted in his chair, focusing his attention on the woman before him. What did you find in the notebook to cause you such excitement? My great-uncle mentioned the artwork and relics in the house, the oldest of them all bearing engravings. He said they were scripture or quotes, but he wondered if they might mean something more. Then I thought of that painting I saw at Mr. Cruise's home, of Erasmus Grey and his wife. That whole business of them never being apart in life or death. Yes, I remember. A romantic sentiment. What if it was something more? Louisa asked, her eyes widening. What if it was a clue to where the treasure was kept? The logbook made it sound as though including Lady Elizabeth in the treasure hunt had somehow helped Erasmus. Raz thought for a moment, trying to remember the exact wording. I only took it to mean that they had grown closer while working together. Let me retrieve the book. He rose from his chair and went to the old logbook, wondering if using it so often in the last several weeks had hurt its ancient pages. He found the place where first Louisa and then he had studied the words written by Erasmus and read them aloud again. It was wise to trust my best beloved Lady Elizabeth all those years ago with the work my king has given me. Together we have searched for the treasure stolen away from my country to hers. Though I despaired of ever finding it, Elizabeth would not let me give up. I rejoice in my partnership. Raz shrugged. That does not sound very promising. But it does. Louisa rose and came to stand beside him, not cognizant at all of the way his heart sped up when her shoulder touched his. Look, despaired. By the time he wrote this, despair was a thing of the past. And he wrote that Elizabeth would not let him give it up, also in the past tense.
If he had not found the treasure, wouldn't he have used the present tense? Written something like, "I despair of ever finding it, Elizabeth will not let me give up"? Raz had to clear his throat before speaking, as it had closed up with nervousness at her nearness. "I cannot think you ought to read so much out of something so simple as verb tense. It seems too tenuous a detail to hang your hopes upon." She looked up at him, that determined gleam still there. "Perhaps you're right. I know many a person has tried to find the treasure before I came along. But Raz—" Her eyes widened. "Mr. Grey?" Her eyes darted to her maid, who studiously ignored them in favour of reading a small book in her hands. His heart flipped entirely like an acrobat turning round in a handspring. "You feel you are on to something," he finished for her. With a nod, the young woman handed him her notebook. "Only look at these two, from the portrait in the Scottish Kirk painting." Raz took her notebook, his bare fingers brushing her gloved hand. Her handwriting was as he found her, elegant without being ostentatious, graceful, the loops of her vowels reminding him of her playful nature. He had to get a hold of himself. One could not find someone's handwriting attractive. That verged on the ridiculous. He read what she had written. "Never separated in life or death. I lay quietly at the foot of the mountain." Yes, these are the interpretations of the Latin and the Scottish Gaelic. Raz handed the book back to her. Then he looked over his shoulder at the wall behind his desk. There were shelves of books, but there was also an old shield. It was meant to be an ornament, as it was too small to be of any use in battle, but it bore the family crest. "I wonder." Raz went to the shield, and he felt Louisa follow him. The shield had nothing on its surface, but he remembered a time when his father forced Raz to clean it, along with every shelf of the library, when he caught Raz mishandling books. Raz the child had built a tower out of several leather-bound volumes, and his punishment had been to care for the study for a week. He took the shield down and walked the metal to the desk, laying it upon its face. Louisa came to stand at his elbow, bending down over the shield. She gasped. "It's in English." Raz swallowed hard. The words had meant nothing to him as a child, but as he read them aloud, he began to believe in Louisa's theory. "My king bid me seek a treasure. I found not one but two. My lady love hid the treasure trove, and I am no more." He stepped backward, then fell into his chair. The ghosts had insisted there was a treasure, but they had refused to give him its location. Was it because there were already directions to finding it? Was that what they meant when they said he must prove himself worthy before claiming the wealth of the past? Of course, the ghosts were nowhere about to question at that moment. Louisa studiously scribbled the words from the shield into her notebook. "I cannot believe it. Raz, do you know what this means?" She did not correct herself that time, using his family's name for him without hesitation. He almost smiled, but his mind was too disturbed by what they had found. The treasure was real. Lady Elizabeth had hidden it. Blasted ghosts. Raz looked up at the maid, who was watching them with wide eyes. Whatever she knew about the matter, he had rather not let her find out more. He cleared his throat, preparing to dismiss the maid, when Mrs. Douglas bustled in with a tray. "Tea and coffee for you, sir." She put everything upon a table near the desk. "Shall I stay to pour out?" "No, thank you, Mrs. Douglas." Raz stood and went to the tea things. "We can manage." When she disappeared, he hastily put together cups for his guest, her maid, and then himself. Louisa carried a plate to her maid, then returned to her seat. She kept casting him significant glances, but Raz tried to ignore her. He had to think things through. If the treasure was real, why had his ancestors hidden it again? Why not use it, or return it to the king as James VI had directed? They drank from their cups in silence, Raz's mind scrambling for answers and only finding more questions. "Mr. Grey?" He looked up from his cup, meeting Louisa's serious gaze. "Yes?" "I can see you are upset by this. Perhaps I had better leave. We can discuss the matter later if you wish." Her expression had changed, fallen from excitement to regret. "I did not mean to do any harm." "I know." He forced a smile, wishing to offer her some comfort. They spoke in low tones that would not carry to where the maid sat at the opposite end of the room.
I am only trying to decipher what Erasmus Grey could have meant, mentioning finding the treasure only to hide it again. What did Lady Elizabeth have to do with it? She was a loyal subject to the crown, her father a powerful duke. Why not reveal that they had found the treasure, at least to her father? Why hide it again? King James didn't have a very easy rule, did he? She winced. I was not an attentive pupil when it came to history, but I do know well enough that every court had its own problems. Raz had been reading up on the king, using history books in the study ever since finding out that Erasmus Grey had been sent to Harbottle on His Majesty's orders. He scrubbed one hand through his hair as he thought, heedless of the mess he made of himself. James had an extravagant court. He was deeply in debt, and he made deals with Parliament for the government to give him money to pay off his debts. The treasure would have allowed him to do that without giving up political power. He also had something of a fanaticism, with the idea that the right of kings was divinely given, rather than a chance thing of birth. I know there are many who believe that even now. James took action against Catholics, too, to emphasise that he had no need of the Pope. Was your ancestor a Catholic? Her colour drained from her face. Perhaps he was one of those persecuted. Lady Elizabeth's relative, Henry Percy, was Catholic. The king sentenced him to the Tower of London after the Gunpowder Plot. People said he was involved, but I cannot find that they had any actual evidence against him. Raz put his cup down on the table and stood. Then he paced the length of the room. Erasmus may have been a loyal supporter of King James in Scotland, but perhaps he felt the power of the English throne changed his monarch for the worst. Maybe he meant to keep the treasure out of the king's hands so it would do no harm. That would be treasonous. Louisa turned her gaze to the window, narrowing her eyes. Yet I can understand it. If the monarchy was corrupt, hurting the people rather than helping, a good man would be reluctant to turn over a large sum of money to the king. Because that is where the treasure would go. King James would have used it for himself, rather than turning it over to Parliament. That is my thought as well. Raz went to the window, looking out over the lane. In a moment, Louisa joined him. He kept his voice lowered so the maid would not hear what he said. Hiding the treasure would have kept it safe. If Erasmus and Lady Elizabeth had used the treasure in any way, the king would have suspected their duplicity. But hiding it and leaving a trail of clues for someone to follow in the future may have been their way of protecting the treasure until someone who would use it for good found it. Louisa's eyes brightened as she laid her hand on Raz's arm. What if we are meant to find it? His heart entered his throat at her touch, and he bent his head toward her. What would you do with the treasure, Louisa? Her lashes fluttered, but her gaze did not leave his. I thought on that last evening. You know I am poor. My family lost everything after my father's death. He nodded once. Though she had not laid the information so bare before, it was easy enough to surmise from her circumstances. My first thought was to better my position in society. My mother's position, I should say. A sad smile touched her lips, then she shook her head. But I could not do that with a clear conscience. That treasure came from local people, through their payment of taxes to their liege lords centuries ago. It is wealth that belongs here and belongs to the other side of the border. Not to any one person, but to the communities where the nobility obtained it. Raz's lips parted, so surprised was he by her words. She spoke with such honesty and simplicity. He wanted nothing more in that moment than to scoop her up into his arms and kiss her senseless. The maid's teacup scraped her saucer, and Raz took a hasty step away from Louisa. They were not alone, or he might have attempted the foolish action. Sarah? Louisa turned to the young woman. Would you take the tea things to the kitchen? Mr. Grey will give me a tour of the house, then we will return home and prepare for dinner. Dinner. Right. Raz had been invited to that. Sarah rose and did as Louisa bid, a brief smile appearing upon her face. At least she was not disapproving of her mistress spending a few moments with Raz alone. Not that he had any designs upon Louisa. As much as he wished to hold her, to kiss her, it would be wrong. Wouldn't it? With notebook in hand, Louisa followed Raz through the public rooms of the house. She wrote down every word beneath paintings and relics old enough to have been present when Havenwood Lodge was built. Raz kept several feet away from her, and they left every door they entered open. That aspect of their search disappointed Louisa. She had thought Raz might attempt to steal a kiss, given the intensity of his stare and movement in the study. What would it take to goad him into such an action? And did she dare attempt such a brazen thing? No, of course not. As much as she enjoyed imagining the situation, it was not reality. As they went through the rooms, more often communicating through glances than conversation, Louisa reflected quietly on King James and her mother. If Erasmus had sought to keep the wealth of the past away from a greedy monarch, her duty to keep it from a spendthrift mother was equally important. If the treasure surfaced, Louisa's mother would never discover it. The phrases in her notebook slowly multiplied, and Raz started entering the bedrooms on his own to read aloud things he found in them. I trust none with my hidden truths save my lady. Scotland will be my forever home. Havenwood Lodge is a gift to our children and our children's children. A secret kept through the ages is a legend born. E and E forevermore, never apart. Responsibility is inherent in inheritance. Havenwood protects my family, a paradise away from the world. Return me home and lay beside me, the day is far gone. That last one made her blush. Raz had found it carved in the hearthstone of the master bedroom. He rubbed the back of his neck when he exited that room. I always thought these words and quotes were all for show, that someone was trying to be poetic. But now, seeing it all together, I think you may be right. There is a message here. I only wish I knew what it was. Louisa sighed and closed her notebook. I will think on it too. Perhaps with both of us puzzling over it, we will decipher what your ancestors meant. We may have a better chance of that than you think, Raz muttered almost too quietly for her to hear. They returned to the front door where Sarah waited, sitting on a stool, her book in hand again. She rose when she saw them descending the steps from the second floor. Louisa saw the way Raz watched Sarah, obviously wondering if the maid would take the tale of them going through the house to the Harbottle gossips. Sarah's countenance remained serene and unsuspicious. Louisa relaxed and smiled at her. Thank you, Sarah, for your patience. Then she turned to Raz. And thank you for your time, Mr. Grey. He turned his attention back to her and smiled. It was my pleasure to give you the tour, Miss Banner. There isn't a house older than this one in Harbottle, not since the old castle was torn down. He opened the front door. I will see you in a few hours for dinner. Louisa and Sarah took their leave, and once they were out of sight of the house, Sarah came up beside her rather than walk behind. I think he's quite taken with you, miss. Louisa blushed. Really? I am quite taken with him, so that would be nice. She laughed somewhat nervously. But I cannot imagine anything coming of such admiration, even if it is mutual. Aunt Penrith says his family is very wealthy and his mother wishes him to marry well. We both know that I cannot bring anything to a marriage. Not any more. The maid harumphed. You'll forgive me for saying it, miss, but that just isn't true. You would bring your own self, and to the right man that would be more than enough. With a fond smile for her maid, Louisa responded with nothing more than a shrug. That was not the way the world worked for one of Raz's class. He would marry where his family approved, and most likely it would be a woman who matched him in wealth and standing, not a poor little nobody keeping a Harbottle widow company through the winter. At least that was what she told herself. Yet as they walked back to the manse, Louisa had to admit that Raz had proven his character, that she knew he was not a flirt, but he had sincerely offered her admiration and compliments both. Experience in society and her mother's lectures had taught Louisa that someone like Raz would never consider a match with someone like her. But perhaps her mother was wrong. Perhaps society itself was too blind to see the possibilities that she hardly dared consider. The longer she remained away from her mother's influence, the more Louisa realised her mother's way of life proved unsatisfactory. It had never made Louisa happy. Not really. While her mother, were she present, would push Louisa to have a relationship with Lord Erin's family, Louisa felt time spent with the fashionable sisters was a chore rather than a delight. Everything shifted in her perspective of the world, which left her feeling uncertain of her place. She had no other guide than her mother and society to follow. The treasure hunt had started as a distraction, but it had become something more. Now Louisa had the opportunity to find what would bring her true happiness. Chapter 17. October 24th. When Louisa returned home, Aunt Penrith was in a dither. "The Cunningham ladies called while you were away. They asked where you had gone, and I'm afraid it came out in conversation that Mr. Grey will join us for dinner this evening." Aunt Penrith's greying curls bounced about her ears as she spoke, and she fidgeted with her shawl. "Somehow they wheedled an invitation out of me." Louisa laughed. "Why are you distressed? I thought you liked Lady Erin and the Miss Cunninghams. You wanted us to be friends." Given that Louisa had acknowledged to herself how she felt about the sisters, it took a little effort to welcome the idea of them at dinner. "I did," the elder woman sighed as she led the way into the parlour. "But those girls have been after Mr. Grey's notice for the last decade. All the children played together when they were younger, of course, and the boys were often seen together. But Lady Erin is determined for her daughters to marry into money, if not titles, and Mr. Grey has enough in his pocket to make him a marriage prospect." Louisa's good mood dissipated when faced with the reality of the situation. She exchanged a glance with Sarah before dismissing the maid to her work. The Cunningham ladies were certainly better positioned in society to set their caps at Raz. He had mentioned their pursuit of him in passing at least once, though he hadn't seemed markedly interested in either lady. Surely Aunt Penrith hadn't thought to play matchmaker between Louisa and Raz. Her aunt's next words confirmed that thought. "The poor man should not be harassed at my table when they are certain to take delight in pursuing him at their own. But it is done, so we must make the best of it. I will sit you next to him on the one side and Miss Arabelle on the other. The eldest Miss Cunningham is the true flirt of the two. If she sits across from him and between her brothers, well, it might curb some of the behaviour." While Aunt Penrith continued to fret aloud, making plans of where each guest would sit even in the parlour, Louisa struggled to pay attention. A poor nobody had no right to expect someone of Raz's ilk to notice her. That he had done so in the first place had been an accident. She had stumbled upon him, and he had taken pity on a lost woman. He had pretended to be a ghost, though, rather than reveal his true self right away. Perhaps he had done so to spare her feelings as well as his privacy. But what of that very day in his home when he had stood close enough for her to feel his breath upon her cheek? She had stared into his blue eyes, finding flecks of grey in them when he smiled at her. Had she been wrong when she thought him on the verge of kissing her? She had hoped to experience a touch of his lips on hers, to understand what it felt like, but Louisa had no serious designs upon him. Did she? She excused herself to her room, empty now of the kitten. Cook had taken the fuzzy little creature to the kitchen, saying she knew how to train the animal to take its more inappropriate behaviour outside. Lowering herself to her bed, Louisa stared out her window over the trees. As much as she felt drawn to Raz and the mysterious treasure, she had no right to the man or the wealth. Her shoulders hunched, Louisa opened the drawer of her bedside table and took out her mother's letter. She was a dreadful disappointment to Mrs. Banner in more ways than one. She had failed to attract a husband, and Louisa had most determinedly omitted any mention of Raz or the treasure in her letters, lest she give her mother the wrong idea. "I am not hunting a husband," she said aloud, looking down at her mother's signature. "Nor am I ingratiating myself to Aunt Penrith." If a year passed and her great-aunt did not extend her invitation, Louisa would find something else to do. She would become a companion or a teacher at a boarding school. Those were the only options left to her if Aunt Penrith did not want her. Sarah arrived to help Louisa dress for dinner, the maid happily chatting about seeing Bert when she went to the pub to pick up more rolls and cheese for the evening meal. Obviously Sarah admired the young man, and he at least enjoyed her attention. Perhaps, even though Louisa refused to imagine a union for herself, a wedding would still come as an effect of their coming to Harbottle. The thought returned some of Louisa's cheer, and she replied to her maid's enthusiasm with kindness. The dinner hour approached, and Louisa would have to ignore the sick feeling in her stomach when she thought of Miss Cunningham or Miss Arabelle flirting with Raz, Mr. Grey. The sun set earlier with each passing day, and it was an hour past its disappearance that Raz set out for the manse.
The moon had risen before the sun went down, so its light illuminated the road as Raz walked eastward from Havenwood. In a few more days the moon would be at its fullest, then wane again before All Hallows Eve. Had anyone yet told Louisa how the villages of Alwynton and Harbottle celebrated that long, dark night at the end of the harvest season? She had scoffed at the ideas of the supernatural and superstition, but given that Raz lately kept company with ghosts, he could not so easily dismiss them. "I never liked nights like these." Lady Elizabeth's soft voice was musical in the night. "I much preferred to be at home, near the fire." A ghost sharing misgivings about the darkness. Raz had to swallow a chuckle as he turned his head to see her figure walking alongside him. On the other side of her, Erasmus the elder kept pace. "There is naught in the night that isn't there in the day, love." He looked at Raz, his eyebrows drawn sharply together. "You on your way to woo the lass, grandson?" The question did nothing to dim Raz's enthusiasm for the evening. "Perhaps. You know that she and I found your clues in the house. Clues about the treasure. They have rather confounded us." He averted his gaze up to the moon. "I do not suppose you could make things a little easier for us and simply reveal the location of the treasure, if it really does exist?" The ghosts exchanged a glance before Lady Elizabeth spoke. "You are nearing the point, dear boy. Never fear on that count. But we dare not say more. You must do the work on your own." "Enjoy your evening with Miss Banner, lad." Erasmus took his wife's hand. "And remember this bit of advice. It is only once in a lifetime, if at all, that a man meets someone who changes everything." He winked. Then he and Lady Elizabeth faded away like mist. Raz's steps slowed as he stared at where they had been. Their comings and goings had never entirely made sense to him. His ancestors wandered in and out of his life the way family members wandered in and out of rooms, as though they were only pausing a moment to check on him before continuing about their business. If their purpose in coming was to help him locate the treasure, why not reveal its place to him, or lead him there? There had to be something more, something he had yet to discover or realize that they wanted him to achieve. Shaking himself loose of those musings, Raz continued on to the manse. The light from the windows of the house streamed out, nearly reaching the road, and revealed a carriage waiting in the short drive. A familiar carriage. The presence of Lord Erin's carriage meant the Baron or some collection of his family was inside the manse. For one frantic moment, Raz considered turning around and returning to Havenwood. Louisa was inside waiting for him, trusting he would come. That was enough to make him swallow his misgivings, approach the door, and knock. The maid, Sarah, answered his knock. Her eyes were wide, likely with the sense of urgency many extra guests brought to a small household. She took his things, and Raz took pity on her. "I will show myself through to the parlour." She curtsied and hurried away down the dark corridor without a word to him. Upon entering the parlour, Raz's gaze swept from one side of the room to the other. Lady Erin and Mrs. Penrith sat on a settee in the middle of the room. Lord Erin in a chair next to them, though he did not take part in their conversation. On the couch nearest the fire sat Miss Cunningham and Miss Arabel, wielding fans in their gloved hands. Their younger brother lounged in a chair behind them. The eldest of the Baron's sons stood near the window in conversation with the drapes. No, Louisa stood at the window, nearly tucked behind the curtain. Her eyes watched Raz, even while she tried to disappear from sight. Raz tried to offer her a reassuring smile, though she likely did not need it. Louisa had proved her quick-wittedness to him several times over, and he must quell his own discomfort. Years had passed since he had last stood in the same room with the Cunninghams. Much had changed since their last encounter. "Mr. Grey, here you are." Mrs. Penrith had risen to greet him. "When I told Lady Erin of your return to Havenwood Lodge, she desperately wanted to welcome you too." That explained why the only family of rank for miles had descended upon Mrs. Penrith's house. A determined smile fixed to his face, Raz bowed deeply to the others in the room. "It is my pleasure to be among old friends again. I am only sorry I come alone. My mother and sisters would wish me to pass their good wishes to all of you."
Lady Erin approached him, her charming smile in place. "I do so miss your mother in the summer. She is a woman of such refinement, and her company is always welcome." With a subtle tilt of her head, she beckoned for her daughters to join them near the doors. "Girls, were we not just speaking of Miss Grey and Miss Victoria yesterday? Such sweet young ladies." The mention of Raz's sisters brought with it a stab of guilt. They were in London with his mother, waiting for the season to begin, and waiting for him to return to act as escort and guardian should any suitable bachelors wish to court them. As much as he enjoyed the peace of Havenwood and the company of trees, he had responsibilities elsewhere. Miss Cunningham and Miss Arabel stood on either side of Raz before he could move further into the room. "Shame on you, Mr. Grey, for surprising all of us like this," the elder of the two said, gently tapping his arm with her fan. Not to be outdone, Miss Arabel opened her fan to peer at him over its edge. "We would have planned a party to welcome you back to the neighbourhood, had we even suspected you were here." "How long have you been in the neighbourhood?" Miss Cunningham asked, mouth pulling to one side in what might have been a flirtatious smile. Raz drew his arms tighter to his sides. It was the only polite form of retreat he could take. "Not long." Lady Erin did nothing to stop her daughters from crowding him. "I do hope we have you for some weeks, Mr. Grey." He peered over the feathers stuck in her head. She had arranged them in such a way as to give her the appearance of sprouting a pheasant's tail. Behind her, still tucked into the curtains, Louisa watched him. When she caught him looking, she hastily averted her gaze back to Mr. Cunningham. She smiled up at the Baron's son. Raz's heart sank. He much preferred when Louisa smiled at him. "Do you not think, Mr. Grey?" Miss Arabel's use of his name snapped him back to attention. "I beg your pardon, I was lost in thought." He snapped his teeth together with a clack, then smiled. His stammer could not arise that evening. Not with this particular family present. Miss Cunningham tittered and touched his arm again. "My sister said we thought to go for a ride tomorrow if the weather holds, and asked if you thought it a good plan. Would you care to join us?" She pursed her lips at him, cocking an eyebrow up with expectation. Raz thought through his reply, making the pause long and nearly cumbersome. "Not tomorrow. I have other things I must attend to. But perhaps sometime next week." It was painful to speak so slowly, and Raz had nearly ridded himself of the need to do so, but Lord Erin's family always made him uncomfortable. When he was uncomfortable, his words stuck like molasses to the roof of his mouth. Except the effect was much less sweet. The housekeeper appeared and announced dinner. Mrs. Penrith insisted that Raz take Lady Erin's arm as he was the guest of honour. That put the Earl escorting Mrs. Penrith, and his sons their own sisters. Louisa entered the dining room last. Thankfully, Raz was put on Mrs. Penrith's right hand, and she gave the Earl the other end of the table. Then Louisa was to Raz's right, Mr. Cunningham on her other side. The meal passed with the Cunningham sisters happily sharing the gossip of acquaintances Raz's family shared with theirs. All of the people they spoke of were already in Newcastle or London, some far flung in seaside towns. But the sisters spoke as though each misadventure of their friends held great importance to those at the table. Had Raz wished to know society gossip, the chatter would have entertained him. As it was, he desperately wished to speak with Louisa. Instead, he feigned interest in Miss Arabel's recounting of a London musicale neither of them had attended. All the while he eavesdropped on Mr. Cunningham and Louisa. "You never told me what you thought about my book about ghosts and spirits," the gentleman said, voice low. "I did not." Louisa matched his volume. "I found it entirely fascinating, and believable in most circumstances. The accounts of parents warning children left me rather sad, though." "Indeed, I thought it showed paternal care." Louisa looked down at her plate. From the corner of his eye, Raz saw the sad twist to her smile. "Of course it did. I only wished I had such a visit of warning or comfort from my own father." Mr. Cunningham leaned toward her. "Ah, now I understand. How thoughtless of me." "I suppose my circumstances do not merit such an extreme occurrence as a spiritual manifestation. I know there are those who doubt such things. I cannot put myself firmly on one side or the other of such an argument." She lowered her fork to her plate. "I found the other book you loaned me of great interest, the Northumberland history book. It put me rather in hopes of visiting some of the ruins and ancient places still in the county." It is late in the season to go about on such adventures, Mr. Cunningham sighed. Though we might make a sojourn to Hollystone and visit the lady's well. There is more superstition for us to enjoy. Louisa's smile appeared somewhat forced. Why do you say that? Well, how many holy sites could possibly exist that have anything to actually do with saints or miracles? I think people look for supernatural explanations to both their ills and their gains. It absolves them from responsibility. Raz watched as Louisa's hand stiffened in her lap, curling into a fist. Perhaps that is how some think. For myself, I prefer to believe in miracles and in holding true during times of trial, because I have a very real hope. A hope of seeing my father again. A hope that this life means something. A hope and faith that there is a higher power watching over me. Raz's heart warmed to her words. Though neither of them had discussed faith, he felt the truth of her conviction. Louisa's intelligence did not make her a skeptic. For that he was grateful. Mr. Cunningham cleared his throat and joined in the conversation of his sisters. After dinner, all the guests adjourned to the parlour. Since there was no Mr. Penrith to offer the men conversation and refreshment in the other room, they all remained together. Louisa rather wished Lord and Lady Erin would call the hour too late and take their children home. Instead, both settled in at a table with her aunt, a deck of cards appearing for their entertainment. Louisa purposefully waited until the Cunningham ladies sat to choose her own chair. They sat on either side of a small couch, and the elder sister immediately gestured to a chair near her. Mr. Grey, will you not sit here so we might continue our delightful conversation? Selecting the chair furthest from the fire and the sisters, Louisa watched to see what Raz might do. They had entangled him in their conversation all evening, he rarely venturing his own comments and then speaking with a slowness that made Louisa ache for him. It could not be what he wished, to have to mind every word so closely. He had not spoken that way around her since giving up his act as a ghost. Raz tucked his hands behind his back and inclined his head. I'm afraid I am rather warm. I think I will sit here by Miss Banner instead. The immediate relief his words caused ought to have surprised her. For the first time since learning of the unexpected addition to the dinner guests, her smile came naturally. When he lowered himself into the chair near hers, no more than a foot of space separating them, she lowered her voice to a murmur. Are you sure that is wise, sir? I might bore you, given my lack of news from more fashionable communities. His eyebrows rose and she watched him struggle to hide his own smile. I have yet to be bored by any of your conversation, Miss Banner. The way he spoke her name, though he addressed her as was polite, sent a shiver through Louisa. Her fingers tightened on the arm of the chair. From the edge of her vision, Louisa caught a glare coming from Miss Cunningham. Apparently Raz saw it too. He raised his voice and addressed the ladies on the other side of the room. When did your family arrive in Harbottle this year? I had heard you summered in Newcastle. Miss Arabelle's hands fluttered up from her lap as she spoke. We came in August, when it was simply too hot to stay anywhere else. Even Newcastle is abominably warm in summer. Mr. Cunningham picked up the chair near his sister's. That is the truth of it. There is fine sport here, too. He carried the seat across the rug to settle it next to Louisa's. It took all her control not to stare at him and to keep her lips pressed firmly shut. The attention he showed her by such a thing was unwarranted. It made her cheeks burn. She glanced at Raz, wondering what he made of the pointed move. The woods here are lovely, and the hills beautiful. I have seen my share of deer merely by looking over the hills. Louisa gave him the barest smile, then looked to Raz. Though I am most taken by a clever raven I have seen on a few occasions. He fascinates me. Horrid things, Miss Cunningham said. They make the most awful racket. Or mimic the nicer birds, the younger Mr. Robert Cunningham muttered. Raz lifted one shoulder in a shrug and addressed Louisa. I do admire their abilities beyond mimicry. I've seen a raven unlatch a gate before. Not to be left out, Mr. Cunningham leaned back in his chair and stretched his long legs out before speaking. Ravens are rather full of mischief, I think. You talk about them like they are people. They are unintelligent animals. Miss Cunningham wrinkled her nose and sniffed. Louisa sunk back a little in her chair as the debate about birds continued between Mr. Cunningham and his sisters. Next to her, Raz tapped a staccato rhythm on the arm of his chair. She turned toward him enough to catch his eye. His fingers stilled, the tips barely brushing the furniture, and one corner of his mouth went up. That was when Mr. Cunningham changed the subject abruptly. When we were boys at Harrow, then Cambridge, Grey used to write stories. He submitted them to periodicals, I think. One found its way into a pamphlet passed around school. Do you still dabble in fiction, Grey? The way Mr. Cunningham asked made Louisa squirm. He sounded smugly amused rather than curious or thoughtful. Raz paled. His use of a pseudonym and his desire to protect his family from censure meant keeping his secret. His answer sounded startled and reluctant and painful. He stammered almost every other word. I cannot say I do. He gulped, and Louisa saw the way his eyes widened. No one seemed interested before. Miss Arabelle giggled behind her fan. Ah, yes, you used to speak like that at school too, Mr. Cunningham chuckled, his smirk turning into a sneer. Our headmaster once said Grey should carry a slate about to write his words rather than speak, as he would come to the point faster that way. Mr. Robert Cunningham barked a laugh, then turned it into a cough. Mocking the perceived imperfections of another might be fashionable among the upper classes, but Louisa found it said a great deal more about the speaker than their subject. Louisa tilted her chin upward. How interesting. I wish I could write my thoughts before speaking them. I might avoid a great deal of trouble that way, as I would be less likely to speak an unkind word. She stood glaring down at Mr. Cunningham. I find people with quick tongues, as praised as they are for their wit, are often unaware how a word spoken in haste sounds thoughtless rather than witty. She did not look at Raz. She had no wish to embarrass him further by rising to his defence unasked. Instead, she marched to the door between her aunt's sitting room and the parlour, throwing it open. Would anyone enjoy some music? Aunt Penrith's pianoforte is a most excellent instrument. Mr. Grey, would you help me select something to play? The room behind her was silent a long moment. Louisa clenched her jaw. Had she gone too far? Even the Baron, Baroness and Aunt Penrith had stopped their conversation. Louisa's ears burned, her throat growing hot and tight. Her mother abhorred when people made a scene, as Louisa had most certainly done. A step upon the wood floor between the parlour and morning room at last pulled her gaze upward. Raz had followed her as bidden. With everyone else at his back, and Louisa the only one privy to his expression, he granted her a look so filled with gentleness that she had to smile at him. Thank you, his look seemed to say. Louisa nodded and motioned to the top of the instrument where sheets of music waited. Her aunt had laid them out earlier that afternoon. He glanced over the papers, selected a small sheaf and put them upon the music rack. She read the name of the tune and song, then looked back up at him with raised eyebrows. A duet? Do you wish to sing with me, Mr. Grey? She asked, voice pitched so the others would not hear should he have chosen the piece without knowing. He did not meet her eyes, but tugged at the cuffs of his coat. Accompanying you would be a great honour, Miss Banner. Her heart fluttered, but she squashed any thought that might give it permission to truly fly. She needed wits, not emotion, to get through the evening with the sharp-tongued Cunninghams. Deep breaths help, Raz whispered, leaning over her shoulder as though to adjust the music. His breath tickled her cheek as he spoke. Shall we begin? Her fingers trembled when she delicately brushed the tops of the keys. Then she pressed the ivory-coloured keys more firmly as the musical notes floated into the air. She sang first, the lyrics describing an early morning light. Then he joined her, his rich tenor a near-perfect complement to her alto. While she played and he sang, Louisa quite forgot about their audience. There was no one in the whole world save the handsome ghost and her. Chapter 18. Raz leaned back in his chair, considering the scene he had completed moments before. The reclusive baron in his novel had just lost his chance to confess his love for the governess. She had been forced out of her position by a jealous employer, put onto a post-coach, and it was too late. How did he send the baron after his lady love? Lady Elizabeth had appeared in the room at some unknown point while Raz wrote. She had remained quiet long after even he grew aware of her, but she asked him at that moment, "How is the book coming along, grandson?" How thoughtful of her to wait until he paused in his work to speak. The ghost was far more considerate than his own mother and sisters. They never thought about interrupting him when he had pen and paper before him. "I think I am nearly to the end. The hero must chase after the woman he loves." Lady Elizabeth approached the desk, hands folded before her. A grand part of every love story. She tipped her head to the side, staring down at him. "How is Miss Banner?" Raz tilted his head back, his gaze going to the ceiling while he remembered his last glimpse of Louisa. She had stood in the tiny entry hall of her aunt's home, her expression softened by the lamplight, and her voice gentle as she wished him good night. He had wanted to take her hand, to press a kiss to it, or to touch the pulse at her wrist to determine if her heart raced as his did when she was near. "She is wonderful," he murmured, then lowered his gaze to his many times great-grandmother. "She is kind, honourable, witty, and courageous." Had anyone ever come to his defence as she had? Not in his memory. His father had been a gentle soul, but never understood Raz's stammer. He had been impatient with it. Raz's mother had been ashamed and ignored it, when she did not force him to the doctor for a cure. The boys at Harrow and his instructors openly mocked and rebuked him for it. No one had ever put themselves between Raz and his persecutors. He had learned to tolerate and ignore the comments others made, or to laugh along with them at himself, no matter how humiliating the experience. Louisa's quick-witted rebuke to Mr. Cunningham's remarks and his siblings' snickers further cemented her place in his high esteem. And his heart. Lady Elizabeth cleared her throat, which was amusing considering as a phantom she had no need for such an action. "If you are finished with writing, perhaps you ought to call on Miss Banner. It seems once your mind turns to her, there is no point in directing your focus elsewhere." Raz laughed and rubbed the back of his neck. "You have seen her. Do you think, is it at all possible, that she might feel as I do?" There was no one else to ask, no friends to confide in, only the ghosts. Erasmus chose that moment to speak up from the corner, behind the desk and chair, startling Raz. "Why not quit your dreaming and go and ask the lass yourself?" Raz looked over his shoulder at the kilt-wearing ghost, narrowing his eyes at him. "I suppose that is what you did when you fell in love with Lady Elizabeth?" His great-grandmother giggled. "He did nothing of the kind, which is why you must, Raz. Be better than your namesake. There is no reason to delay when it comes to love. Go to her." Love. The truth of what he felt echoed in his heart. Was it possible? Did it make him a fool to love someone so newly entered into his life? Greater minds than his own had debated the emotion and the unpredictable nature of the heart. Why dwell upon the subject when he could, as Lady Elizabeth said, go to Louisa? He left the desk, and as he went out into the corridor he shouted through the hall to Mrs. Douglas that he was stepping out. His mother would be horrified to see such a thing, but given that there was no butler to track his comings and goings, what else was he to do? He fetched his hat and overcoat from the closet off the foyer. He went out the door, trying to close it behind him while putting his arms through the coat sleeves. A valet, footman, or butler would have made it easier. He ought to see about obtaining more servants, even if his family did not spend more time at Havenwood. He paused, halfway down the lane, and turned to look at the lodge. Framed by the woods, with grey clouds creeping across the sky, the old stone and timber house looked as it always had, as he had always loved Havenwood. His time spent among the woods, climbing up the trees and over the hills, were among his favourite memories. He had first dreamed of treasure hunts, bandits, and adventure beneath the shadows of the Havenwood trees. Why not spend more time during the year at the lodge? He could, when not dancing attendance on his sisters during the season, retreat to Havenwood. Louisa seemed to enjoy the countryside and the quiet it offered. His chest warmed as he considered making plans to include Louisa's desires and needs. Would she accept an offer of courtship? if things went well, would she accept him? Chasing after a kitten through the back garden had not been Louisa's plan when she took the little rascal outside. Louisa had named the little beast Time, but the name Terror seemed more appropriate. The grey-striped tabby had run through the garden chasing after the wind. "This is hardly ladylike," Louisa called, hurrying across the stone pavers to the back of the walled-in garden. "Cook said you were perfectly calm when she brought you out. I must say I expected better of you." Time paused in her run, only to bound at a moth resting in the grass. The moth took flight without harm, and Time followed. Louisa laughed when the kitten attempted another attack, but the moth had climbed too high, so Time instead performed a strange aerial somersault, then tumbled onto her feet. The kitten's tail twitched, and she looked at Louisa with obvious disdain. "I cannot help it. You were ridiculous." Louisa laughed again when the kitten flicked its tail and rolled onto its back, waving paws in the air. Lowering herself to the grass beside the kitten, Louisa plucked a thick blade of grass and dangled it just out of reach of the beastie. Each time the paw battered at the grass, barely out of its grasp, Louisa felt the band around her heart loosen. She had hardly slept the night before, and had been distracted all morning. So distracted she had nearly dropped her aunt's favourite teapot, sewn a sleeve closed, and tried to read a book upside down. Aunt Penrith had sent her out of doors, half exasperated. "Fresh air will help clear your mind. Come back when you wish, but not before you can focus on the present." Then her great-aunt had muttered something about besotted young people. Louisa released a sigh and dropped the grass into Time's waiting paws. The cat started chewing the tip, then shredding it with her sharp little teeth. "I am not besotted." There was no point in speaking the thought aloud. Kittens certainly did not understand people or their complicated emotions. A crisp breeze snapped through the garden, making Louisa shiver. Though autumn was but halfway through, the days had not yet been too cold. Perhaps that would change at October's end. Louisa laid back in the grass, staring at the brush of dark clouds above. The clouds threatened rain, though she had yet to hear the rumble of thunder. Closing her eyes, Louisa thought again on the previous evening. Mr. Cunningham's character had surprised her. Though he treated her kindly and with solicitude, his true nature had revealed itself when he openly mocked Raz. She had expected such behaviour from his haughty sisters, but surely they had thought to restrain themselves given their interest in the Grey family fortune. The whole family had, instead, proved horrid. Raz just sat there, through the abuse, saying nothing. Everyone had their faults. She had rather hers be something like a stammer than a streak of cruelty. She brushed aside the unpleasant thoughts, and instead focused on the moments at the pianoforte. While she could claim no great skill with the instrument, she did enjoy playing. And Raz's voice had more than made up for any skill she lacked. He sang so well, and there was never a stammer in the song. There had been glances between them too, that made her blush to remember. She had felt, rather unreasonably she supposed, that they understood one another's thoughts with those glances. And just before Raz left, when they had faced each other at the door, she had been so certain that he felt as she did, that he felt there was more to be had than mere friendship. It was all in her imagination. It must be. Her lingering curiosity regarding a kiss had bloomed into a fantasy that involved more. If he came upon her before she untangled reality from her personal fiction, Louisa was in very real danger of betraying her feelings. "Miss Banner?" Her heart gave one great thud and her eyes fluttered open. Raz bent over her, his eyebrows pulled together in concern. "Are you napping out of doors today?" Her smile came most naturally. "Of course. Did you not know it is the very height of fashion to take one's ease in damp grass? You ought to try it for yourself. I find it most refreshing." His grin appeared and his eyebrows raised as he teased her. "I imagine the effect is similar to sea bathing, as nearly the same amount of water must be used, especially as you are about to enjoy the rainfall." She blinked and turned her eyes skyward. The clouds had darkened. "Ah, yes, that might be a bit too much." His gloved hand appeared above her. Then allow me to remove you from the situation. Louisa had ventured out of doors with the cat, and without gloves or bonnet. She had put on her spencer and boots, but had given no other thought to warmth. She had not meant to be outside long. She took his hand, and had the pleasure of seeing her slim fingers disappear in his grasp. Then he tugged her upward until she stood erect once more. She met his blue eyes squarely with her gaze, and the world grew still. She spoke in a hushed tone, though there was no one to hear but him. "I did not expect to see you again so soon." "I did not think to come." His thumb brushed gently across her bare knuckles. "But I found I could not remain at home. So here I am." There was no more to his explanation, and his eyes silently beseeched her to understand. Louisa's cheeks warmed, and she lowered her gaze to his cravat. The knot was crooked, the folds and fluffs of the neckcloth rumpled. He had done it himself, of course, without a valet to assist him. Louisa smiled and put her free hand to the cloth to tug an edge straight. His other hand caught hers against his chest. Louisa raised her eyelashes slowly, drawing in a quick breath. He caught her lips in his, stealing away what remained of her gasp. Kissing Raz was nothing like she had imagined. It was much, much better. His hands released hers to go around her waist, to the small of her back, holding her close. His lips slanted across hers, certain of each movement, offering her affection and reassurance and more she had no words to describe. When they parted, his eyes remained closed, and he tilted his forehead to rest against hers. "I have longed to taste you like that, Louisa. I could wait no longer. I hope you did not mind." His sky-blue eyes opened, full of wonder and concern. "Not in the least." Her breath escaped in a soft laugh. "I was rather curious myself." He kissed her again, a soft brush of the lips this time, and then stepped back. He retook her hand in his. He began to speak, stammering a single word until he swallowed and began again, speaking more slowly. "Will you allow me to court you?" Louisa's mother would have advised her to hide her joy at the question. But as she had hidden nothing thus far from the rather wonderful man standing before her, Louisa's smile came straight from her heart. "Yes, please." He returned her grin and bent as though to kiss her again. But time sprung at them from the grass, hooking her little claws into Louisa's dress before darting away again as though she had been particularly clever. Raz and Louisa laughed. He threaded his fingers through hers, and they followed after the kitten, hardly speaking. But the need for words lessened when people spoke to each other with their hearts. Chapter 19. "I am to be married." Louisa stared at that single sentence in her mother's handwriting, uncomprehending. She had woken late to the sound of rain pattering against the window, her throat aching. Aunt Penrith insisted Louisa go immediately back to bed, and had sent her with tea and the sealed letter to her room. The tea had included large spoonfuls of honey. Mrs. Banner wrote the words in her familiar sharp hand, but the meaning behind them made no sense. Her mother? Married? "My dear friend Mrs. Shirley reintroduced me to her brother. We are to wed the first Sunday in November. As my daughter, I expect your presence at our wedding. Mr. Gillingsworth and I will spend the season in London, as I have always wished. You may live at his house in Bromley, which is near enough should I have need of you." The rest of the letter included detailed instructions for Louisa to make her way to Mrs. Shirley's abode in Newcastle. Nothing more. No affectionate asides, nothing reassuring about the requirement for Louisa to live apart from her mother. Louisa was to pay Sarah half of the money they had promised the maid for a year's time and dismiss her. Sinking back against her pillow, Louisa rubbed at her eyes. Her throat felt better after the tea, but a growing ache in her head made her feel far from well. Louisa put the letter upon her bedside table and snuggled deeper into the bed, hiding beneath her quilt. The lack of her mother's scrutiny and dictation had allowed Louisa freedom, and that freedom had led her to Raz. For the first time in her life, she came and went according to her own pleasure. She spoke to whom she wished, formed her own opinions, and had the liberty to feel as she desired. She had accompanied Sarah to the Unicorn to speak to Bert and his mother. She had gone on long walks down country lanes and over hills. Most importantly, Louisa had fallen in love. She sniffed and emerged from beneath the bedcovers to find her handkerchief. When she took it from the table, she spotted her little notebook and pencil. The notebook containing all her thoughts on the treasure and the clues she had gathered at Havenwood. What was she to do? Abandon the search? And what of her new and tender relationship with Raz? Would their affection so recently declared last if they were parted? Louisa blew her nose and groaned. The action had made an explosion of pain occur within her head. Oh, and what if her mother found out about the Grey family fortune? Not the treasure, of course, but the money earned from their ownership of the mines. Mrs. Banner would ruin everything, pushing Louisa to behave a certain way or pursue Raz in a distasteful manner. Her eyes filled with tears, the frustration and uncertainty destroying all good feelings. The rain outside continued, the downpour making her spirits sink further into gloom. A light knock on the door would have been easy to ignore. Louisa could have feigned sleep, but instead she dabbed at her nose before calling out, "Come in, please." Aunt Penrith entered the room, a plate of ginger biscuits in hand, her smile as genuine and chipper as ever. She had a bright green shawl over one arm. "I thought I would bring you a bit more cheer, since the weather and your health fairly well trapped you inside today." After she put the plate on the table, she took the shawl in both hands and leaned over Louisa, wrapping it over her shoulders. Then she plumped up Louisa's pillow and bustled about the room, putting things to rights. "Have you clean handkerchiefs in the bureau?" "In the top right drawer." Louisa watched her great-aunt, a new pain in her heart. Though she had only been in her aunt's home a few weeks, she recognised a warmth of spirit her aunt possessed that Mrs. Banner never even pretended. The contrast between her mother's business-like letter and Aunt Penrith's natural compassion was enough to make Louisa cry. "Oh, dear child, tears?" Aunt Penrith hurried to the bed, taking up Louisa's stool from her dressing table in order to settle beside her. The kindly woman handed Louisa the clean white handkerchiefs, then patted her knee through the blanket. "There, there, Louisa. Whatever has made you cry? It is not Mr. Grey, is it?" Her eyes narrowed behind her spectacles. "If he has hurt your heart in some way, I will have a word with him." That made Louisa laugh, though the sound was watery and not at all merry. "No, not Mr. Grey." She sniffed and looked to her table where the letter remained, innocent in its appearance. "My mother's letter." She broke off, uncertain as to how to explain. Aunt Penrith did not rush her nor snatch the letter up to read it for herself as Mrs. Banner would have done. Instead, she waited, without any sign of impatience. That decided it for Louisa. She handed the letter to Aunt Penrith. "Please read it. You ought to know." She gripped the handkerchief tightly in her hand, looking down at her lap. Louisa waited for her aunt's censure, disbelief, or even her indifference. For several seconds, the only sound in the room was that of the raindrops on the glass. Aunt Penrith lowered the letter to her lap. Then she removed her spectacles and stared hard at Louisa. "It seems you have a choice to make, though you must not fear on my account. Perhaps you would like your mother's new house better than this one, and you would be nearer to London. But if you decide to go and you do not like it, you would always be welcome back here." "If I decide to go?" Louisa's swollen nose made her words come out rounder in sound than usual. "But mustn't I go to my mother?" "I do not see why it is necessary." Aunt Penrith patted her on the knee again. "You are of age at 21. You can choose to go to your mother as she asks, or to stay here and send her your good wishes. People very rarely travel for weddings, be they for friend or family." Her aunt shifted, sitting upright. "I would never dream of telling anyone to disrespect their parent. You know that. But I am a firm believer that there comes a time when we must do what is best for ourselves. Your mother sent you here without regard to how you would be received. I could have put you to work as a scullery maid, and I do not think she would have cared." For the first time since meeting her great-aunt, Louisa saw a spark of fire in the woman's eyes that had more to do with anger than wit.
"Were you married, your mother would not make this demand of you. As it seems she does not intend to live in the same household as you, I do not see why you must go, unless it is what you want. You may stay here with me, and Sarah too."
With such a blunt statement made, Louisa at last dared to speak the same way.
"But what will happen to me after a year?"
No one had ever fully discussed that point with her. Her mother said she would live with her aunt for a year, and that was all there was to the explanation.
"You may stay on, dear, for as long as you wish. And should anything happen to me, the house will be sold and the funds given to you for your own care. A woman ought to have the ability to be independent, should she wish it."
Louisa stared at her aunt, and her eyes filled with tears all over again, this time inspired by an overwhelming feeling of gratitude.
"You would keep me, Aunt Penrith? Always, child."
Aunt Penrith's eyes appeared somewhat misty, but her cheerful smile, the one that made Louisa feel as though her great-aunt would have made the best mother in the world, reappeared.
"I always adored your father. He was a kind, solicitous little boy and a compassionate man. He wrote me nearly every week after my husband died. He lost his mother near the same time. In his letters he always mentioned you. He wrote of how you had grown, the silly scrapes you would fall into, and how very much he loved you. I wrote to your mother some time ago and asked if you might come to stay with me one summer. She never wrote back."
Aunt Penrith's eyebrows drew together and she shook her head as though mystified.
"I cannot think why."
Louisa knew. Her mother had been trying to marry Louisa off to someone of fortune and had used Louisa the way one would a favourite accessory, as something to talk about and show off to her friends. Yet in private, Louisa was either ignored or criticised. Aunt Penrith had given her away to never be either again.
"Think on it, dear. Do not make big decisions in haste. It is always better to consider things closely so when the time comes, you may go forward without regret."
Louisa nodded slowly, swallowing past the lump in her throat. Her aunt was everything that was good. There was also Raz to consider. Yes, she ought to think carefully before making any decisions. The note Raz sent to the manse after 2 days of missing Louisa was answered by her great-aunt, as was proper. Louisa had a cold and so would necessarily keep indoors. He had delivered copies of his other 2 finished novels to the manse for her, but had not been allowed to see her then either. At least she might enjoy his words, if not his company. Raz rattled about the lodge with a scowl. Mrs. Douglas, not at all cowed by his mood, carried about her work with a lofty tilt to her head. She kept humming merry songs, too, as though that would somehow cheer him. It only made concentration more difficult. His book was nearly finished, yet he could not think of a way to end it. The Baron and his governess had found their treasure, the majority of the credit going to the penniless woman and making her a woman of fortune, worthy of the Baron's attention. It was the perfect ending to a tale riddled with dark forests and stormy nights. Yet it did not sit quite right with Raz. Something was missing.
"I am all for education, lad, but I really hoped you would be more of a man of action."
Raz wished his grandfather's ghost would go missing. He spread his fingers apart and peered through them. Erasmus leaned over the desk, reading the scattered pages on its surface.
"I cannot tell you how fascinating it is to ken how widespread the reading is now. Almost anyone can do it."
Raz did not so much as bat an eye at the allusion to his grandfather's historical past. Instead, he looked about the room for Lady Elizabeth.
"Where is your wife, sir? She was here a moment ago." "Aye, she's watching your mother and sisters come up the drive."
That statement took a moment to break through Raz's irritation. When it did, Raz bolted out of his chair.
"My mother and what? They cannot be here."
But the crunch of wheels on gravel sounded in his ears. Raz hurried to the windows and pushed them open, looking out with trepidation.
"What are they doing in Northumberland?"
he asked, looking over his shoulder, trying not to stumble over his words in his haste to speak them. His great-grandfather shrugged and grinned most wickedly.
"I'm no fortune-teller, lad. Go see for yourself."
The front door burst open in the hallway and Mrs. Grey's voice echoed through the house.
"Why is no one attending the door? Where is everyone?"
Raz tugged at his waistcoat, then his coat sleeves as he made his way out of the study and down the corridor. His mother, though diminutive in stature, was a woman of substantial presence. She filled the surrounding air with whatever emotion she felt most. At that moment, the scent of impatience hovered around her. "Grey, there you are." She had taken to calling Raz by his surname after his father died. It was a common enough practice that he did not feel slighted by it, especially given the way she held out her arms to embrace him. Behind her stood his sisters. Diana waved and Victoria appeared thoroughly amused by the situation. Raz bent to allow his mother the embrace and he kissed her cheek. "Mother, welcome back to Havenwood Lodge. Diana, Victoria, I did not know you were coming." 2 coachmen approached, a large chest held between them. Raz gulped at the size of it. "And staying?" "Only until after 12th night, dear. Then we really must go back to London." Mrs. Grey fluttered her hand towards the stairs and directed the servants. "Take it up to the entry. Douglas will see to it." "Mr. Douglas works in the gardens, Mother." Raz stepped out of the way of the men carrying the trunk and saw Mrs. Douglas in the hall. "Only Mrs. Douglas and her daughter Jill work in the house at present. Mr. Douglas and Billy attend to the outdoor needs." "What?" His mother placed a hand over her heart. "And you have lived like this when you could easily have hired half a dozen servants to attend you?" Raz ran his hand over his hastily tied cravat before tucking the hand behind his back. "I have managed." "But we will be here for 2 entire months, Grey." She puffed out her chest like an annoyed hen. "I will see to that. I imagine several families have children who will happily take up positions, even for a short time." His mother's own maid appeared in the doorway, holding a hat box in one arm and a little dog in the other. "Oh, Keys, do take Muffin to the back gardens for some exercise." "Yes, madam." Keys curtsied and made her way down the corridor, stepping around Mrs. Douglas, who was wringing her hands. "If you please, Mrs. Grey, we haven't aired out rooms nor anything else to prepare for you. If you can rest in the parlour, I'll bring refreshment and then set things to rights." "An excellent idea, Mrs. Douglas." Mrs. Grey swept by Raz, her daughters following, and into the downstairs sitting room. "Come, Grey, we must speak at once." Raz exchanged a glance with the harried housekeeper just before she turned on her heel and practically ran down the corridor. It wasn't like his mother to upset an entire household in such a way, but she did not seem distressed. Why had she come all the way to the far reaches of Northumberland when she could have stayed in any number of her favourite towns, renting houses or as the guest of her friends? He entered the sitting room with some trepidation. His mother had already settled in the largest chair, and she cast her bonnet on the table nearest her with an air of relief. Diana and Victoria held their hats and their tongues. "I know I have caused something of an inconvenience with my arrival. I thought to send word ahead, but then realised it would change little. It should not take more than a few hours to put the house to rights. Dear me, have you kept most of it closed up?" Raz went to the mantel and took up the poker for something to do, jabbing at the burning logs as he spoke. "I have only had need of my room, my study, and this sitting room. I have eaten in the dining room once, and my kitchen or study the rest of the time." Her eyes twinkled up at him. "How rustic." His mother sighed deeply. She did not sound precisely disappointed with him, or disgusted. "But we are here now, and the girls will have maids, and we will all need the dining room. I know you prefer to be on your own, but I cannot have you turning into a recluse or a hermit." "Is that why you came?" Raz looked from his mother to his sisters. "To see that I am properly social?" Diana answered, a dimple appearing when she smiled. "In part, but we have a few other reasons. I have met someone, a gentleman I should very much like you to meet." "Mr. William Morningside," his mother supplied, obviously pleased. "As the head of the family, you must meet him and give your blessing. I think he is a wonderful young man, but I will leave you to form your own opinion when he comes to visit." Raz's head started to spin. "He is coming here?" "In a fortnight." Diana lowered her lashes and sighed, obviously enamoured enough with the man to miss him. "I hope you like him. But that isn't the only thing that brings us here." Mother took the reticule dangling from her wrist and put it in her lap. She opened it and began removing the contents a piece at a time. She removed a small pair of scissors, a little notebook, ribbon, a handkerchief, and then a slim book. This arrived at the house in London, along with a note. She took a folded paper out too. I am sorry, I opened it and read it before I realised it was not for me. A friend promised to send me a book of poems, you see, and the writing on the letter was rather untidy. Raz took the paper and recognised the scrawl of his publisher. His whole body grew hot, then cold, as he realised what his mother had found out. This is the first printing of a book, Mother. Of your book, Erasmus Grey. She fixed him with a narrow-eyed stare, and his sisters fell silent. I knew you were writing. I knew you were sending things off. But as you never mentioned actually publishing anything... I used a nom de plume, Mother. Raz gestured to the book she yet held. No one will connect the family to my pen name. I made certain of that. She lowered her gaze to her hands, looking down at the book. I know. I thank you for that. But, Grey, that was not what I wished to say. We read it, Victoria blurted, her eyes going round. All three of us. Diana started it first, then I took turns reading it aloud with her after dinner every night. I think it's brilliant, Diana said. Then Mrs. Grey said rather boldly, We all do. Raz looked from his mother to his sisters and back again. You do? He stepped back, his shoulder colliding with the mantel. Mrs. Grey nodded. I knew I could not write a letter about this, son. That would be trite and ungrateful. Given all the time you have spent writing and all the time I pretended I did not notice, I had to come and tell you in person. Your book is wonderful. Besides that, we need you to secure a copy of the second volume for us. His sisters laughed, and Raz managed to release a chuckle as well. I will write to my publisher at once. You shall all have copies if you wish. Then he sobered and went to his mother's side. Thank you for coming. Mrs. Douglas came in with a tray of tea and sandwiches. Raz relaxed, and the conversation turned to Diana's gentleman, who meant to offer for her hand if he met with Raz's approval. Given how happy his sister appeared, Raz had great hopes for the match. And he hoped very much that when Louisa grew well he could introduce her to his family. They would like her. He knew they must. He looked out the window as the sun went down, his mother and sisters going to their rooms at last, and he glimpsed Lady Elizabeth and Erasmus walking down the drive. At the sight of them his heart sank. He had come to the lodge, met the woman he hoped to wed, had his writing accepted by his family, and still the ghosts lingered. Because of the treasure, though they had avoided speaking of it, they had developed a keen interest in his relationship with Louisa too. Was that what kept them present? Harbottle's size meant there were few secrets, and it meant news travelled on swift wings. Louisa sat up in bed reading through her notebook when Sarah came into the room with pink cheeks and wide eyes. Mr. Grey's mother and sisters have arrived at Havenwood Lodge, miss. Louisa blinked, then snapped her notebook closed. He did not say he expected them. No, miss. They sent to the Unicorn for more hands to come and help. Bert was here not 5 minutes ago telling me all about it. No one knew they were coming, but it sounds as though they mean to stay for some time. Sarah went to the window and fussed with the curtains. Bert says they've not all been at the house together since the late Mr. Grey passed away. So I've heard. Louisa folded her hands over her notebook. What did this mean for their courtship? She certainly could not sneak off to the lodge again. And what would Mrs. Grey think of her? A penniless woman living with an elderly relative. If Mrs. Grey was anything like Mrs. Banner, she would not appreciate her son marrying down in fortune. She looked up at Sarah when she realised the maid still fidgeted, as though there was more she wished to say. Is something the matter, Sarah? A horrid thought occurred to her. Do you wish to try for a position at Havenwood Lodge? Oh, no, miss, I would never leave you like that. Sarah smiled a little brighter. It's only that, well, Bert has asked if he might take me to the All Hallows Eve bonfire. They have a big one at the castle ruins, telling ghost stories and singing songs. I told him I had to ask, miss, and you'd be the one to give permission since Mrs. Penrith isn't my employer. The bonfire? Of course, yes, you can go with Bert. Louisa paused, noting again the pink in her maid's cheeks. You like him, I think.
Yes, miss. Sarah's blush darkened. I like him a great deal. But I promise he's a good man, respectful and sweet-natured. Louisa stifled a laugh and attempted to reassure the younger woman. I do not doubt it, given his mother's kindness and what I know of Bert. She twisted her blanket in her fingers. I am happy for you. The maid's life seemed far less complicated than Louisa's at the moment. Something still wriggled in Louisa's mind at the back of her thoughts. The treasure, Raz's offer of courtship, her mother's marriage. All of it combined confused her emotions. She settled deeper into her bed and sighed. When her dratted cold went away, she had a great deal of work to do. Chapter 20. Louisa stood in the Havenwood family graveyard, arms crossed, glaring down at a headstone covered in moss and darkened by time. She read the name across it for the 7th time, then looked to the left and right of the marker. Something was terribly wrong with the placement of Erasmus Grey's final resting place. A snap of a twig brought her attention upward, to the tree where her Erasmus Grey had first appeared. He came out from under its bright orange foliage, ducking his head to avoid knocking his hat off on the low branches. A flicker of surprise in her heart soon changed to something warmer, more content. "How did you know to come?" she asked, delight evident in her tone. She held her gloved hand out to him, and he took it the moment he was near enough. "Would you believe me if I said a ghost told me you were here?" he asked, his eyes glimmering with warmth and humour. Louisa considered him a moment, then contemplated where they stood. "I might, actually." She laced her fingers through his. "Especially given my turn of thought this morning." His eyebrows drew down. "Are they dreary thoughts?" She shook her head and leaned a little against his shoulder. "Not particularly. Frustrated, perhaps. Must ghosts always be dreary? That book I read, the one I told you about with the collection of people's experiences with ghosts, not all of it was sad. Some of it was lovely, such as the stories of mothers visiting their children." He sobered still further. "You have heard my mother and sisters are come to Havenwood." The dark look upon his face was not at all what she expected, and Louisa immediately tried to set him at ease. "I have heard, and I thought I ought to be happy for you. You have only ever said loving things about your family, apart from their lack of understanding with your writing." She tilted her head to the side, the better to see him around the brim of her bonnet. "Unless you think I ought to be concerned about them?" "No," he said hastily, the word tripping somewhat from his tongue. I hope they will like you when they meet you, though I haven't told them about you, yet." Louisa's stomach twisted. He hadn't. It had been several days since she'd learned they were in residence, though it was the first time she had ventured out of doors since she became ill. Raz brushed his thumb over hers and lowered his voice as he spoke. "I wanted to be certain you regretted nothing of our last conversation. I have not seen you in days, and I could not even send a note directly to you." Ah, that explanation she could allow, and her heart immediately softened toward him. "I find I regret not one aspect of our conversation. Absolutely nothing." Her cheeks warmed, her allusion to their kisses making her rather wish to both hide her blush from him and stand on her toes and try for another kiss. "Ah, well, if that is the way things are." He turned so they were face to face rather than shoulder to shoulder, and put his free hand to her cheek. "I am delighted you are well again, because I cannot wait another moment to tell my family everything about you and have you meet them." She leaned into his palm, then closed her eyes and sighed. "That is a relief to hear. I cannot wait to meet your mother and sisters, but—" She bit the inside of her cheek, then continued speaking. "I'm afraid things are a little more complicated for me at present. My mother has sent for me." He stilled, and his hand fell back to his side while the other squeezed her hand. "Sent for you? But why?" "She is to be married, and she thought it would look better for me to be present." Louisa shook her head as she might to rid herself of a troublesome insect. "I love my mother. Perhaps I ought to go because it is my duty. But after her wedding, she intends to send me away to her husband's country house. I think she rather likes displaying me, like a favourite piece of jewellery, and then putting me away again until it is fashionable for me to be seen. Raz squeezed her hand, his expression softening to something sympathetic. What will you do? Louisa looked down at the headstone again, contemplating the twists and turns in her own life. Erasmus Grey and Lady Elizabeth had left their love notes to each other scattered in their house and family books. No one could doubt how they had come to care for each other. She wanted that for herself. I would rather stay here, with Aunt Penrith, and near you. She darted a glance up at him and then looked away again. But you have a duty to your family to return to London for your sisters. So I must ask, do you regret anything of our acquaintance? Do you wish you had not asked to court me? No, I could never regret a moment spent with you. He released her hand and gestured to the graveyard. Some might think meeting you here was a portent of sorts, an ill omen. But I see it so differently. We came upon each other for a purpose. I feel the same. She looked again at the gravestone. Aunt Penrith says I may stay with her indefinitely. She believes I ought to choose what will make me happy, since I'm an independent of my mother. Will staying here make you happy, Louisa? Raz moved closer again, and when she lifted her gaze to meet his, she found the intensity of his stare made her heart throb. It is true, I must return to London in January. But that leaves us 2 glorious months of fall colours and winter frosts to spend hours and hours in each other's company. Hours and hours, she repeated, somewhat breathless. One of her hands rested against his chest while he gently grasped her waist. Yes, he bent, his lips hovering near hers. I have a secret hope of this courtship leading to more. You see, someone recently shared their wisdom with me. He said, it is only once in a lifetime, if at all, that a man meets someone who changes everything. His breath stilled before he spoke again, slowly and carefully. I think you have changed everything for me. I cannot imagine seeing you go, because my heart is too lonely at the very thought of saying goodbye. This sounds as though you wish to make things permanent. He was so near to kissing her without actually doing so, and that nearness drove her nearly to distraction. Her heart interpreted what he meant, and a future filled with him danced within her mind. Raz nodded once. Yes, it is my hope that when I leave for London in January you will accompany me. We will brave town and society, and then return here in the summer, where we may find Havenwood waiting to welcome us home. Please, love, stay. Louisa took in a deep breath, answering with a surety she had never felt before. I will stay. The decision, once spoken, filled every nook, cranny and crack in her heart with a warmth she had every hope of keeping. Her place, where her aunt cared for her happiness and well-being, where Raz cherished and loved her, was there in that tiny village and Havenwood. As an author of novels, Raz had never precisely understood poets. Why did they resign themselves to so few words to express complex emotions? But in that moment, when Louisa promised to stay, he swept her into his arms for another kiss, and he knew. He knew there were only a few words worthy of describing his feelings for her, for the joy she brought to his heart, and for the future happiness he suspected would be theirs. When they parted, she sighed and laid her cheek against his coat, heedless of the way it bent her bonnet to rest upon him. I am glad that is settled, she said with her usual playful firmness. He chuckled and kept one arm loosely about her waist. He peered down at the weathered tombstone she had been studying when he came upon her. What would his many times great-grandfather think of this development? Raz. Louisa's use of his abbreviated name made him love her still more. Something is wrong with this graveyard. He stepped back and stared down at her, perplexed. How can something be wrong with a graveyard? Besides the obvious, that most would not think it a place for lovers' trysts. She giggled before lightly thumping him on the arm. I am serious. I was thinking about Lady Elizabeth and Erasmus. And look, she pointed at the stone. Despite all their words of love and promises of being together forever, Her grave marker isn't anywhere near his. I cannot recall seeing it here at all. Raz glanced to the left and right of the stone with Erasmus Grey etched into its front. Releasing Louisa, Raz went to peer at the other stones nearby. Look about and see if you can find her. You have a point. It is strange that she is not here. They separated and went up and down the somewhat unorganized rows, reading each stone, peering closely at those that were oldest and too worn by time to read with ease. They met again near the archway exit. She is not interred here, Louisa said, voice hushed and eyes wide. What can that mean? She gave their wedding portrait to her niece, but everything else I have read, everything I have felt about them, they would not have been buried apart. Raz looked back over the cemetery. No, they would not. He considered for a moment. Slowly he tried to work through all that they had found together, the pieces of the puzzle still not forming a coherent picture. The painting of the kirk. What was the inscription on that one? It was in Gaelic. Something about lying in quiet, in rest. Raz looked down at Louisa with wide eyes, like someone who had been buried. He shook his head. But why? His stutter overcame him for several moments in his excitement, but Louisa did not so much as flinch as he tried to make his tongue catch up with his thoughts. Why would Erasmus have been buried in England when he had more ties to Scotland? What if he is buried in the same place as that kirk? Lady Elizabeth would have been buried with him. Louisa bobbed up and down on her toes. Raz, if neither of them are here, then who is buried under the Erasmus Grey stone? Or what? Raz took up her hands. It may be the treasure. But how would we ever know? She lowered her voice to whisper. I have no wish to go digging up graves. Nor do I, he whispered back, before pressing a kiss to her forehead. Perhaps we had better investigate further, but I cannot think of leaving you to go to Scotland at the moment. I suppose the treasure hunt can wait a bit longer. Her smile and her eyes lit with pleasure. After all, we already know precisely what we will do when we find it. We do? He thought he knew, but to hear her confirm it. Yes, we will use it as your great-grandparents would have wished. The funds will care for the communities they came from. Raz tucked her hand through the crook of his arm. How do you propose we go about such work, my love? With compassion and wisdom, of course. She leaned her head against his shoulder as they walked. Would you like to come and meet my mother? And my sisters? He asked as they came to the point where the path curved uphill to Havenwood Lodge and down to the road. I want them to know you as I do, to see how wonderful you are, so they will understand completely why I cannot leave you behind when we must go to London. Yes, I should very much like to meet them, for I must tell them how much I cannot do without you. I love you, my ghostly suitor. He chuckled and kissed the top of her forehead, lingering a moment in the joy of touching her skin with his lips. And I love you, my dearest Louisa. They walked up the hill together, along the path that joined the drive as it curved into the wood where the lodge was snug between and beneath the trees. I think you ought to plant some flowers here, on either side of the path, Louisa said, her gaze sweeping the lane. Something beautiful. What are you partial to? He asked, curious. Her blush returned. White roses. At that moment, Raz knew that he could only end his story as he wished for his own to end. With love, hope, and a happily ever after. Epilogue. The autumn leaves gave way to winter frost, as Raz said they would. For some time he saw no more of the ghosts, and he wondered at that. Perhaps they really had come to see that he found Louisa more so than the treasure. It was enough of a reason for him, given that each moment he knew her he fell more deeply in love. He asked Louisa to marry him on Christmas Eve, and her enthusiastic acceptance made him feel like the wealthiest of men. Before they accompanied his family back to London for his sister's wedding, they were married themselves in Alwynton's church. Louisa's mother did not attend, though she sent a congratulatory letter. Their wedding trip to Scotland surprised a few, especially given the season. but Louisa and Raz had a kirk to find. As Raz suspected, the kirk was the one in which Erasmus Grey the elder had been christened. He and his bride held a place of honour near the church, with a joint headstone and a message etched in both Scottish and English. For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. They returned home, and under cover of night dug into the earth in the spot where Louisa and Raz first met. A pair of ghosts watched, though they revealed themselves to no one, holding hands and smiling at each other. The treasure, comprising years of excess taxes and stolen funds from both sides of the border, was buried in several small boxes not more than 3 feet beneath the ground. Most of England saw hardship in the coming years. There was unseasonable cold which killed crops and caused starvation. Soldiers returned from war only to be recalled again. But a little corner of Northumberland weathered things well. Mr. and Mrs. Erasmus Grey built a new church with money they claimed had been donated anonymously. They also saw to it that the people had access to a doctor and apothecary both. Quietly, a family grew in Havenwood. For generations to follow, and beneath the watchful portraits of Erasmus and Louisa Grey, and Erasmus and Lady Elizabeth, the family did many good deeds in secret, blessing the lives of all within their reach. This has been A Haunting at Havenwood, Seasons of Change, Book 6, written by Sally Britton, narrated by Jessica Elisa Boyd. Copyright 2020 by Sally Britton, production copyright by Sally Britton.
This has been A Haunting at Havenwood. I hope you enjoyed it. Now for my author's note. For those interested, I also wrote a bonus epilogue that hasn't been narrated. You can read it if you like by following the link in the video description. In the bonus epilogue, Louisa has a chance to glimpse the ghosts that brought her and Raz together. On another note, I should probably reassure listeners that I wrote this story prior to Bridgerton's rise to fame. I knew nothing of a certain fictional duke's struggles with the affliction my hero also experiences. I've been asked by several readers why I decided to give Raz a stutter. Quite honestly, I didn't know about his stutter until I had written several chapters of this novel. I had just written the scene where he first lays eyes upon Louisa and she mistakes him for a ghost. I was staring at my screen, trying to figure him out, when Raz himself seemed to tell me, "I have a stutter, you nitwit." That one realization made everything else fall into place. Of course, that most unexpected revelation meant I had to dig deep into the Regency era and how they treated people with speech impediments. I am sorry to say that not only did those treatments all fail, but some were quite brutal. You will note that Raz isn't miraculously cured of his stutter. Instead, his confidence around Louisa makes him more relaxed and less apt to stutter in the first place when he speaks to her. By that same turn, Louisa's familiarity and love for Raz means she doesn't actually notice his stutter the way she did when they first met. I've had several incredible readers contact me over the last couple of years to tell me this is exactly their experience with their loved ones. Well, now that we've got that cleared away, I think it's important that readers know that Harbottle and Alwynton are real places. There really are castle ruins there too, and a bend in the river called the Devil's Elbow. The Drakestone is a real place, and I actually found several local stories about children and even grown adults having to be rescued from the top of that giant stone. It seems to be a rite of passage for people in that area especially to climb up and look as far as the eye can see at their beautiful, incredible valley. I spent weeks virtually visiting this place. I was on Google Maps every day doing street view, going up and down the lanes. I followed a Facebook page for the local pub. It was fascinating because they happened to be undergoing a lot of changes. They had pulled down walls and found things inside that hadn't been uncovered for over 2 centuries. There are so many interesting places in the world. I wish I could visit all of them, especially the ones I decided to write about. What's really cool about this ruin in Harbottle is that the castle was built in the late Middle Ages, and so many famous people stopped there, even if it was only for a night, such as King James's grandmother. That's right, the King James that we all know of from that one famous Bible. And there really were rumors of lost treasure because that castle exists on the border between Scotland and England. So there were constantly raids going back and forth between the people of Scotland and the people of England. Altogether, it's a really fascinating place, and I hope to be able to walk the physical location one day. The woods themselves are quite small, and they probably couldn't hide all the things that I tucked into my woods. But it's fun to imagine that maybe they could. One final thing I think readers might find interesting is that the book Louisa borrows, News from the Invisible World, or Interesting Anecdotes of the Dead, by John Tregortha, was a real book. The stories inside were fascinating. I read most of them. If you want to read it for yourself, the book has been scanned in its entirety and is free on Google Books. But what I found most interesting is the majority of stories about spirits visiting the earthly plane in that time period were always the benevolent sort, or at least related to the person that they came and saw. It was often parents, children, spouses, and siblings. Many times the spirits came to warn the person who was still alive. Sometimes they showed up merely to reassure them that all was well. The idea of ghosts in the Regency is so different than how we think of them today. Very rarely were hauntings a scary thing. Most often, stories of people being haunted were accompanied by stories of learning, growth, warning, and, well, practical matters. Thus, my ghosts are very friendly ghosts, and they're related to Raz, and, well, they have practical matters that they need to come and talk to him about. You might find it interesting that they never strictly say if they are there only for the treasure and to lead him to it, or if they have a dual purpose in making certain that Raz and Louisa meet. I like to leave that up to the reader. Why do you think the ghosts were there? Which treasure do you think was more important to them? Thank you so much for listening. Don't forget to like and subscribe to my channel for more audiobooks and author-created content. Happy hauntings, listeners.